All right. Good morning, everybody. As we wait for the court to open for some motions, let's discuss what's going on. I was asking before we went live about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and whether that can even happen. And I hear myself. So here we go. Sorry, that's distracting. I was wondering if we can even get to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed today and Seth Kenny if Spiro does the same kind of cross-examination of Detective Hancock, who was the lead detective on the case, that he did with the evidence tech. I don't see how we're going to get the other two witnesses in. And then we were also discussing, what about Hannah Gutierrez? Why is she testifying if she's potentially at risk? Is it possible that the other charge that she hasn't been tried for yet of brandishing a weapon, where she actually had a weapon tucked away in another region in a bar, supposedly, perhaps there's a deal being worked out with the DA and Carrie Morrissey on that future charge, which actually holds even more time, ironically, than the death of Halyna Hutchens.
Yeah, that seems most plausible. The state tried to give immunity for the case that she's already been convicted of, because that case is still alive while the appeal is ongoing. So since that is not finalized, she still has a Fifth Amendment interest, because what she says can be used to incriminate her. And they tried to give her immunity, but the judge said it was too late. They tried to do it at the last minute and it was unfair. So it's like, okay, what? And she had said she's not going to testify. So what is her incentive? And it's got to be some sort of plea deal, right? It's got to be, we gave her a deal on her current charge, or somehow back-ended a plea deal with respect to the conviction she's already had, or something like that. There's got to be some incentive in the mix. And so that's probably what's going on this morning.
Yeah, I've been trying to make sense out of these reports that we've been getting that she's expected to testify, because the last information was like Kurt said, they offered her use immunity. The judge said no. She said Hannah's not material to the case anyway. You can get that information from other places. Oh, and by the way, we don't know that she would cooperate even if you did give her use immunity. She can still show up and be in contempt if she refuses to testify. So there's no showing that use immunity would even get the information from her that you want. So if there is now the possibility that Hannah is going to testify, it does suggest that there is some kind of change in those conditions that led to that not being appropriate in the first place. And so, some type of consideration on her pending charges seems like that could be, a good guess for how they might be positioning themselves to make her available.
Okay. Can you explain the distinction between use immunity and other types of immunity? Because we keep using that term as if it's something everyone understands, and perhaps people are curious as to why it's not just called immunity, but use immunity.
So generally speaking, there's two types of immunity. There's use immunity and there's act immunity. And so use immunity is basically just saying, whatever you say on the stand, we can't use your statements against you in a further prosecution. So it fixes the issue with her case is still pending on appeal. She has that Fifth Amendment privilege because say she goes and wins her appeal and a case gets reversed and she gets a new trial. Without the use immunity, if she comes in and testifies, anything she says in this hearing could be used against her in that retrial. But if they give her use immunity, it's specifically saying you can't use those statements, so they're not available as evidence. It is a narrower form of immunity than act immunity, which is broadly speaking, you can't be held responsible or criminally punished for any of the acts that you testify about, that you are incriminating yourself about. And so this is much broader because with use immunity, even if they can't use your statement, if your statement gives them information that they can go and investigate and independently develop things that they can use against you, they can do that. It's called derivative evidence, and all of that is potentially on the table. So you give a statement that says, oh, me and so-and-so, committed the crime, or, me and so-and-so witnessed something while we were committing another crime. The police can follow up with so-and-so and get their testimony and then turn around and use that against you. Use immunity does not protect you from that. Act immunity would. It would say basically, if you testify in a way that implicates yourself, you cannot be prosecuted for that act, period. That crime is off the table.
I have to question just to make sure, because I've always heard it as use and derivative use immunity. So I've always heard that you're entitled to not only the use of that, but anything that would derive from it. So you could still prosecute the person, but you'd have to show that it would be truly independent of anything they told you. You couldn't use derivative use. So am I mistaken that derivative use
I think that those are distinctions. Like, there can be circumstances where, you want to be careful what the language is, because you want to be sure derivative use is not on the table if you're concerned about your exposure.
Yeah, I'd be real concerned.
Especially if you're telling me that we can, in situations where someone is compelled to testify, that I would imagine that use immunity, at least in the way you're originally describing it, it certainly seemed to not be something that you now give them license to compel you to testify, because that doesn't seem like very much immunity at all. That sounds like, I mean, how hard would it be for them to dig up evidence once you've admitted to it and talk about who it is that you're involved with? Yeah, that sounds like a joke.
Once they know what they're looking for, right? It's a little bit like inevitable discovery on a warrant, right?
Yes.
We've illegally searched your house, but it's okay because we would have completely independent. Now that we know what we're looking for, right? Completely independent. We would have found it through this mechanism. So with a little bit of magic, we make it come in. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I don't know if you folks are interested, but the other thing we have going on today, besides speculating about this pretrial motion, is at some point they're going to start to talk about the jury instructions. And so both parties have submitted their jury instructions at this point. And there are some very interesting little tidbits in here. I've gone through and looked at where there's overlap and where there's differences. And New Mexico is a jurisdiction that uses form instructions, right? So they have patterns that are out there that everybody could rely on, but you're not limited to those. You can still propose instructions beyond the forms based on language from the case law or something like that. So there are some interesting things that the defense is proposing. One, they want a lost evidence instruction. They want an adverse inference to be drawn from the fact that evidence has been destroyed, lost, uncollected, or just otherwise not preserved. I don't know what exactly it is that they're getting at with that instruction, but I suspect it's the firearm. It's the destructive firearm testing. There's already been litigation about that and kind of how that is going to unfold over the course of the trial. And the judge has basically said she's not going to exclude evidence of the firearm testing, but the state is going to have to disclose this was destructive. It did have these consequences. They can't hide that. It's got to be all out there on the table. But there was nothing said about any kind of an instruction at that point in time. So I'm not really sure if that's where they're going with it, or I'm thinking back on yesterday with the cross-examination of the evidence technician about like the Good Samaritan ammunition. And he was very specifically trying to get the witness to say you suppressed that, because they filed it in a separate action, a separate police report, and didn't include it like as part of this case.
You buried it.
Yeah. And so, I mean, those are kind of the magic words, right? For this sort of instruction to come up. Evidence has been suppressed. I don't know. That one, it really caught my attention because it's typically a hard instruction to get. Kurt, do you know of anything, or has anything like caught your attention as this case has gone by so far that you think this could be about?
No, not really. I don't, I'm just a little bit in the dark about exactly what's happening as anyone else, but that's part of the fun of watching it and seeing what exactly is going on. But I do appreciate it. There does seem to be some last minute gamemanship, and I think the judge is probably just annoyed by that, if nothing else, because this judge seems to want things done by particular deadlines, and I appreciate that. So if the prosecution is essentially trying to get around the idea of the use immunity because she wouldn't do that, and they're trying to get around it by offering immunity on an unrelated case, I can see the judge being a little bit spicy about that. I'm not sure whether or not she can necessarily do anything about it, because whether or not the prosecution offers her a deal in an unrelated case isn't for her to control. So I'm not sure whether she could do anything about it, but we'll find out, I guess.
But the grant of use immunity apparently is discretionary with the court in New Mexico.
Oh, I apologize. I meant for the upcoming case, not for the old case.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they can't stop that. They can't stop the prosecution from dropping the case. They can't stop them from, offering a lesser charge. They can't impact their prosecutorial discretion with respect to the upcoming case. And as I believe you pointed out, that hypothetically offers more jail time than for the involuntary manslaughter, which is slightly hilarious, but that's where we're at.
It really is. I mean, somebody died, in one case, nobody died in the other.
That's right.
I will say, I don't know if you guys have caught any of the preliminary hearings, but there's a ton of gamesmanship that's going on both their counts. Carrie was probably the worst about it in the Hannah Gutierrez trial, but she has met her match. And I'd say Spiro is probably even worse. And the judge was at her wit's end, probably 4 sessions ago. So she's pretty salty with both of them at this point. And so it will be interesting to see. And it keeps going on. Like, remember yesterday when she was like, well, it's too bad you did this too late. Bloop, it's all coming in, whatever. They keep going on and on. Like, I can't remember how many motions to dismiss they did. It was just like
they've done several. Yeah.
Motion to dismiss. Okay. That one's turned down. Oh, let me draft a whole nother one, another direction. Motion dismissed, turned down. So I don't know. I'm guessing that might be Spiro's specialty, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if you can get the trial delayed or kicked for any reason, why go to court? But I don't know.
Well, if you'd like an example of some gamesmanship, I have here defendant's proposed instruction number 21. I'm just going to read this, and I would like, Kurt, give me your reaction to this.
All right. Tell me what you got.
In addition to the other elements of involuntary manslaughter, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted intentionally when he committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when he purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which he acts, the means used, his conduct, and any statements made by him. His source for this is the transcript of the grand jury proceedings.
No. He's being charged with involuntary manslaughter. So I have to prove intent is mutually incompatible with that entire concept.
Isn't that nuts?
How can it be both involuntary and intentional at the same time?
It's crazy that he's even trying. It seems to be that what he's saying, like, there's an actus reus requirement, right? There has to be some voluntary act like this. It can't be a situation where, say, hypothetically, he's taking a little nap and he happens to be near the gun, and in his sleep, he involuntarily twitches and pulls the trigger. It's not a voluntary act. There can't be criminal liability for that.
Okay.
But
even then I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. If you if in this hypothetical, if is the gun in your hand when you're going to sleep, because then I'm not even so sure, but because that seems kind of reckless. But yeah, I suppose if you sleepwalk to the safe and open it up and pull out the thing and all the rest of it, maybe. But yeah, you do have to commit the act. This is true, but not intentionally. No.
Yeah. So, I mean, this to me, when I see this, I'm just shocked. Like, how could you even ask this? Of course, the judge is not going to give this instruction. I don't know. I don't even know what you're thinking. Like, this is so far beyond.
My question is the judge, because I'm sarcastic, would be like, what part of involuntary manslaughter do you not understand?
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. So then here's another one too. He's trying to really specify exactly what the jury has to find in order to convict him. And I think this too is based on the presentation to the grand jury and kind of exactly what predicated that indictment coming down. So he says at issue in this case is whether the defendant believed he was handed a, quote, cold gun that contained no live ammunition, which had been verified by the armorer and or the head of safety, such that the gun was unlikely to cause lethal harm. Another issue in this case is whether the defendant believed there was not a substantial risk that there could be live ammunition in the gun. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not have an honest and reasonable belief in the existence of either one of these facts at the time of the alleged conduct. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's alleged conduct resulted from a reasonable belief in either of those facts, you must find the defendant not guilty.
Well, that's a lot more workable.
That's a little better.
That's a lot more workable as an idea, because that goes to the mental state and his belief in what he did or did not reasonably believe, which goes to his ability to willfully disregard said belief.
Right.
So
And
yeah,
it's
that's a
relying on
lot. That's a lot
professionals.
closer to an accurate statement of law. So okay. But you see,
And
this is the
then-
problem, because as a judge, I'd be so irritated with you have to find intent that your credibility is shot. And I'm not particularly inclined to give you anything now, as opposed to you coming in with a much more reasonable ask. If you'd come in with this and just this, I'd be like, oh, okay, that sounds like something workable. But then you have to overshoot yourself, and I'm like, I don't want to give you anything. How about just the standard? It's going to be very, very, very difficult to overturn me because I gave you the pattern instructions, right? You're asking me for something else. And it's like, okay, and maybe I should give you something else. Maybe that'd be a nice thing to do. But now you've irritated me.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the judge so far on this?
I don't know. The judge has ingratiated themselves a little bit to me with him yesterday with this is too late. Your request is too late. I'm not redacting things because it's too late, and I hate you all. She ingratiated herself a little bit with me yesterday.
She really is a massive hater. I mean, I get a real from her this vibe that's just very throwback, this idea of just a very isolated type of judge, somebody who is cloistered in their little library, their little ivory tower, and not really connected with people or the community or something. I see both sides of it because she's so extreme. On the one hand, I really, really like how she has no problem making a decision. She's very confident. She is not wishy-washy. She is not getting tugged around and played by the parties. So she is very strong in that sense. And I really appreciate that. The downside to it is, when you're on the wrong side of that, especially if it's a knee-jerk kind of reaction, it's going to be hard to overcome because she's just so reliant on that just as soon as she's there, like she's there and you're done and you have no idea when she's going to get there or what's going to put her there. So I can see it just being challenging from a practical standpoint. How do you practice in front of this judge?
Is she making any reversible errors, though?
Not that I see so far.
Nothing that I've seen. No,
which isn't to say that she could make a decision the other way too, because the idea of reversible error is that it's just legally wrong. And so if she went the other way on some of these issues, those might be legally tenable too, because there's a fair amount of discretion at the trial court level.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to managing your courtroom and managing the time and managing the flow of trial and things like that. It's like, choo people, this court's moving. It's like, I appreciate it. Same thing, incidentally, with the Sarah Boone trial with the suitcase killer. It's like we're on number 8. It's like, this train is moving. This trial is happening now. We are not delaying it anymore. Get on the page. It's time to move along. I'm like, yeah, I'm here for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so far, I think the decisions she's made are largely discretionary types of decisions. She's been within her discretion. The standard for that is really always, you got to look at it and ask, is it possible? Is it impossible? Is this like so out of the bounds of what's okay that no reasonable judge could possibly go down this road? And it's a pretty tough standard with an abusive discretion.
So like the Glanville extra party or whatever communication with one side, that would be beyond the pale, as an example.
Yes, that is clearly unreasonable. Nobody in their right mind should think that's okay.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
Boost the audio a little bit there. Boost it to 300%. You guys can let me know if that's enough or we need more. I don't want the court audio to overpower us, so trying to get the balance here is always
I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in.
It's still faint, Kurt. Probably doing
too soft.
To my office.
I think it is a little bit, but yeah, I'm glad there's
something. To 450.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the left turn.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the motion.
Okay,
this is just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone. Or take
chat saying still too soft.
I got one last night that indicated that
the
cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And
here we go.
I really
did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated.
A still photo is not very good evidence.
This is a high pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect.
Look at Alex smirking.
On everything, frankly.
His lawyer is him.
I'm
telling you,
and there's no
it's
remedy.
the same person.
And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And
here we go.
It's just at a certain point in the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
yeah,
I gave you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that
the judge just said. I gave you a remedy. You really want to go with not a remedy? Really?
The Brady disclosure. I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but we are. Look, first I have to see the picture. Okay, now let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you can show me what you're talking about.
You want to argue over a picture and someone's printing it out now?
Since we did submit the written briefing, I
when you
will
walked
try
in
to be
this morning.
brief.
Yes.
I think it'd be helpful to build out some of
They
the
go
facts. So Your Honor
personal
has the
every time they
chronology
personally
of how
attack
this
each other.
happened,
These lawyers.
and have
They're
the
nasty.
factual pieces. To
You want to argue
understand
your
the
emotion
severity
and
of
you're
what's
not
happened.
ready to go.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the.
Just one
There we go.
Space to get me my notebook.
Of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my
Everybody's still
computer bag.
complaining about the audio. Is it?
Okay.
I'll try
I
to find
boosted
that
up
better.
100%. I can do no more.
All right, go
I
ahead.
understand.
It's
May I proceed,
boosted
Your
as it can be.
So
Let's see
November
if I can
1st,
find another
2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teske, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teske gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Halyna Hutchens. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez-Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teske says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teske's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchens. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teske. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teske had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Halyna Hutchens. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez-Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, or bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah, on the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. Teske's in Santa Fe. Sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchens. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teske had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know
This would be great for Hannah.
if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said, it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line
I'm getting
is
sandbagging.
we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation.
Really?
Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over
They knew
and
about
over
it
and
at their
over again.
viewing.
And
They would
Your
know
Honor,
it wasn't
you've
there at
given
the
them
viewing,
a fair chance.
and they didn't
You
follow
said-
up.
Grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morrissey?
Oh, she's fuming. Smoke from her ears. I can already smell it.
Mhm.
Sounds like some BS to me.
It sounds like they just sandbagged. They knew that it hadn't been produced, and rather than dealing with it pre-trial, they just waited until now.
Yep. You can't do that.
No.
Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teske's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teske is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teske stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teske is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kenny are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kenny, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kenny says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teske's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds. They go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kenny then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kenny took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can. Says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kenny. So I want to show you when Seth Kenny is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to. He reaches out to Teske because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teske says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kenny, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kenny. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case. I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teske. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teske, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teske and she said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teske, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teske, If the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchens died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teske had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it.
Jill, can you turn your camera off?
So if it's not exculpatory, it's not Brady.
Let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teske's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Halyna Hutchens. He says, that's what Seth Kenny told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kenny countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teske indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin, but even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. Mm-hmm. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenny a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kenny responded and said, no, don't do that. In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears.
I have that text.
Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so.
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, if the court.
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to put witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word, not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.?
Well, I don't know if it's, well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't going to be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right, this is, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr.
He didn't say one word, not one word.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose a supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing. What Ms. Morrissey is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility. It goes to the government's bias, improper motivation, and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teske, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor. And whether Seth Kenny is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant. Because what we know is we don't have those bullets and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision, fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501.
I'm not buying this.
Thank you.
They can make their
All right,
argument
thank you.
without the actual bullets.
And we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I
that-
respond
I'm
real
not
quick?
finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teske.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank you,
court
Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey.
I
Thank
got
you,
them.
Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get them.
All right.
I appreciate the judge is like, I made a ruling.
Yeah.
She's like,
Well,
you can stop
actually,
talking now.
I like
want
that she
to
has the rounds, though.
Ms.
That's
Popple
interesting.
on how she retrieved those. So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Popple.
Are any of you hearing anything legit here, or is this just pounding the table? I don't know. I'm literally don't know.
Well, Brady, no, I see nothing legit here because the burden is on the defense to show that it's exculpatory or that it's, valid for impeachment. And if they can't show that the bullets are material, that there is some type of a match here or something like that, then I just don't know. I don't know how they get there. It sounds like they have a better argument under just the rule for production under the New Mexico rules, which I'm not familiar with. I'd have to go and look that up to see what it says.
But I'm also confused on the relevance, because if the state has established that the bullet didn't come from,
she thought she
Kenny,
was
then what does it
done.
matter?
She is never done with this trial.
You swear
Did
affirm
they
that the
include
testimony
this at
of
all?
the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone. I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
I'm kind of with the state's arguments. Like, it's almost like he wants to go into a sporting goods store and send every 45 round there for testing, because it has nothing to do with anything. His shop might be a complete disgraced mess with all kinds of mixed ammo or whatever, but if we've been able to firmly establish that the round that was fired did not come from that shop, what does it have to do with the price of tea in China?
Yeah, and Andrea, they didn't make an argument based on New Mexico state law. They were making an argument based on Brady. So I don't know that
they were making.
Yeah. Go ahead.
They were making both. The case that they were relying on, this Allison case, they were saying it's based on 5510, which is the New Mexico evidence rule. So I think that's just going to the straightforward discovery disclosure requirements under the state law. I mean, they're also making the Brady Giglio argument. I just think I don't think that they've met that burden at all. Because they're going to have to show that the bullets mean something, that they're exculpatory. And I mean, that's kind of always the problem you have with Brady Giglio, right? It hasn't been disclosed to you, so you don't know what value it has, but the burden is still on you to make that showing.
I agree with you about your interpretation of Brady. I think a lot of times what lawyers will do is they'll try and say, since the logic behind this rule is based on fairness, like in this case, therefore we have to interpret fairness any way we want. And that's what Brady's saying, even though Brady will use that logic to come to a certain rule, and that it's the rule itself which is what's applicable, not the basic logic of however some defense counsel wants to determine the word fairness. So I agree with you. I think it's only if it's exculpatory under Brady, and I think that they're looking to get a reading out of Brady that just isn't there.
By the way, just for the sake of clarity, Brady is a case that says that if it's exculpatory or has a tendency to lessen or suggest that you are not liable, that you have to turn it over. And Giglio is a case that says that applies to the police as well as the prosecution.
You need to do it, Martine. I need the box of evidence.
But it has to be relevant. If it doesn't have a tendency to make it less likely that you did the thing. So again, I'm back to, what does anything having to do with his shop have to matter? If the round didn't come from his shop, what does it matter?
What does it matter here? I wonder, did you guys mention this with Hannah Gutierrez and whether or not this was brought up in her case? Because I didn't hear this evidence in her case. Now that may have been because it was a motion in limine or a pretrial motion that I may have missed. But that's really damning. It's not exculpatory to Hannah, actually, if the state is to be believed. I'm just surprised why the state didn't just hand over the bullets anyway.
Have you all inspected this?
No, we have not yet. No.
Well, How do we want to do it? I want to look at it. Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first.
Get him.
Can I open this, Martine?
I like this judge in this
Anywhere?
case way more.
Like, not in the middle. I mean, up at the top? Oh. Anywhere's fine. Maybe you need gloves too. Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it.
Yes, with your unsterile scissors, go right ahead. Just commit to the bit of the
There's a
sterility.
separate area.
I'm going to have you. This
Now
is
touch your
unusual,
glasses, touch your hair,
but if you
touch
all don't
everything
mind,
before you
and
touch
if
those
there's any
bullets.
objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge,
Okay,
sure.
so I just need you to have some gloves.
Yeah, the contamination
We're gonna
theater
go
is
right there.
definitely one of my favorite parts of the trial.
And you all can approach too, so you don't have to.
We're going to do a little show and tell
I'm not
now.
asking questions yet, but I do. Can you move that thing?
Which of these rounds is not like the other? Which of these rounds
Please pull
doesn't
out
belong?
3 Starline brass 45 Colt. Just put the color. You need to refer to. You have your report.
I have my report.
Can I just say too, this is the downside of the state getting sucked into the Lally method here of doing the pre-Buttle case, because instead of me knowing as we sit here right now on day 3 what Alec Baldwin has supposedly done with this gun, which is the actual state's burden of proof, right? To prove that he negligently or handled it without due care or circumspection. I know absolutely nothing about that, but we are getting so caught up in this pre-butting what we think the defense is going to come out with to challenge the investigation and the ammunition and so forth, that we're now in this swamp here.
But they were right, Andrea. You
Yeah.
know, I told you day one it was going to be Seth Kenny.
Judge down there with gloves on. We're literally doing a hand inspection.
Yeah.
Pick around, any around.
Eric, what were you saying?
They were correct. The prosecution, when they pre-butted, were 100% accurate. They've been going after Seth Kenny and the ammunition the entire time.
That's
So-
fine, but let them do that. You don't have to do that in your case in chief. Let them do it and respond to make your case first. Because all this does is we're now in the middle of the case, and I still don't have a good impression yet over whether I should convict Alec Baldwin or not. Make your case up front. And at least, get me hooked on that before we start swimming around all of these other distractions here. Just from a structural standpoint, it makes no sense to me to go this way.
Andrea, why was this not turned over? It would have avoided all of this.
Everybody's talking over each other.
Hand sanitized table. Are we supposed to put down some butcher paper or something? I don't know.
Now he's raw handling his gloves with his bare hand. Danny, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What was that?
I was just agreeing with you. I just don't understand why they didn't go ahead and just produce it in the first place. It would have avoided all of this.
45 Colt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
This was really dumb on the part of the prosecution. They are wasting our time and resources.
Yeah.
Sorry, uncivil.
PHA 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
These three.
And 1 Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if we need the Winchester.
That one.
2 Winchester 45 Colt.
It's silver primer with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right, and then 10 Starline Brass 45 Colt. All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Or can you pick this up? Are you picking it up? That's my question.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this. Did Ziegler tested the rounds in the Halyna Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Halyna Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Halyna Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Halyna Gutierrez, on the rust set?
The Starline Brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll certainly allow some.
So that sounds a little different than what the state said, because this sounds like those look a lot like the rust bullets.
Sounds like the witness wasn't very sure, and I really hope that the jury heard that and was paying attention.
Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene of rough. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline Brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchens? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case that's under the rust investigation case number, you would agree with me there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well,
By
let me take a
who?
step back for a second, just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you? I apologize.
I'm a
not doing
crime
that.
scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect. Okay, CST Popple. When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice also. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes.
You took photos of it, right?
Yes.
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
Yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teske, right?
Yes.
Who was a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teske isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teske.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him
On
stating.
your oath.
Oh, he didn't, and now I don't recall. I don't like this witness anymore.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay. But he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchens, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
Visually matched.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenny. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teske was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenny.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition. And now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teske, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teske and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
And he was the one using the word evidence.
okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the evidence, the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said,
I would say I would neither confirm
and he said to you,
I'm just a jerk like that.
this ammunition was in Seth Kenny's possession. And you said Seth Kenny's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenny, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your...
That wasn't responsive.
I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP.
It sounded like she was speculating about what their SOP is.
There are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy.
She is so unsure. I didn't like her in the Hannah trial.
I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
And there's nothing
What
wrong
happened
with
during that
being
month?
uncertain.
CST Popple.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay.
Fairly honest is not a great way to
Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month. No.
Okay. Who was
She's
involved
getting very
in the
defensive.
word choice in this report?
Myself.
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in,
snarky.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through to present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So your, if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
I 100% agree with you, Andrea, with what you're saying earlier. Thank you.
After this occurred, did this cause you
The pre-butt.
did this cause you concern?
Yeah, this whole case is going to the weeds,
This was handled this way?
Yeah.
It did not.
and that's what he wants.
Yeah. This benefits the defense 100%. Well, I've totally changed my opinion now
And
on this
as I
being
asked you
exculpatory.
yesterday,
It's not
You
what
actually
Morrissey said.
when you were meeting with
It
Mr.
does
Teske,
visually match.
This is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchens. Probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchens. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the
She's being
two
snarky.
most critical items in this case from an evidentiary
Drop the
perspective are
attitude.
probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchens, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay. And then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
Okay. Here's this type of tone. Okay.
Were
That's his
you
way
in,
of saying to the jury,
the precinct?
don't
Yeah,
believe
they're
her. I
argumentative.
don't.
They're
the
argumentative
evidence
anyway. Of course, she's not going to say it's buried.
I think you said
That's your
yesterday
argument.
That your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchens?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Convenient.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teske believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started
Shady.
examination of you yesterday? How I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long
Oh,
statement?
come on.
You put
It's
it
not a
under
long
a different
statement.
case
She's
number.
trying to,
No.
like,
Yes,
No,
as I was
stop
instructed
playing
to
dumb.
do
She's
so.
just trying to win. Win at all costs.
look how
Finish
red her
up so that
face
Ms.
is.
Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will
I cut out in the tunnel. Is this in front of the
Past the
jury,
witness.
or is this
No.
on
No.
motion still? It's just
No,
on a
jury's
motion
out. This is the motion.
still. Okay.
In a moment. 1 second, Ron.
So I was wondering how they got her back on the stand. That makes sense.
Oh, and I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is you told Mr. Teske that you would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further.
What relief
He's
is
being
he
cagey.
seeking? What relief is he seeking in this
For the
motion?
record, that was
Dismissal.
Exhibit
Dismissal.
29 that showed the witness.
With prejudice.
All right, are we going to
Dismissal.
supplemental into evidence?
Yeah, it's not going to get dismissed.
Well,
on this.
somebody move it in.
Probably
I,
not.
I started the conversation. but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just marked as defense?
I think it's.
But
well,
Joe,
since
we
I
were
started it, are
talking
you okay
earlier
with
about how
court
they've
exhibit?
requested
That's
a
fine. I think it's-
adverse inference
Court
instruction
exhibit.
for withholding evidence, destroying evidence, etc.
They might get that.
So
And it is any
definitely
objection?
relating to that.
Yeah.
No,
Any-
Yeah.
So you
Certainly
can
not.
infer it goes against the state.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kenny on his way over. He'll be here any minute. I
Nice.
intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles. Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
At the end of the day, how would it exculpate Baldwin?
Yeah, that's still
The
what I'm
issue-
back to.
wherever these
going to his-
are.
I
Okay,
understand.
all right.
Yeah.
So,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
so but here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting
not
my
sure what it
witnesses over
matters.
here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
If they dismiss, your record
To
isn't
me,
going to
to
help
be
you very
quite
much.
honest. Is
No,
that
well, the point
yesterday,
is to win on appeal and
you
get it back.
want to do a written report.
Yeah.
You
Not
wanna
so much.
just give an
That's what they're
oral
all
I never
response.
saw
Guys, I want to hear the.
I've never seen these and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen them.
True.
until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Seems weird, like it may be dismissed, but I don't know if it's being dismissed on
Ms.
something
Popple-
specifically relevant to Baldwin. I'm confused.
I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teske is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teske, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around.
Oh,
for
please.
years. Okay.
Fair enough.
If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kenny provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no,
It's true. It came
Yeah.
from Teske, the father's friend.
Mm-hmm.
Why did
So
it
let
come
me
in
ask
after her
you,
trial?
Ms. Popple, if you buried it, How did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Oh,
Do you
That's a good
have
question
any
for
idea
Spyro.
when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No,
they
I
knew
do
that
not.
before we did.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but
That was
I'd like
actually
to
a
take
great
additional
question.
testimony.
It was
Yeah.
because you're saying we didn't know about it. We knew about it before the district attorney knew about it. So-
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you
I
looked at-
don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
right?
The point is that if there's a Brady violation,
Okay,
in theory, the case
So
is
you're
dismissed.
off
That's
the
the
witness
point.
stand. We're
Yeah.
gonna, do we
On a
want to leave
technical
these out
issue.
or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept. obviously.
Well, okay, well, so it'll be Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be reported to the, since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Courts 12.
Oh, that's right.
And,
What about the picture
my
about her
only
signaling?
question is, do you want
Did
them
that
back in
come
the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be, get to the courthouse so that we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes,
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag?
How about
That's
take a
all. That's my
picture?
question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll just put,
There we
we'll
go.
ask CST Popple to put it back, voucher, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay? I'm going to.
Well, if the
Can
judge
you
is
just
going
give
forward
us
with the
an
next
idea so that
witness,
we can be
she's not
prepared
granting the
for
motion
how
to
you
dismiss.
intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay, well,
witness.
you should be prepared to call him. So
Yeah,
we're going to
call him
do
now.
both, and I'm going to hear
Yeah,
both.
love it.
So
And
you're
we're
gonna do it
hear
in the
from these
presence of the
witnesses
jury.
Outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the
Oh,
jury?
you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually. I'm now thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to.
Oh, they're not going to hear.
motion
Okay.
hearing.
I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But but I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
Oh, good golly.
No,
Why do you need to approach?
I like
Yeah.
the solution. I like the solution. It's a
I
very
do too.
practical solution. So
Just-
she's keeping
Yeah.
the motion open. She thinks that some of Kenny's testimony will be helpful to the motion issue. He's coming on the stand anyway as a fact witness, and so she says, "Well, I'm just going to do it as a twofer. Since he's here already, you get to ask questions that you were going to ask anyway. Plus, you have to ask any questions that would have been helpful for the motion. So the facts come in that I need. The motion hearing is suspended while that testimony is happening. It will happen in front of the jury. They won't know which way. They won't know why it's happening, but part of it will be basically for my benefit." And so, you bring in that testimony, you can cross-examine on this issue through the witnesses that are on the stand. And basically, we're having a motion hearing kind of simultaneously while we're having the trial. I like this. It's a very practical solution.
Essentially, she's reserving judgment. That's
I like it.
It's really
It's
that simple.
very practical solution.
Yeah.
I don't know why she doesn't just say, "All right, judgment reserved. Let's go forward with the trial, and we'll review this after the relevant witnesses finish testifying."
Because it isn't just judgment reserved, because judgment reserved would strictly speaking imply like I've heard everything, but I need more time to think about it. So she's like, okay, this is actually still live, and we're kind of doing the hearing simultaneously with the trial, which is fun.
Yeah, we're making the record through the trial testimony.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's great. Sure, why not?
And
Yeah, boy, Morrissey, don't make representations of fact when you don't have personal knowledge. Hello, you're a defense lawyer. How have you not learned that lesson the hard way?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yikes.
And the practical problem, of course, is at this point the jury's sworn, which means jeopardy attaches.
Jeopardy has attached.
The only way that you can dismiss and bring this again would be for manifest necessity. And this would not qualify. So if it turns out that there's a Brady violation or a Giglio violation, like a normal remedy for that, if it were pre-trial, might be, okay, we're going to give a continuance. The trial will be later, so you can have more time to consider it or whatever. There'd be all kinds of remedies.
We're
now in the middle of trial. So if there's a Brady violation at this point, the only remedy is dismiss, and that means that case is gone.
Well, it's not the only remedy, and they could have a negative inference attached.
I guess.
Yeah, that's going to be the question, I think. Because I think part of that, too, is going to relate to how central is this to the state's case against Alec Baldwin anyway. Like, I can totally see why this is very much or should have been an issue for Hannah Gutierrez, the source of the live ammunition on the set. But unless it's got some hook to what Alec Baldwin knew or should have known, I don't know how it relates to his particular state of mind. Is he supposed to know who is providing the ammunition on set?
No matter how the ammunition got there or whatever it was, that doesn't affect his recklessness. Whether that ammunition came from Teske or Kenny or Gutierrez or some alien who dropped on the set and dropped bullets there. He knew whatever facts he knew, and none of that is relevant to him at all. It's highly relevant to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Maybe she can bring that up as far as an appealable issue and get some relief that way. Post-conviction, yeah. But
I don't know.
But
because
this
Baldwin, this is an ex-police officer, right? So
this is what we're saying. It's got no exculpatory elements. It's not helping him exculpate his guilt.
Well, this is why I think the adverse inference instruction is the right remedy for this, because go ahead and let the jury go ahead and hold it against the state. Say you can infer this is the ammo. This is the source of the ammo that went onto the rust set. What are you defense going to do with that in your argument? Like, go ahead and make whatever you want to out of that argument. I still don't see where it particularly helps him.
Do you think that this qualifies for the defense jury instructions to move forward like they are, though, Andrea? Because they are bringing up
not on the intent one.
Oh,
that's still I think a dream and a wish.
Yeah, not only do I think that's a very good reason for the defense to be proposing this instruction, I think there's a very good chance they'll get it.
Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah,
trial within a trial.
Yeah, exactly.
How about all of you guys too? I've got a poll on it, dismiss or not on my channel. And right now it's 71% saying no. I'd be curious what all the other channels we could, kind of compare, what all of our audiences think.
Dismissal is obviously such an extreme remedy because it's the end of the game. You would imagine the judge is going to look for any other solution. And if the Court of Appeals wants to, you know, say this should have been dismissed,
Yeah,
you know,
actually,
let them
I have
kick the can.
I have a poll up right now about whether Baldwin will testify. And it's 52-48 yes, thinking that he's going to testify at this point.
That would be dumb.
We all agree it would be dumb, but that doesn't mean he won't do it.
His mouth is what got him here to begin with, in my opinion.
You know, his mouth is likely to hang him. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to put that poll up also.
You wouldn't
I'll put
normally
up the
start.
poll.
You would normally do the analysis, but with Baldwin taking the stand, if he does, I'm suddenly wondering if I could do a harmless error analysis on the Brady. Like, yeah, it was a problem, but because you opened your big mouth and brought in so much evidence against you, it's like you don't get the benefit of the Brady.
That'd be awesome.
Well, it is an overwhelming untainted evidence test, isn't it? Like you look at what else is there, so don't blow it now, Alec. You don't want to give them the reason why you should have been convicted.
You don't want to give the Court of Appeals, but they're like, yeah, that's fine.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Tell Steve to bring the jury.
Well, the Seth Kenny testimony is going to be fired.
Well, this hearing was more fire than I anticipated for this morning, so I'm up.
Yeah, seriously.
This is on the record. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good.
Wait, you're going to call the jury and then have a break immediately?
Half an hour even. Okay.
It's odd. What are we doing?
Yeah, that is weird.
Okay.
So she's bringing them in to tell them they're taking a break.
Nice. She would make a great ventriloquist. Her mouth never moves. But I agree with your assessments. That's her. By and large, I like her rulings and her way for she's assessing the law. I think she could have more control over the courtroom. We should break down like different categories for being good or bad as a judge or as a attorney, to sort of break down like, you know, where strengths and weaknesses lie.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's someone, a fan in the background or something. Is that us or the court?
It could be me.
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah, if you could get that fan fixed, that'd be helpful, Joe.
Short of like replacing it, no, I can't. It's been going for like 4 days. I'm surprised you first noticed it today. That's what I'm wondering about. It's actually like nowhere.
So the Phillies playing a big game?
No, the Phillies just swept the Dodgers, and we made Ohtani look like, you know, just a rank amateur. It was freaking phenomenal. The Phillies are having like the best season ever in all of baseball this year. So, yeah,
awesome.
good.
I'll be a fanatic for the day.
I love me some Ohtani, but not against the Phils. I think he struck out like 6 times. Something like that. I mean, good stuff. Well, okay, so they're bringing the jury in.
All right, you may be seated. We're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry.
Wow. The day?
So change of plans.
Fluid. It's not something we predicted. Okay. So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow. Okay, I misunderstood
Monday.
something that's happening.
Yeah, she changed her mind
Been
at
a
the
longer
bench.
week than usual. Okay, so Monday, okay? So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
Quite a change of pace.
So what are we doing now? Just more motion hearing?
They're taking the break, and then, yeah, I think they're going to come back and do the evidence for the motion hearing.
I like the original plan. The original plan sounded good to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, who knows what Morrissey said? She's the one who wanted to approach.
Ms.
So
Popple, gather this while we're on
Judge
break.
called it audible.
We're just going to photograph it.
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure.
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
Okay. All right. I guess we're doing more testimony relating to the hearing now
yeah,
after the break.
maybe they just decided they wanted to, get the motion done before they make a final decision on the testimony or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So no idea what's happening now, basically, right?
Not really. I'm confused.
Yeah,
Is my mic,
we're in the dark because
Your
they
mic was on,
decided
by
at
the way.
sidebar.
is my mic better now, by the way?
Yeah, it's much better. Thank you.
All right. I'm glad I remembered it.
Joe, since you're back, I'm gonna pull up a couple of my super chats here because this one in particular is really calling you out from Britt. You got it, dude. Come on, man. You're a defense lawyer, man. Turn off the camera.
First of all, I'm not a defense lawyer. That's first and foremost. So, second of all, there's I had a hand on the steering wheel, not 10 and 2, but I had a hand on the steering wheel most of the time. But that's not why I went off camera. First I got a phone call and I was like, all right. So and then when I came back, I don't know. Eric started yelling at me saying, "Turn your camera off." I'm like, why?
You were it was just visuals. It was because we were getting the sun through your window and it was crazy distracting, but that's no big deal.
All right.
They're just busting your chops.
My
Joe,
balls
my chat's a
consider my
little
balls
about
well
that.
busted, okay?
I know a guy says Spyro might be a great Hollywood lawyer amongst the rich people, but he's not a good lawyer in reality. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm pretty impressed now.
Right now he's earning his money's worth.
Right now he's definitely.
Yeah, right now he's getting this issue, which I kind of think is ultimately a nothing issue, but he's getting more attention to this issue. So he's doing his job by his client.
Yeah.
He keeps coming back to this issue. It's not the first time he's argued for it, but he seems to be getting somewhere with it. So, hey, hats off, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about this guy's record. I know that he, has supposedly represented all these famous people. He's got a big client list and so forth. But, for me, if you're in private practice, it's different rule for public defender because I don't get to choose my cases. If I win at all, it's a little bit of a miracle. But with private counsel, there's a little bit more of a focus on your outcome as far as evaluating your performance. And so I don't really know what type of record he has for outcomes. It seems to me like my big complaint with him so far is just that he is very argumentative, and we're seeing it through the hearing and stuff. He asked the one question too many, like the witness is never going to concede to you, yes, we hid the evidence. Like, that. Come on, that. Like, why would you even ask that question? So it's objectionable, but Kerry isn't objecting. So, maybe it doesn't matter. It's just his way to get the jury to hear that.
So when we're breaking down categories for an attorney, what we've seen so far is he's far better in how he deals with a judge than he is with a jury. With a jury, he's sort of chaotic. He's all over the place. He's throwing out all sorts of crazy theories in his opening statement. But when he's got to argue a motion for a judge, that he can be far more effective as far as making his point and getting a judge to consider things that perhaps other attorneys would fail at. There are different areas where people are just stronger or weaker, and I think today we've seen him in his best element. And this is obviously very early. Well, with this very limited sampling that we have, but what we've seen so far, that's what he's shown to me at least. So.
And at least in terms of kind of judging things on the outcome, I'll admit too, like I've been kind of negative on him so far for being so finger pointy, at the prosecution. It can come across badly if you're not getting anything from it. It looks like you're being petty. It looks like you're being overly critical. It looks like you're potentially just trying to, muddy the waters and make everybody look bad. But boy, then when it lands, it sure does come across as effective. So I got to kind of revise my perspective of his strategy there of really criticizing the prosecution and trying to make something out of like discovery violations and hidden evidence and stuff like that, which is often just, I don't want to say routine, but I mean, there always is issues with delays in production and stuff gets misplaced. It's kind of expected and it's not the end of the world. So to treat it as a catastrophic thing can come across as a bit histrionic. But boy, if you can get one that lands, then never mind me. That's a good strategy then.
So shotgun theory, essentially.
Well, I don't know if it's a shotgun theory as much as it is stick with it, like commit to the bit. If that's going to be the angle that you take, that the prosecution, is unethical. They have been violating the rules. They are failing to disclose stuff that you have a right to build your defense around. Commit to it because you might very well get something that sticks. I got this one here, just a contribution for my next notepad. You guys, you don't know my system here, but I'm a copious note taker, and I have all of my little, my little
tabs. I'm impressed.
My tabs, yes, my little tabs and everything, so I can track it. I'm on.
Do we get to see it? Can we see what like I want to see a page of that.
Let's see if you can see.
Oh wow.
These are just. I kind of go through and try to track, and it's mainly so that when I go back after the fact to like watch the video, if there's something I want to clip out, something I want to double check or whatever, I can find where it is in relation to everything else. This is just like a trick I've learned from doing the appeals. You have a long ass record. You don't want to read it 50 times. I want to read it once and then know where to go back and find the stuff that matters. So anyway, a contribution to my notepad fund, because I go through quite a few of them over the course of a trial. We had we finished up with 18 legal pads that I went through for the Karen Reed trial. So
that's a lot of legal pads, man. Wow.
It is a lot of legal pads. Yes, indeed. So wow. Let me pull up Ezekiel Sanchez.
Give away his gifts or something.
There you go.
I haven't. So far, these are like my archive.
Make it a reward tier. Make a reward tier for subs. You give a high enough reward tier, and if you get that tier, you can get a notepad.
Get a copy of my notepad.
Another of my streams went yellow. So day one, yellow earlier, and then I got it on appeal. Now day one evening has gone yellow, demonetized, and I've just filed an appeal. So it looks like it's spreading the disease.
Yeah. So then Ezekiel, this is talking about the motion hearing, not a lawyer, but a layperson who could be a juror on a case like this. Sounds like the state is making a case for why this is 100% on Halyna Gutierrez and not Alec Baldwin with their argument on this. I mean, I just am not seeing the link to Alec's culpability here. And I don't know why the state has allowed themselves to be pulled into this fight. This is not their fight. I am seeing the state getting pummeled in the ring with this approach and not following the game plan. Like their game plan should have been go in and establish Alec Baldwin's culpability. Then let the defense raise their objections to it. Then go ahead and bat all that stuff down. But they fell into the lally trap. They think they know where the defense is going with the destruction of the evidence and just all of this muddying the waters. And so they're trying to get out ahead of it, but they haven't even established their basic hook yet for why what did Alec Baldwin do with the gun? I am still waiting to hear what did Alec Baldwin do with a gun that constitutes not acting with due care and circumspection.
Yep. This is a Hannah defense again. But the interesting thing about it, and Danny, I saw in your chat because I see all of these.
It's obvious it's Phil.
This is Stel Reed's ammo.
Yep.
And
that's why she doesn't want to testify here either.
Right. This is why this got produced after Hannah's trial was over. They did not bring this up prior.
That's
they brought
why
it after. Gee, I wonder why her father's best friend suddenly did it. So it is
why after the trial rather than before her trial?
That's my point, because it's hers.
Because it's her dad.
She was the source. She was the source of the ammo on the Rust set.
Yep. That's why. The only thing that I see it mattering at all here is the fact that it wasn't disclosed. And the fact that it's somehow new to the prosecutor today. I think that's why the judge said, hey, jury, go home for the weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday, because I think even the judge is a little bit surprised, taken aback, and saying, wait a second, Ms. Morrissey, Ms. Mouthy Morrissey, I'm not taking this today. I'm not buying your bull crap. I want to see the facts myself now, because it's clear to me that you have an agenda beyond what you're claiming you do, or at least maybe right now that's how it appears. So let's look at all the facts and evidence. Let me question these witnesses too, because apparently that's what I have to do.
Yeah.
And then I will render a verdict from there, and we'll find out whether or not, you're acting in the best interest of justice and not just to get a win here.
Can you guys give a TLDR for those people who came in late? Like a TLDR as to like what exactly happened with these bullets being turned in, coming in, who brought them in, why this raises suspicion. Because I sort of feel as if we hear testimony, we hear this person talking, we hear another person talking. There's different names between Kenney and Teske and being thrown around related to Gutierrez. Is it possible we can get like a 3-minute TLDR as to like what happened with the bullets being turned in?
Happen to have extensive notes. What they told us this morning.
Okay.
So the defense presented first. They said that on November 1st of 2021, this is right after the shooting, right within a few days, Seth Kenny is on the phone with Corporal Hancock, tells her where the live bullet came from, and he refers her to Teske, gets Teske in on this phone call. Teske says that Reed dropped off a bunch of live ammunition at his business, and that some of it could be a match. So then Teske sent a picture of 4 of the bullets to I think Hancock, who's in on this conversation. But Hancock doesn't otherwise do anything to preserve or get access to the ammunition that Teske has, that he is telling her, this is what I have in sending the photo of. So then 2 years later, in November of 2023, in the Hannah Gutierrez case, I believe, they're doing a pretrial interview of Teske. It's not clear to me that this is Hannah Gutierrez, but I think that it is, just from the context. And so in that case, Morrissey asked Teske specifically, do you still have the live ammo? He says, well, I have some, but I've been shooting it. Reiterated that Fell had dropped it off with him, but then picked some of it up and went with Seth Kenny to the set of this 1883 movie where they were doing the cowboy training, which is they're teaching actors how to shoot live ammunition with guns so that it helps the realism. The actor knows how that gun will actually react. So then he said that Seth Kenny took the leftovers basically back to his place, the PDQ, in the green ammo can. So Morrissey said he should preserve it and asked if he thought there was a potential for sabotage. And Teske said that Seth Kenny told him he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez-Reed fired, but he didn't want to piss off Reed. So then
Phel, right?
Reed. Right. Yeah. Okay. And so there basically is this motive of Sarah Zachary, Seth Kenny, these people are all supposedly mad at Hannah Gutierrez. They're texting with each other on set. So then Morrissey told
They're mad at her because of the shooting or other unrelated stuff?
No, this is preceding that. Yeah, preceding the shooting. And so Morrissey tells Teske, hold on to the ammo, but then she never came and got it. So then we fast forward March 6th, after the Hannah Gutierrez trial earlier this year, Teske shows up in Santa Fe, goes to the sheriff's office, delivers the live ammo, and then they put it under this different case number. They don't log it in as part of the Rust evidence. They create a whole separate case number and like incident for it, so that it is separately categorized. And so because of that, then when the defense is asking to inspect all of the ammunition relating to the Rust case, that stuff that Terry Teske turned over they don't get to inspect that. It's not brought out to them because it wasn't logged under the Rust cause number. So basically, like, fell aside. The defense is saying this is you burying it. Hannah Poppell is just basically saying, well, I just did what I was told. I was instructed to handle it that way. But it strikes me as shady. Yeah, it strikes me as shady. This is specifically coming in because they're saying it might have something to do with the Rust investigation. And then you separate it from the Rust investigation. I wanted a lot more about who told you to handle it this way, because I want to ask that person, why did you decide this needed to be handled that way?
I agree with you, by the way. It sounds shady, but it sounds shady with respect to their efforts to convict Gutierrez-Reed, not with respect to their efforts to convict Baldwin.
Except for, again, we got the little problem that those rounds did not come in until after her trial. So let's break it down, because I've known about the ammo for a long time. Seth Kenny has been talking about it too. He and Thel Reed's ammo. Thel Reed had this ammo. Seth Kenny got the gig for 1883. Seth Kenny, not anymore, but at that point, did all armor type of work for Tyler Sheridan. Tyler Sheridan does a show called Yellowstone, 1883.
1883 is another movie?
No, it's a TV series, Joe.
Okay,
it's a very, very popular TV series.
Okay.
Very popular.
All right.
Anyway, Seth Kenny handled all of that, and he was doing everything for Tyler Sheridan. And he asked Thel, he got Thel the gig because, look, Thel's getting up there in his years, and he's trying to keep him employed, right, and help him out. They were all friends. A lot of this is like a family breakdown in a weird way. But Seth was helping Thel out, brought Thel on to the gig for 1883. Thel brought the ammo. They were doing cowboy training for actors in that movie, where they would go off to go to a range. Here, boom, boom. This is how it feels. This is how you shoot, things like that. The ammo then went back, and as Morrissey just said in there, Thel lives like in a single wide trailer. I mean, he's not the richest guy on the planet, and asked Tony Teske to hold on to it. Tony Teske's like a family friend in Arizona of Thel Reed. He stored the ammo. Seth was saying all the way back then, I think the ammo may be that it came from Hannah.
It came from Hannah from this set of Rust.
No, to the set of Rust from her father's ammo. Because she liked to fire her weapons. And I have texts that talk about her, like, wanting to fire the weapons. It was also mentioned in the courtroom that it always ends in tears. Essentially, hold on. I can even.
So when she was coming on the set of Rust, and she's like, I want to go shooting with some of these cool old style weapons. Is that cool? And that's when she was told, no, that always ends in tears. Don't do that bad plan. But she perhaps may have ignored that warning, brought live bullets on the set, not to be like a pain in the ass or to be dangerous, but because she just wanted to pop off the guns with them.
She's an idiot.
For fun. Yeah, because she's reckless, because she's irresponsible.
She commingled them. I'm not going to say she even intentionally brought it onto the set, okay? Just she had her own gun. she liked to shoot her gun, and she had live ammo. She also was working as the armor. Somehow she brought them there, and there's, with her hand, different shots of her with the ammo. And I do think that is why. Why did the ammo not be introduced to the police until after, in the 3-year time span?
Mm-hmm.
Because it would help convict. One would think because it would help convict her.
Absolutely.
Right?
And her father, possibly. It could also have brought her father into the case.
Right.
Her father's up there in the years. Do you want him to get, held culpable if he supplied it or something?
So now you have to ask yourself what.
Them.
So I think what Eric's getting at, if I can just make your question, I think I can articulate your question as, why is the state now? What's their motivation to try and hide this evidence, bury this evidence, since this evidence is only coming to them after Gutierrez-Reed, and it can only help them go after Gutierrez-Reed, or exonerate Gutierrez-Reed. So since it's only relevant to that, what's their motivation to try burying it from Baldwin? Because even if they handed all this over to Baldwin, that's not going to help Baldwin. It's not going to be exculpatory. So what is their motivation to possibly try to bury this, and by putting it under some weird number?
I think they thought Tony Teske was full of shit.
They definitely did. I mean, she made that clear.
Yeah, I mean and they were wrong. I think that it appears that they were wrong. I don't know, and I really do want to see Seth's testimony on it, because he's going to be under the press here, and just because I talked to the guy, folks, doesn't mean that he's my best friend. Jesus. I talked to at least 2 other people, no, 3 other people, but 2 other people that would really surprise you.
How was Tony's birthday party? Info. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Kidding. I'm joking.
Jokes didn't work.
I made a joke, but you overtalked it. So go.
Danny.
I was just saying, I really appreciate the insider info, because now it's starting to come out. It's starting to make more sense why Hannah Gutierrez's case turned out the way that it did.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the closing argument in the Hannah Gutierrez case, that Carrie put forth, she has the pictures showing the evidence, tying it to Hannah. And that's why she deliberately asked those questions. Like, these rounds coming from Tony Teske and matching, does that not prove that it came from Hannah? Yes. Why do they double down on that?
Well, The problem I'm seeing here, it sounded like, so they're trying to trace ammunition that Thel Reed initially had to both Teske and to Seth Kenny. And they wanted to do that because if they can put it in Seth Kenny's hands, then they can say he was the source of it on set and not Hannah, or at least that's what they want to try to do. So that's why they sent them after the green ammo can, where everybody agreed his leftover ammo from that he got from Thel Reed, that's where it was. So then they went and got it, did the search warrant on it, and that particular ammunition didn't match. So that link from Thel Reed to Seth Kenny fell apart. But now you still have the link from Thel Reed to Terry Teske. And that's what we're talking about here. The stuff that he had originally stored with Terry, but then did not take onto the set of 1883. It had just stayed in his garage or whatever. And so if that can't be put in Seth Kenny's hands, I mean, we still don't have a complete answer then to, well, how did it get into Hannah Gutierrez's hands? But we can't put it with Seth Kenny. We can't shift it over into that direction.
But even if we can, I've said this for days. Let's say it is 100% from Seth Kenny. Does that make Alec Baldwin
any less
responsible for checking the? I mean, this is, and that's so confusing to me.
What Jordan's asking is the same question everyone is asking.
It doesn't necessarily. And I think that's why this, for purposes of this discovery motion, I think this is going to fail from a Brady Giglio standpoint because, yeah, you have to show that it's exculpatory. And even if, okay, it's not how Carrie Morrissey represented it, right? She's telling us factually it doesn't look like it. It's clearly not the same stuff. Well, if we just see it in court and it's the same thing, that's not correct. But it still has to relate to something that would cause Alec Baldwin to be convicted for purposes of that constitutional standard. What they're also arguing, though, is just that the New Mexico discovery rules are also applicable here, and that they are broader in the sense that they extend beyond just stuff that can be exculpatory. And also the potential remedy for a violation is a little bit different, because under New Mexico law, this case that they're talking about, they don't just consider, is this exculpatory? Would this cause you to not be convicted? They will also consider, well, did this affect, had you known this before, would this have changed how you presented your defense? Would you have, cross-examined people differently? Would you have handled it differently?
What's the name of that case? Do you have the name of
it?
It
Was State versus Allison is what he cited. We don't have the written briefs yet, I don't think. I'll check again to see if they've made it into the digital file. Yeah, okay, so here they are.
2000, which is State versus Allison.
Let's see. I'll try to get the site here.
At the rate we're going, I don't see this ending in 8 days if the trial goes through.
No way.
I'm like,
Yeah.
We've got a trial within the trial, literally. Yeah. And are we going to get Tony Teske to testify as well? Are we going to get Thel Reed to testify as well? Because because it seems to be this other case, which, by the way, I still don't know is relevant to Alec Baldwin. But if we're going to say, okay, the ammo chase case, that's a new thing.
It also occurred to me just now that by this no longer having testimony today, it obviously means Halyna Gutierrez-Reed is not testifying today.
Yeah.
And so if it was the defense's goal to try to buy time, for whatever reason they're trying to buy time, then they bought themselves the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Yeah. Well, strangely, the Ellison case is not cited in their brief. So
I have it here.
Okay.
Steel Manning says for $4.99, could the state bring in an armor from an old movie to demonstrate knowledge of safety standards? Yeah, that's exactly what I would do if I were the state, right? I would try to show because this all goes to the industry standards and industry practices and what is normal, which is going to be informative, at least, as to recklessness in terms of how people behave in a general way. So if as the state, I would be inclined to bring in armorers, not only from this set, but from other sets, would be like, yes, we tell the actors to check their own ammo, and this is how.
Well, they have one. It's Brian Carpenter,
and so
I think his name's Brian Carpenter.
Yeah, so yeah, I would absolutely do that.
But I don't know. Was he somebody that has worked with Alec Baldwin in the past, or is he just a generic expert that they're bringing in to say, yeah? I agree with Kurt that I think it would be helpful. It would be way better if you could get somebody who actually worked with him. It just makes the link a lot clearer.
Yeah, sure. I bring in a couple of them. If I were me.
If we take this out
I
for
think
a second.
This is pretty much the point that, yes, I think that they're getting at this point.
This is from State versus Allison, where it says the first question is whether the state breached a duty or intentionally deprived defendant of evidence. Defendant argues that the state was required to disclose any statement by defendant known to it, as well as any prior criminal record under Rule 5-501A. The state, which says that the state shall disclose or make available to the defendant.
Hold on, can you go back up? It says intentional? Is that relevant? Like in the sense that
that they didn't accidentally do it,
right? No, because Carrie Morrissey did seem confused when she saw the rounds. Like, oh shit! I mean, there was a bit of a scrambling.
We'll come back to
somebody's words. So,
we'll come back to the elements. Let's just focus on what it applies to. So it applies to number 3: any books, papers, documents, or copies or portions thereof which are within the possession, custody, or control of state, and which are material to the preparation of the defense. This is the key thing here that Spyro wants the judge to basically say they violated this, therefore the case must be dismissed because it's material to the preparation of defense. Now, you're correct that intent is they have to do it intentionally. If they breached a duty which I guess it could be even breach of duty or intentionally deprived. So if I'm not sure you have a duty without, I guess, well, whatever, it might have been negligently breaching a duty. So, but that for one reason or another, the state orchestrated things in a way that it hindered the ability of the defense to which was material to preparation of defense. So what really the yardstick that the judge probably needs to assess is, would this information, this whole story we just went through with where the bullets are traveling around between Seth Kenny, Fel Reed, Anna Gutierrez, and Tony Teske, is that material to your defense or not? And I think,
would that come into the whole, what are the actual charges?
Well,
in terms of Alec Baldwin, like, is this a side distraction? Which I know I've said it 2,000 times, but whatever.
I mean, they've been arguing that it would affect how they handled the witnesses, how they questioned the witnesses, that they think that this is potential impeachment evidence. So at least the sort of conclusory, without a lot of specifics, position they're taking is that, yes, it would have changed how we would have handled things. Now, if I'm the judge on this, I'm not taking your word for it. I want to know specifically, okay, well, then what question? Yes, what question would you have asked that you did not ask, that you could not have asked because you didn't have this particular information? I want it spelled out for me in quite a bit of detail. Like, what road would you have gone down with this from a defense standpoint? Because that's the only way I'm going to be able to tell if this is material or not. Precisely.
That's how you get the materiality. You don't get materiality unless it's something that, like, oh, this could have been a moment that they would have said, oh, I'm not trusting. And think of the witnesses who came up so far. Let's think about the ones who testified. You have two cops who were presenting their video evidence, which is what their primary objective were. You had this Marissa Poppell, whatever her name is,
Popple. Yeah.
The not lead investigator, definitely a CST worker for the state, who I mean, they just had her there right now. I don't know if you could still bring her back to impeach her, and that'd be another way to potentially remedy the situation. So you know what? If you had all these questions that you wanted to use to show that she has no credibility, that now you asked us this morning that has not yet been asked in front of a jury that you think can help impeach her, okay, so I'll let you bring her back and that'll remedy your situation. You can ask those questions then, destroy her credibility, and there's no harm to you to say that, because the remedy of dismissing the case is like a last resort if we cannot fix this whole thing. And therefore, I really would think anything else that came out of this would be a harmless error.
Would the jury instruction also be part of the remedy too? That yes, we will put that in for the jury to consider for the defense.
Probably. Well, I think give her the opportunity to question Popple, right? I mean, I wouldn't think so.
Well, the jury instruction is going to depend on. Let me pull it up here if I can find it real quick. It typically requires a showing of materiality as well. So those would kind of be related things. Let me hunt it down.
Shotgun Tennessee says, doesn't matter where the ammo came from. That's sort of the question we're trying to get to. Why does it matter where the ammo came from Baldwin's point of view? Unless Baldwin provided it himself. So unless Baldwin himself brought the ammo. But that's my saying. That's the only reason it would matter, right? Then that would suggest more intentionality. So if he didn't provide it, then I'm not sure why it matters where it came from for his point of view.
So here's the use note on the instruction, the adverse inference instruction. It says, for use upon a court's finding that the state breached a duty to preserve material evidence and the deprivation of evidence was prejudicial to the defendant, or upon a court's finding that the state acted with gross negligence in failing to collect material evidence.
Do you want to bring that up?
The materiality is going to be part of it.
Can you want to bring that up so we can actually look at that?
Let me... I have like 100 gazillion tabs going, so let me try.
And materiality is basically the same thing as relevance, right?
I mean, I would argue it might even be a little bit broader than relevance.
Okay.
Really?
It's this one right here.
I would argue it's narrower than relevance. I think if
Does
something can
that-
be relevant material to me means significant. Not just relevant, but significant. I actually think it'd be narrower than relevance. That's how I read material.
See what I just did there? Ask a question and get a little different answers.
Get completely different answers. Why do you think it's broader than relevance?
Because it's more than just it might have a tendency to make a fact more likely or less likely. It's that it has an actual impact on something.
So that's narrower. That's got to be. It's not all things that are relevant. It's only things that are relevant and significant.
No,
Seriously?
you're right. I think I just misspoke.
You were looking one way and thinking about that while answering.
Yeah.
the question. That's why I came out that way.
Guys, I'm putting the link in the private chat because it's not letting me share it for some reason.
Oh, I saw it.
If somebody else can pull it up.
Bring it where you just
you did?
Yeah, I saw it there.
Okay.
What?
All right. So it's this right here.
There you go.
Bigger?
Can you make it full width of the page?
Embiggen?
I'll see if I can embiggen. There we go.
There you go.
Scroll
Keep going.
Much bigger.
Like all the way across.
There
you go. Oh,
that's what she said.
Yeah. So yeah, the instruction itself doesn't refer to materiality, but it's this use note here that I was reading. Gross negligence. It's got to be material either way. So there's quite a lot of use notes on this. It all goes back to the Chouinard case, which is this came up during the firearm, the destructive testing. Yeah, and whether that was going to be, what the remedy essentially was for that, because you did find, it's a violation. It's just that it can be remedied by letting the state, basically bring it out. The state is going to have to, disclose the effect of the testing in its own case in chief. These are what they have to find. State breached some duty or intentionally deprived the defendant of evidence. The improperly suppressed evidence was material, and the suppression of this evidence prejudiced the defendant. This is kind of a tough standard.
Tough to meet or tough to get around?
Yeah, no, tough to meet. Prejudice is
so,
kind
too.
of always a bit of a tough standard to meet, because you can't just rely on, well, hypothetically things could have gone a little bit different. You got to be able to show this would have put a thumb on the scale.
Yeah, and a pretty significant one at that, especially as we're considering the remedy, as we're trying to escalate between different possible sanctions up to and including dismissal.
And you would think this would be a case which would be like on the DA's Rolodex as what they pull out all the time to help deal with issues like this.
Yeah. So this here is interesting, I think, because this is what this is how she handled it with respect to the firearm, the destructive testing. Your remedies, you have two options: exclude all of the evidence or admit it with full disclosure of the loss and its relevance and import. So I think the question is going to be, in this particular case, is that going to be adequate? Go ahead and bring it out. I mean, it seems like, Morrissey did make a very good point.
Are they back in court?
How did they cross-examine on this if they didn't know about it?
There's no jury. This is just part of their
they
jury's
dismissed the jury
gone.
for the day. They've gone home.
Wow. Now the bathroom break makes sense.
Yeah.
Bring them in, and then after bathroom break is
good thing we didn't shut down, right?
Yeah.
We'd all be scrambling. Oh my God.
No,
I think this is a good point too. It's 3 years later. I mean, it's such a muddy fact in all of this as well, because you got to hear from Teske to know how was this kept separate? Was it kept separate? I mean, he says he himself was shooting out of it. Was it being commingled with stuff? It's very, very messy.
Who else had access to it? Does it Joe Swanson tied in? That's off the record stuff, by the way. But
I think that Chugi's correct here, where he says that Tony Teske needs to testify.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't mean to take that one down that you had.
Oh no, that's okay. I mean, this is I think a legitimate question. If you believe there's no, I think it just comes down to, is that a reasonable belief?
Yeah, that's the question. in my mind.
If it's reasonable to believe that there's no live rounds on set, then I think, no, he couldn't be reckless. But if that's not a reasonable belief.
Yep. That for me is the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is an exciting day.
From a legal standpoint, it certainly is.
Well, it's more interesting than the witnesses.
Yeah.
Yesterday was
what a crazy case when the lawyers arguing is the most, it's the highlight. It's the exciting stuff. It was the same thing yesterday, right? The best part was that motion hearing.
Yep.
Mhm,
Where they're going
mhm.
back and forth over what part of his statements are gonna come in. The testimony itself has fallen so flat. It's been very uncompelling. I mean, I hate to keep coming back to this point, but it is. She's lallified this case. I don't know how she's managed to do that. I expected better from her, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, Lolly's a pretty low bar, so we'll give a little bit more credit than that.
Well, I like this because this is stuff that I can actually learn, and I think a lot of people from the audience, can learn as well. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know any of this, so this is getting to see the sausage being made a bit more, which I find kind of fascinating.
Yeah, no, this is why we're here. Frankly, I mean, this is the stuff where I think that legal analysis is that's most necessary, because most people watching this would just sit here being confused as to what's happening and why. So I don't know how people watching this on Law and Crime know what the hell is happening.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. That's why there's more viewers.
I was going to say, how many people are watching
That's why
on Law
we're
and
almost
Crime?
equal in viewers right now.
I find it mildly hilarious we're still doing a sidebar when there's no jury.
Yeah.
As like,
good point.
Who are we sidebarring to? It's like,
maybe because of the live stream. I don't know.
That's what it is.
Well, it's clearly the public is not to hear this. That's the only reason why we're doing this. So why is the public not hearing what's part of the trial process? I don't know. That never sits well with me.
Well, at least both attorneys are there though. So
yeah.
I mean, this could be like going to chambers.
Yeah, it could almost be like an ex parte discussion in chambers with a sworn in witness and the prosecution team and no one else. So, at least we don't have that scenario.
This is definitely, better than that. I don't know. They could be talking about logistics of a witness or something. I don't know.
But there's no reason not to do that on the record in open court. I don't know why they would need to hide that from us.
Oh, Joe, Lolly is the prosecutor in the Karen Reed trial, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. Lally,
I'm sitting here, and the reason they're laughing at me is because in the prior chat, I was like, "What WTF is Lolly?"
Yeah. So Kurt's saying he's a low bar. He is, in part because he would lally by us throughout the day. Your head would start to fall because he was so extremely repetitive on details that didn't matter at all, like what band was playing at the bar the night before, or the evening of the incident and all this type of stuff. But the reason I keep bringing him up here is because I was criticizing him for bringing what I called a pre-rebuttal case. He instead of holding his rebuttal for rebuttal, he put it all in his case in chief. And so it just really muddies the waters, because we're like 20 days into the trial and we still haven't heard a theory of like, how did this vehicle hit this man and kill him? We're just going around in circles, anticipating how the defense is going to challenge certain witnesses and like sort of trying to get out ahead of that, but not really effectively either. That's what I'm comparing to that part of the Lally stuff. I'm comparing Morrissey to here, because that's what I see her doing. She's doing the same pre-rebuttal type of strategy, where instead of waiting for the defense to put on their challenge to the state investigation and bring in Seth Kenny and just all of this other stuff, she's trying to get out ahead of it. And because of that, she has lost sight. Her eyes are off the ball. Your ball is, you need to show me that Alec Baldwin had a gun in his hand and he failed to act with due care and circumspection. That is your burden of proof. And we're not even close to that yet.
I think it's because it's a personal battle between her and the
Yeah.
other lawyers, and you've seen that. Like, you see how personally they smear each other, and I'm going to say both sides are doing it. But like literally, the whole guy who brought this motion has talked about this. We've seen a pattern of this behavior, and they always say, and you'll hear her say, "We've seen a pattern of this behavior with the defense," and they really are kind of nasty to each other, and I think some of that may be her stepping into that because of the personal slights that both are doing again.
Well, my read on her is she does seem extremely reactive. Like I'm seeing this even just in how she's handling the witnesses and stuff. Like like she's got to get the last word on points, even if these points don't matter. Like she takes it personally, and so just kind of has to respond to it. I don't think that's effective. I think that's how you get yourself in trouble. The defense is playing her. They are getting her to fight their fight.
I have a question for you guys. What do you think this means for the Hannah Reed case? I mean, even if,
Nothing.
Well, hold on, give me a second. So if, let's say that this is tossed on a technicality, which is what this would be. If at all this is tossed, it would be on the similar technicality.
Sure.
If this similar technicality would have affected Bowles' defense had they known, if this would have changed the Hannah Reed outcome, don't you think that wouldn't mean that her conviction would also be in jeopardy?
No, because this evidence that supposedly was hidden was after her trial. It was after.
But it doesn't
fact.
matter. If she, I think what Danny is getting at is that had they known this, had they had access to this for her trial, would that have changed the outcome of her trial? Because she then potentially has an argument, either one, my attorney is ineffective for not potentially following up on this, or if my attorney didn't know, we're in the same type of non-disclosure type of problem that Mr. Baldwin is bringing up. So I don't know enough about the case to know which hat it might fall in, but
what I'm saying, how could they disclose something that they were not, aware of?
Well, and I think that's what we're
Teske?
going to find out, Garrett.
Because
so maybe that's what we're waiting on, is to find out.
They were aware of. That's the point that Alec
there's no
Baldwin
way
is
they
making.
couldn't be aware.
They were aware of it. They never bothered to go and get it. That's what they're saying. And had they gone and got it back when they first learned about it in November of 2021, we could be in a different situation.
Okay, I'm confused on the facts, so maybe you can help me out, because what I understood was this guy who is a former police officer. So first question to my mind is, was he a police officer at the operative time?
Now? I'm just confused.
No.
Oh, you're talking about the first guy who testified, that former cop. Okay, I apologize. I was getting confused.
The cop who brought in the ammo box that we're talking about.
Tony Teske.
So that guy's a former cop. So question number one is, was he a cop at operative times? Because Brady and Giglio only applied to the government. So when did he become a former cop is question number one. And question
he wasn't their cop anyway. He wasn't their cop anyway, I don't think.
He's Arizona cop.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm not sure that even if they knew about it, they necessarily had an obligation under either Brady or Giglio.
They don't necessarily have an obligation under Brady or Giglio, but the issue is going to become, if this was material and he literally had to come and dump it on you because you would not go get it from him, that goes to your bias. That is showing your investigation. You were not interested in getting the truth. You already had your narrative. This could potentially disrupt it. So you just turned it the other way, and pretended you never heard it. He literally had to come from another state to take it to your sheriff's office, to hand it to you. That was the only way to get it acknowledged. And you still stuck it in evidence under a different case number to hide it away from this investigation.
Hold on, though. In November 2021, because they're talking about two different calls, they kept saying Seth Kenny called in November 2021. And there was the ammo can, not Troy Teske. I don't know.
Troy Teske, they said he was looped in on the call. That's what the defense said, was that during that November of 2021 call with Seth Kenny,
that was 2023 call, I think. Anyway, the dates are a little weird.
No,
I want to hit the
that's-
transcript to find that.
Specifically, he said in the November 1st, 2021 call, when Seth Kenny is on the phone with Corporal Hancock, he dials in Teske. He says he knows where the live bullet came from. And so he brings in Teske in on like a conference call. And that's when Teske said Reed dropped off a batch of live ammo at his business, sent the picture of the 4 bullets that he had. That was all from 2021.
Okay, so then here, I guess is the biggest question. If then that proves more conclusively that it came from Hannah, how does that help her trial?
Well, it's not necessarily that it may have come from Hannah, but I do think that the issue is, again, like Andrea was saying, if Bowles didn't even disclose this, right? If she didn't want to put her dad under the bus, if it turns out Bowles knew and didn't deal with this at all, she may be able to argue ineffective assistance of counsel. But then if Bowles could turn around and say, no, she didn't want to bring it in because she knew that might implicate her dad, in that case, it doesn't affect her. However, if both of them were unaware of this evidence, okay, even if it would potentially implicate her dad and the state could potentially go after her dad for some level of liability, even then, she could argue, look, we should have been unaware and you guys hid this from us. Does that make sense?
Yes. And by the way, random fool. Yes, I am following. We're saying that it's Estelle Reed's ammo, and we're saying it probably came through Hannah. A lot of people are trying to tie it to Seth.
Well, all of it came from
This
Hannah.
is the point,
No,
that's what this
Even
is
if she
making.
got it even if she got it from Seth Kenny, it all came through Hannah still. That doesn't change that fact. The problem is whether or not she was on proper notice, whether or not she was able to identify them, it would have changed a lot of the defense's arguments had they known of this information and had it been admitted. Because now you don't just have one source of live ammunition, one potential source of live ammunition. You may now potentially have 2. So there's some intervention there that I think she could have argued. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Andrea. Sorry.
Well, yeah, no, I was saying that the whole intervention, the Seth Kenny thing, I think the way that fell apart is that it doesn't change anything with respect to this particular evidence, right? If they had found these same bullets in Seth Kenny's green ammo can, okay, now that's a little bit of a different situation. You can argue he was the source of it and therefore he sabotaged the set because he was the source of the live ammo. But they can't do that. So you can still try to say he sabotaged the set. He just did it with, ammo that came from somebody somewhere else.
But he's the one, but you just said in your notes is he's the one who looped them in and said, I think I know where the ammo came from.
Yeah, he's the one that brought in Terry Teske.
And I can't remember if it's Tony or Troy, or I think it's Troy.
I thought it was Terry. I don't know. Yeah, I could have written it down wrong.
I
could
remember.
totally be wrong though, Eric. I mean, you could totally be right. I mean, at the end of the day, the judge may look at it and say it doesn't change a damn thing. And that could absolutely be the case. I'm just
By the way, what's
mentioning it
Stephen
because I
Baldwin
think-
using? Is that a hearing aid contraption?
Yeah.
I've been wondering.
I
about
think
that.
so.
He can't hear very well.
I got it wrong yesterday. The movie I was referencing was Reality Bites. It was Ethan Hawke. So apologize for that.
Wow, not even a Baldwin.
Yep, that was bad. But to be fair, come on, it's the 90s.
I do see a bit of a resemblance, I have to say.
Oh yeah. Again, Adam Baldwin's the good Baldwin.
Yeah, let's wrap up some of these chats before they come out of their little sidebar thing. Crazy Caveman, thank you so much for the I don't know who.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Crazy Caveman. I will be myself all the time. Thank you.
There you go. If the case against AB against Alec Baldwin, the actor, gets dismissed, could the state come back and charge Baldwin, the producer, for creating a dangerous work environment that led to death? The producer theory that wasn't allowed earlier. Great question, but double jeopardy attaches to the person and not for that act. And not if you come up with a new theory if you come up with a new theory for that act, that doesn't.
No,
you got him civilly, and they have already. He's had to settle a lot civilly, but
great question. Though.
Civilly, they can get him correct, or
they've been going after him civilly. I think they settled, didn't they? Didn't he settle?
Yeah,
it's not even Alec Baldwin the actor; it's Alec Baldwin the person, right? So that's the thing, right? You can't bring it against the person.
What about maybe they can go after him as Harlan Rust? That's still maybe we don't have on that yet. I don't know. Because apparently it's going to his lawyer. It's a whole different person.
Mhm. Yeah.
What does it matter if he was aware? If you're not aware, the speed limit changed from 75 to 30. You can still be found guilty for reckless driving. Yes. Well, no. The reason that's relevant here, I would say, is because recklessness shows that you have a state of mind as far as understanding the situation and acting reckless despite your knowledge of the situation. You can't be acting. Recklessness shows a certain state of mind. So what you know, it becomes relevant in that context. If you have no way of knowing information, if you're driving at 50 miles an hour and you're on a highway, that's not reckless. If you're in a school zone, it is reckless. Which, by the way, I'm glad I came up with the idea of a school zone yesterday when we were talking about the analogy of a car and waving a gun around. You said it's like driving 70 miles directly at someone. And I said yesterday, I was like, that analogy doesn't really sit well with me. And the reason it doesn't sit well with me is because if you're driving 70 miles at someone, it means they necessarily will be injured, as opposed to waving a gun at somebody does not mean it's going to go off and that they will be injured. I think the best analogy, if we're going to come up with a car analogy to this recklessness with a gun, is perhaps excessive speeding in a school zone, like in a school parking lot. Right. So, there's a lot of people jumping in and out, and you're driving 60 miles an hour through that parking lot. You may not hurt someone, but the chances of harming someone are really high that most of us would say that's pretty reckless. So
I like that. I like that, Joe. I'll buy that.
Yeah. So,
Have you recently said, "Hold my beer"? If so, you're about to behave recklessly.
Okay. It took a second. We realized you were going there. That was pretty good. Yeah. So I think that covers all the questions. Where do you guys think is going to be the upshot of her after now? Now we looked at the law, right? We looked at the law that the state will want them to look at, which is that Schwino case, the Schweider case or whatever. And then we looked at the law. We heard from the defense what they want. Do we have any anticipation for what direction the judge is likely to end up here?
I have no idea. Personally, the judge seems extremely troubled. Like she has no idea at this point.
I think we're going to get an instruction to allow for an argument of prosecutorial misconduct. I don't think this judge wants to come back on this again.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that the judge is developing the record to give the Court of Appeals more information. So that's always nice.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the judge is at this point. She is clearly troubled by it, but there's just still a lot factually that's not clear. When did this first come to the state's attention? When did it first come to the defense's attention? Who was responsible for saying we're going to put this in a separate? What was the reasoning for that? All of those types of things are going to have a bearing on, was this willful? And, in light of that too, what's the appropriate remedy? If the defense already knew about this anyway, then it's kind of hard for them to also stand there and say, well, our defense was impaired by it, So there's just still details that I think need to be fleshed out.
And that's your friend. Where Nate is going. Yeah, that's exactly where Nate is going. That if it's not exculpatory, it might be relevant, but it's not something that is going to be, you're going to get the Brady win, so to speak.
Yeah.
Joe,
it doesn't.
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. Do you guys think that he could be offered a plea deal at this point and could take it? Because I think it's interesting. He's spending time with his wife in the gallery. Both attorneys are looking. I'm just wondering, do you think they could come to a deal right now?
Oh, you think this case might wrap up right here?
I'm just asking, because if so, that'd be good for everybody.
The question would be, what's the deal, right? He already, as far as we know, had the negligent use of a firearm on the table, or at least Morrissey has said she made everybody the same offer. Halls is the only one who took it. That's what he got convicted of.
What was his offer? What did he get?
Halls? He got immunity, I thought.
He pled guilty to negligent use of a firearm, and he just got probation. He got like a 6-month probation sentence.
I think that
sounds
might
like a reasonable deal.
I think what might end up happening is if she offers a no jail time and Spiro is feeling generous, he might take it. I think it's just going to depend on how the judge rules today. If the judge says, yeah, you can argue, prosecutorial misconduct, if the prosecutor then goes to the defense, do you think there's a chance they might sign a deal now to say, look, we'll plead to a lesser offense and no jail time, and let's call it a wrap. Let's call it a day.
Well, they rescinded the Dave Hall offer. Apparently, they gave him the same offer as Dave Hall.
Yeah, they gave him the same
But
offer.
they
and he
rescinded
didn't
it.
take it.
Of course,
But
they
they
rescinded it.
Well, he didn't. I guess he didn't respond quick enough for them, and they rescinded it.
I don't blame them. I don't know why. I think it was ridiculously generous. I don't think that Baldwin has any hand in this situation of like if he. When you were saying that if he feels generous, I was like, I don't know if he feels generous. I can't imagine them offering that. I think that's
Well, and part of the wrinkle in all this too is, bear in mind, the defense is already asking for that as a lesser included, right? So they in their minds, they already have this on the table as a potential outcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're asking for a lesser included, but I think there's a complication because I believe that's a felony. And if it is a felony, then that might inhibit his ability to travel to other countries.
Travel, absolutely.
Which would be a potential problem as an actor. So
sure.
Yeah, so that might be a counter consideration for him.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose there's plenty of acting gigs within the United States, but you have to be cautious.
I don't know what misdemeanors there could potentially be on the table. I mean, I'd have to think there's something.
Yeah, get this down to a misdemeanor.
All right, Nate's going to jump in.
Yay!
Yay!
who?
Nate. that the ghost. Coming from an airplane or Cancun.
All right, I'm going to look up New Mexico statutes right now just to get an idea. Maybe an assault or something?
I think it would just be a criminal negligence. Maybe,
Of a firearm, of handling a firearm.
Of a
If he got
firearm,
the
yeah.
Same Dave Hall's
Negligent handling
deal.
or something.
Because remember, he got a sentence suspended. What was it, like a 1 year sentence suspended?
I heard a beep.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's sorry.
I think we
There's
both hit
Nate.
the ad button at the same time.
Yeah, we did. We're both so happy to see Nate. It's like,
Oh, I'm happy to see everybody too, even though I'm in the airport. My flight being delayed, so.
You coming back to the homeland?
Yes, I should be there in 3 hours, it looks like.
All right.
And the airport, the whole entire airport has no AC, so it's kind of crazy.
Ooh, okay. That's exciting.
I just saw this chat, by the way, and that is funny. There was an article about Alec Baldwin's reality TV series. Remember that is on now? Apparently, they're already planning for him to be in prison potentially. They're like, well, we'll roll with it. So I could just see this week's episode. Hilaria and the kids on their kooky adventures go visit Alec in prison. How do you get 8 or 7 kids in?
Are they anticipating that they're going to allow the film crew and the director into the
I don't
prison?
know, but they
'Cause
could
I'm
take
like, I
them
don't
all
think
the
that's
way
gonna happen.
there and drop them off, and then she goes in. What happened? Oh. I'm just saying.
I think if he was smart though, he would take the plea. The plea is a misdemeanor. Usually you get 6 months, be a good boy, and it's all gone. So
Yeah, if you get a misdemeanor plea, I'd take it.
I was going to say, if the wrinkle is the felony, the negligent use of a deadly weapon is a petty misdemeanor. So that takes that concern
Take it
off
and
the table.
run. Take it and run. It's a good deal.
Yeah, most states have conditional discharges anyway, which meaning after 6 months to a year, it's gone from your record as long as you don't get in trouble again. So, and I don't think Alec Baldwin's going to be getting arrested again anytime soon.
Well, you never know what the paparazzi might do to him.
Yeah, because even in the Halyna Gutierrez-Reed case, I remember her defense lawyers mentioning the possibility that the judge, there's some sort of thing where they can basically say no jail time. There's some sort of category for that.
Yeah,
So-
but the judge wasn't having that one.
She wasn't thrilled with that option.
No, she was like, I want to be sure that this person never handles a firearm again. I think she explicitly said.
I might have missed why, because I heard the early discussion. Maybe I missed it. Why would this firearm issue with this guy coming to why would that be Brady? I understand it's relevant.
I don't
and
know.
I understand you may get a negative inference, but I don't see Brady because it doesn't show that he's innocent of the crime.
No, we agree on that, Nate. I don't think anybody thinks it's Brady. The issue is going to be under the New Mexico discovery discovery disclosure requirements, the duty to turn over any tangible evidence that might be material to the preparation for the defense. They would have to show that it's exculpatory for it to fit Brady or Giglio, and I don't think they're there.
So the best you can get is a negative inference, because even if it's a dismissal right now, you got a sworn jury. So you're talking about dismissal with prejudice and double jeopardy attached. So.
Yeah, well, and so that's why they're relying on this case where, dismissal was a remedy. They basically said because you can't give a continuance at this point in time, so obviously that's not an adequate remedy. If it has hamstrung the defense in some way that makes it unfair, then dismissal would be appropriate.
Yeah.
That's why I think them putting on a showing of exactly what would this mean to the defense is pretty critical if the judge is going to make that conclusion that the dismissal is the appropriate remedy, because the state would appeal that.
Yeah, because this is going to be, what is it going to be? An all true, right? If everything they're saying is true, would that tend to show that he was essentially? But I don't think we get there. But we'll see, because again.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems unlikely, I think, but you just never know. But all of this running around and the whisper, boy, this sure does look a lot like last-minute plea discussions.
Yeah.
Sure does look like that.
This is exactly
Okay, I'm
how
glad
it
I'm not
goes.
crazy, because that's why I brought it up. I was like, everybody's looking pretty happy. He's sitting with his wife.
Oh, wow. He is getting a plea. You're right. He got a plea.
See, I freaking called it, bro.
He got a plea.
They're working on the paperwork.
Everybody's standing up. Everybody's hugging. I freaking called it.
Well, Danny called it, so all credit.
Well, you know what?
They can't plead. I have a whole week of schedule left for this. They can't plead.
Well,
if you think about it, this is the best time to get a plea. The defense has
Like,
been
he's
kind of
looking
hamstrung
way
with
too
those
cozy
previous
and
arguments.
Wow, you're
Yeah.
so
The
faint,
defense-
Nate.
the defense-
We got to turn your mic up. No, it's try to move your microphone near you. I keep turning you all the way up, and it keeps getting switched to automatic adjustment volume.
All right, sorry, my mic is. Can you hear me now? I gotta talk louder.
Sorry,
you will
Nate,
have to talk
probably
louder.
because I started yelling. It's so like when you see both the prosecutor and the state smiling, everybody looks more relaxed. Their shoulders are up here, they go down, and then you're looking over at the judge, and the judge isn't looking at piles of paperwork. She's kind of looking over and waiting for boxes to come in. You're going, okay, yeah, they've reached some kind of deal. I really hope I'm right, and I didn't just pre-celebrate.
No.
But-
No, because I think it's a fair read, because yesterday the defense lost a major with all those statements coming in, and today the state is looking at a dismissal, maybe possibly on Brady. So I'm thinking both sides are like, we just cut our losses and both save some face, get them the misdemeanor, and just get the hell out of here. That just makes sense for both sides, or you lose everything. There's a penalty, both sides can lose everything now. So.
Yep. Well,
By the way,
and it's
Nate,
embarrassing to the state if it is just prosecutorial misconduct and it looks like the judge was inclined to allow that, the state doesn't want that on their record. They don't want this to be nationally televised, that their prosecutor hid, possibly exculpatory evidence from the defense or hid evidence at all just to be a Karen, right? That looks bad on the state. So, yeah.
By the way, Nate, while we've got you on here, just as a personal favor, as my lawyer, you can confirm with a lot of people. Do I have other sources that are pretty highly placed other than Seth Kenny, and you do know who they are?
Well, I don't know if you want me to break. Well, it's your privilege to break, but absolutely, yes, that's absolutely true.
And I don't know. I am curious to all of you. I don't know what the privilege is or whatever. I'm thinking that after this plea is done or not done, if the results are done, maybe I can reveal at that point. I just didn't want to have anything ahead of time. But what are your opinions on that, especially?
I think it's all about your journalistic integrity at that point. If you have, because I don't think anything's legally preventing you from.
No, it's not preventing me now. But I just don't want
to. Journalistic privilege, to the extent it exists, is for the journalist. So it would be your privilege to the extent it exists to waive or not.
Well, I could confess that it kind of sucks that I could get a lot more mileage if I was able to share information.
Well, By the way, just want to spend a moment to say thank you to the 4,000 plus that are currently watching us across the various channels that we're broadcasting to. We really do appreciate you tuning in and spending some time with us. It makes it much more rewarding for us to have all this wonderful interaction. And I hope that this will be a template for us for the future, that we can do this again, because I think it's worked out reasonably well.
Yeah,
it has.
I think so.
It has. No, I think it's been good dialogue. Like
we didn't kill each other, so hey, that's plus.
that's true. But I'm
and
saying
it helps that not everybody can be here all the time, and that's a really great factor.
It helps flesh out different legal questions that each of us may have, or thoughts that we have as to, like, what's a logical approach, what's different legal arguments. I think it's definitely been a good.
This has also been perhaps the most, what would be the correct verbiage for this? The most dynamic in terms of our various opinions about different legal principles, about whether certain things apply or how we feel about the facts or the relevant law. So this has had perhaps the more a broader spectrum of opinion. It seems to me, typically when we come on these streams, we wind up being basically in the same place, but at least now we're more dynamic than typical.
Well, and I think it is particularly fun with a case like this, where I think there is a lot more just room to interpret the facts and how they apply in this particular situation. Because there are opinions all over on this one. You know, some people obviously very adamant that you never point a gun at somebody and pull the trigger under any circumstances. Other people very adamant there's special circumstances here because this is a movie set and all the protections and stuff like that. It does. I mean, this is what makes certain kinds of trials and certain kinds of criminal cases hard. So having other views and perspectives to be able to bounce it off of, I find very helpful to try to get into the mind of how the jury is going to be processing this as well.
You know, it's interesting, by the way, you talk about, you guys had me put up a poll earlier about the Brady violation warranting dismissal, and whether right now I'm almost at a third saying yes, it should be dismissed for Brady violation, 32-68. Perhaps this is shaking the DA that there really could be a problem. I mean, if it's this highly reflective, even though I wouldn't think this is a Brady violation that should do it, a full third of my panel, of my audience here, with 680 people voting and 32%. I mean, it's almost a full third. So that maybe they are scared. Maybe they are scared that this case can up in smoke.
I believe it was Andrea's
9%
point.
on mine.
Yeah, I believe it was Andrea's point, who's basically, this is a bigger PR problem than a legal problem, because even if they can win on the law, that doesn't look good with evidence potentially not being handled over.
That's what Danny said.
That was Danny's point. I misattributed.
Okay,
All apologies.
Everyone always overlooks the blonde one.
Oh,
the state has a lot to provide here, and it's not only that. I don't think that they want to risk this going back to Hannah's case too. So if they can just drop it right here, right now, and not have to deal with this, and not have to give Hannah any ammunition to bring this back to court again, I think that they're in good shape.
And assuming our speculation is accurate, this is a great reflection on Spyro, that he basically won this case for him.
Yeah,
I can tell you this: the sticking point for any deal is going to be whether you allow Baldwin to appeal, because I think he's going to say, "Well, I still want to appeal, even though I'll take the deal." And that's usually the sticking point with a
yeah, you can't do that.
Very
no.
Very, who has that thing. Some people get away with it, because I've had a couple of cases that got it. Well, of course you can appeal.
Appeal on what?
God, you're so fake, Nate.
They may want to. Again, it's one of those sticking points where we'll wrap it all up in a deal and you can't appeal, versus we'll wrap it all up and you can appeal. So,
well, appeals are almost always going to be a waiver, or a plea deal is almost always going to be a waiver of the right to appeal. I mean, I don't even know what he would be trying to hold out to appeal at this point. Like what ruling? What one is he so hung up on? The dismissal of the indictment, maybe.
I'm thinking, if you're talking about we got a live Brady violation, maybe they may be thinking, well, hey, we may still have this, because I think his arrogance may get him to that point where, I still want to have some chance at vindication.
I need to be right. Yeah.
I also think it's worth noting, to the extent that this is a factor that has somewhat been true of the prosecution relating to this case, more generally speaking, because if you remember, there was an indictment before that originally was dropped, And in the long ago, in the far away, that went through what, 3 different prosecutors, some of whom were conflicted out and didn't remove themselves from the case, and there were problems even in the grand jury and issues like that. So there were issues in the previous iteration of this case, the prior indictment. So I suppose it's perhaps no surprise that there are continuing issues. So yeah.
The answer to your question, straight shot, the best we can answer is perhaps this motion is scaring the DA into thinking that they need to give him the plea deal.
Court will return at 1:45 p.m. Eastern. So that's in, boy, I have a hard time doing math in my head. That's in an hour and 15 minutes.
No, 1:45 Eastern is in 15
minutes. It's 15?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You said the jury's gone for the day.
They might bring them back.
The jury's gone for the day.
If
they wouldn't bring them back. They just call and be like, yeah, don't come on Monday. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I want to imply that it's the deal. I think. I just thought I'm looking at his feed. He's saying everyone is hugging. The atmosphere seems very lighthearted in court. Alec makes a joke, and one of the court personnel laughs out loud. During the break, Baldwin's seen talking to court personnel. He seems happy.
And
the prosecution's table is empty. Are they typing up paperwork for the defendant to sign?
Yeah.
So anyway, I just wanted to tell you
That's
that.
what it all sounds like. Yeah.
It's a deal. The prosecutor had to be backed into a corner, but they dealt this out.
Yeah.
Misdemeanor.
I'm like this comment because I do wonder if, this could have also been, a factor in what's going on with the back and forth. And
I'm not breaking 100,000 before this stupid trial ends. Damn it.
Also, poor Hannah. She was going to have her moment on the stand. It was going to be her moment to bring her start. And now she doesn't get the spotlight on her. Hannah just cannot win.
I'm at 99,625. I'm never going to get 375.
There are 4,000 of you watching this channel. Okay, I need you to go over to Good Logic's channel and hit the subscribe button. He deserves it. Let's get him over that 100K.
Yeah,
do it now.
And subscribe with everybody else too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
I mean, this
is not at all a one man or one woman show. This is a group effort.
I don't mind giving you an extra little love, though. You've been on this bubble for such a while at this point. I figure you deserve the extra kick, so that's fine.
Gosh.
It is always hard to get over those last numbers, though.
Yeah.
10,000. We've all suffered
Do
through
it
it
now.
now. Unfortunately, it just is.
And thank you to all of our new subscribers too, who have gone out there and reached out to all of the channels and subscribed. It really does help us a ton. I just hope that in the plea deal that there's a requirement that he has to go on like a national tour or film a couple of videos like Sarah McLachlan style. Only you can prevent gun violence. Like that's what I need to hear. I need to hear follow basic gun safety. That's all I want. If that's in the deal, then justice has been served.
I want to see a Johnny Depp Amber Heard style, like, hostage, being held hostage with guns to their heads. Pet laws are very serious. Handling guns are very serious. New Mexico takes these laws very, very seriously. Please make sure you handle gun responsibly.
This plea deal is going to be simply no jail time. He pays the fine, and a certain amount of time it'll be wiped from his record. He's going to
probation, blah blah blah.
I made a mistake. And then he's going to come on TV and say, I felt I should take some responsibility, and now he's going to go walk back into the sunlight.
Who does he do the part 2 interview with? Does he go back to George, or who do we think he's going
goes
to?
Back to George, and he says, see, I told you guys
I was right.
Nothing. I'm completely innocent. This guy hasn't learned a freaking lesson.
I hope he just shuts up and moves on. I mean, come on.
It'd be nice, but I doubt it.
This is Alec Baldwin. He is not going to shut up and move on. There's zero chance of that.
But I'll say this is a win. This is definitely a win for Alec Baldwin. It's a win for everybody.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think it's more of a win for Alec Baldwin.
Well, and I wanted to ask too, because I vaguely remember, and I'm wondering if any of you remember from the pretrial, the stuff that was going on pretrial. I kind of vaguely remember that there had been some issue with a plea offer, and that it had to do with I think the circumstances of the dismissal and then the refiling and the offer had been out there, but then the prosecution got mad about the argument that the defense raised or something like that. So then they yanked it off the table before the deadline had expired or something like that. Am I making that up in my mind, or is that a thing that happened?
Sounds right. Yeah, I don't know about the yanking. I don't know if they yanked it off the table before the deadline, but there was an offer at one point.
And don't forget the original charge was enhanced with the gun violation. So I'm assuming the plea deal wouldn't be the same. It would be maybe he would have to serve something because of the
The New Mexico legislature also messed up, just to add to the pile, because there was this 3-month window in the law where there was this gap. This should have been a 5-year mandatory minimum for the firearms enhancement, but New Mexico legislature also messed up, and they accidentally passed a law that didn't have the enhancement, and then they noticed that they passed the correction 4 months later.
But even then,
happened to happen just in that gap. He got lucky.
Well, hold on, no, but even the original law that they did have, Kurt, the person had to feel under duress. And that was the problem. The enhancement didn't work because she was never under duress. Is it the craziest?
The enhancement didn't work because the enhancement wasn't in effect in the law.
They had a previous enhancement, though. They had a previous enhancement that didn't work because it had to involve the duress or whatever. She had to feel threatened. Well, this is the one time in the world that a gun was being pointed at somebody and she didn't feel threatened.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough.
This is just such a damn shame for the victim. I mean, and frankly, for the public appearance and the way our court system works, they're going to look at this. Anybody who hasn't been following this closely is going to look at this and feel Alec Baldwin got away with murder. A lot of people will. A lot of people will look at this and say, wait a second, where's the justice for the victim here? Because there was definitely criminal negligence involved. The question is,
two people have been convicted already.
One person has, yeah. I'm just saying they're going to say.
And if he takes a plea deal, even if it is to a misdemeanor, I mean, he's not getting off scot-free. It is a sanction. He is taking some responsibility. I think it's, as a defense lawyer, I'm very cognizant of the fact that some people will never be satisfied, right? No matter how petty the crime is, it deserves life in prison, if not the death penalty. There's
check this out.
Conditional discharge. Okay, that makes sense.
Then I called it. Of course, any misdemeanor, you're going to get a conditional discharge. And
that makes sense.
He saw conditional discharge.
God, Nate, you got to change up. I can't hear you. It's killing me. Can you take off your headphones and just talk on the phone? Maybe I don't know.
So that might, in some ways, be a little bit better for this state than just a plea to the misdemeanor, at least unless somebody knows more about the law than I do. But it looks like the conditional discharge is applicable to felonies.
What is a conditional discharge for everyone?
All right.
So the condition.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Much better.
A conditional discharge is when you plead. In most states, they do it for misdemeanors only. But if you plead to some states, when you plead to low-level felonies, what they'll say is that it's going to be a conditional discharge in terms of you're going to plead guilty, you're going to be sentenced, and if for, let's say, a term of 6 months, you don't do any other crimes and you're a good boy, then what we'll do is we're going to remove that from your record, so it's like you weren't even convicted before.
It's like a plea in advance.
Discharge is.
Yeah, it's a plea advance. That's exactly what it is.
I found the statute. It says if a person has not previously been convicted of a felony, is found guilty of a crime the court may, without entering an adjudication of guilt, enter a conditional discharge order and place the person on probation on terms and conditions authorized by different statute. If a person violates any of the conditions of probation, the court may enter an adjudication of guilt and proceed as otherwise conditioned, otherwise provided by law. And all it says is no conditional discharge order for a person found guilty of a DUI. That's the only thing in this statute that says you can't get a conditional discharge for.
Wow, New Mexico effed up. You want to talk about special treatment for special people? I could see that being utilized, not just in this case, but New Mexico had a problem with their politicians going to visit a certain ranch in their state and being potentially liable for some criminal penalties there too.
Come on, that would be cool, guys. Let's get them to 100K. That'll give us something to celebrate as the content goes away.
Yeah.
Seriously. No,
Wow.
keep the thing
it
up
there.
there.
Keep it there.
So
You'll see the number.
Yeah, I mean,
I know my fans. You'll see it goes 665. That's what happens.
Probably.
That's what happens.
Well, you have smartasses in your audience.
I do.
I can see your own people deliberately doing that.
Yeah. No, every time I pull it up on stream, the number goes backwards. It's kind of a funny thing. But yeah. Whew. Told you.
I think about the whole justice part about this. I think this is, to be honest with you, I think this is pretty much justice. I don't think you don't have justice here. The person who put the bullets in the gun, she's convicted. She's going to jail. Dave Holmes was supervised. He's pleaded guilty to something. And the person who actually had the gun in his hand, he's now pleading to something. So I think you kind of quit everybody. And now, and going forward in New Mexico, they're going to be more careful with doing this. Halyna Hutchens' family got paid, so I think you got a lot of justice here.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
I kind of disagree. I don't like Alec Baldwin though. So I
Yeah,
mean,
that's a
I've got to
personal
be
thing.
honest. I have some bias here. I'm like, look, the guy was rushing everybody. He was a prosecutor or he was a producer. We don't know the extent of all of his duties, but it looked really clear to me, and especially based on the statements he made yesterday to other people and his wife made, it looked like he had a lot more control over that set than people let on, and certainly more than what his defense would let on. And I think that he created an unjustifiable, unsafe environment and continued to film knowing what he knew. To me, that is disgusting. So I have no.
Well, continuing to film, you see, on that, I understand why you would, that feels gross. But if you're Halyna Hutchens' family, you want them to continue to film. You want them to have money. You want them to have asset that you can actually collect.
No, I mean when they figure out their shit, right? So like, let's say they bring in a new film crew, they set up new safety protocols, they get themselves, a better armor because they say clearly this hasn't been working. We need to get a new one because we're losing staff. Let's address the safety issues that staff has raised to us that made them walk off the set. Yeah. So I agree with you, Joe. They definitely want to make money. Don't disagree at all.
Right. And it always feels gross, but that it is the reality of the situation. You can only get money from someone who has money. So you want them to be earning. So at the end of the day,
he's lost a lot of money, guys. I mean, Baldwin has paid out a lot of money.
Good.
I'll tell you this. They're talking about
as he should.
No, I know.
And
but I'm just saying,
if he pleads guilty to a criminal offense, he will pay out more on the rest that are still out there.
My first summer as a law student, I got an ACD from New York for driving. I was driving with a suspended license, got pulled over, spent 25 hours in jail. I told that story over.
What did you say that was? The initials? I don't know what that is.
ACD, it's an acquittal and contemplation of dismissal. So they basically you plead guilty, you get 6 months probation, and if you don't get busted on anything for 6 months, it gets fully expunged from your record. I was a law student.
No, not for Joe, not for an ACD. I used to give those ACDs out like candy. For an ACD, you don't have to plead. That's the good part about it. It's the don't plead, be a good boy, and 6 months.
Is that what it was? I'm trying to remember. It was 1996. Yeah. No, it was 1996. Going back 28
But this
years.
from New York? If this was in New York, you got a CD. CD is what you're talking about when you have to plead guilty. ACDs, you don't plead guilty.
So maybe I didn't plead. I don't remember. I know that I only went in there for arraignment, and I was so zonked out. I had been awake for 26 hours and because I was not falling asleep in that cell. And that was a crowded cell. I ended up selling cigarettes in there. It was fun. It was a good story. I really did. Cigarettes are really pricey there. Cigarettes are really pricey. I believe it. And when you're a law student in a jail cell, let me tell you something. Everyone in that cell thinks that you're basically the expert on whatever issue of law, and they're all coming over to you to like basically give them legal guidance. And it's like, I have no idea what the hell he's like. This guy's, they're trying to bust me on murder. It's not, but like I'm telling you, I didn't do it. And I'm like, Okay. There's no bars here between us.
Where were you at? Were you in Brooklyn, Joe, or were you in Manhattan?
I was in Queens. I was in
Queens DA. Yeah.
Hey, we're up to 716. Cool.
There you go.
It's creeping up, Joe.
50 since it got here. Yeah. Who knows? I don't think that I don't expect that we're going to get there before they come back in. We are keeping an eye. Just everyone's aware. We are keeping an eye.
Oh, absolutely.
If you guys cross the 100,000 mark, the trial will resume.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
No more trial for you until he crosses 100,000.
Yeah. Whew. So,
So what are we waiting for? Is a deal? The deal should be done.
They said 1:45. They said 1:45 Eastern, which is about to happen in another minute or so. But they haven't been on time like ever.
No. That judge is notoriously late to start.
Do you think that Baldwin insists on an allocution so he can give his eloquent, speech about?
I think he just wants
about all the rest of it.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think he gets to allocute if there's no adjudication.
Oh, okay.
So the judge can slam the door on that one. Make your statement on the steps of the courthouse out front, like we already know you're going to do.
There you go.
Yeah, New Mexico CDs don't seem like you got to plead. So.
Those your parents, Joe?
Who?
Sweet.
No, that was Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden.
Oh,
Joe doesn't look that old.
No, you were wondering what that was? No, it's actually. I'll show you what I have here. This is my home screen.
Oh my gosh!
Yes.
Oh, judge is back.
Judge is back. Judge is back. Judge is back.
Bye.
Okay. All right. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
Wait, go back.
What?
Go back.
1 o'clock. That's an hour and a quarter away.
What? Go back. Go back a little.
Yeah, go back.
What just happened?
I don't know.
Go back like 90 seconds.
Oh, who's sharing? Oh, you know what? They probably
have to sort out the details on the plea deal.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
We're gonna go back.
They're probably arguing over the specific conditions.
Jeez, it barely. I mean,
that was as fast as imaginable.
I wonder.
Turn to the jury. Caution them. Okay. All right.
What?
Calling in the jury to caution them.
Why would you call the jury to caution them?
Right,
Why would you do that?
There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
But he's smiling. Everybody's. I don't get this. Oh,
yeah.
Hold on.
Oh,
maybe
she has to dismiss the jury, right?
She hasn't dismissed the jury, so it's probably to let them know that they don't need to talk to anyone if they don't have to. Thank them for being jurors.
Okay.
I guarantee that's what it is.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But why would you do that before the ink is signed?
You get it in hand. Yes, you get it in hand, signed, sealed, delivered. Then you call off the jury.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
This is performative.
By the way, the person who has to be the most frustrated about content is James from court, because he literally arrived at Santa Fe today to go to this trial.
That's rough.
Poor
That's
James.
Rough, James.
Oh, poor
I'm sorry,
James.
dude.
That is the worst.
That sucks. Yeah. Well.
James from court unfortunately missed court, so.
All right. Well, not much to see there.
Yeah.
So we're coming back at 1. That's like
an hour and a quarter. That's an hour and a quarter from now.
I'm gonna go ahead and check out just for a minute. I have another meeting I have to make. So, but I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Aww.
You too.
Later, Danny.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay.
I miss you.
No, you don't. Stop lying. Stop lying, Joe. We know you don't.
Now that picture.
I had people complimenting that they love the brother-sister bickering between Danny and Joe on the stream.
Oh, I don't remember that.
At least someone did.
So Danny, she's always in the background monitoring. It's like, you think I'm gone? I say I'm gone, but I'm aware.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that picture I have, because every time I feel down about anything, I just look at that picture of Biden's in miniature Carter land, and I just makes me.
So you look at that photograph, and every time it makes you laugh.
Tell me this doesn't. The first time I saw it, I was sure this was photoshopped. I mean, just look at how much bigger Joe is than Rosalind or Jimmy. Even,
yeah. The perspective is wild on this.
It even
one.
looks like if Joe stands up, those pictures are like, at like belt height. Like the pictures on the wall are like, it's like they're so much bigger that it just was. I thought it was hilarious. And
the crazy thing is that the Carters released that picture. So
they were proud of this. Yeah, they were very proud of this thing here. So there we go. We're at 99,728. Inch on forward toward 100K. Gosh. Anyhow, we should get to some chats, right? We had some chats. Yeah. So
we got a few.
Yeah. So Eric.
Well, what are you guys watching next? We'll get to that.
I'll tell you this much. I'm gonna be covering the Karen Reed retrial. When is that? Do you know?
Oh, that probably
we don't know yet.
Future.
Will that be one?
Yeah, they're having the hearing on July 22nd, I believe, to reset the trial date. So it's not going to be any time around.
What about all that stuff with the jury that supposedly the jury were unanimous?
Very unlikely to go anywhere, Eric. It's very unlikely to go anywhere. I have been saying, and I see the prosecution has filed their response. I'm sorry to say that they are saying what I have been saying, which is that you do not get to ask the jury about the substance of their deliberations. You cannot use that as evidence in court. There is a tiny little exception to this that the defense might be able to squeak through, which I'm going to be covering on my Substack. But it's not a very good chance that that's going to happen. So the bottom line is that the jury instructions are supposed to dispel any type of confusion that the jury had. If you don't think they're good enough, you have to object at the time and get them to correct them. Otherwise, that issue is waived. If the jury is confused, Massachusetts law, black letter, very clear. You can't ask them what happened in deliberations to establish that.
Well, that doesn't feel like justice. But whatever. I mean, I'm just saying that, God, could you imagine being Karen Reed in this particular situation? Because that's a big deal. If the biggest charges get knocked off the table, then, obviously she could still see time and all that, but that's a big deal. Second degree murder is far worse than, what was it, vehicular manslaughter? I can't remember.
Definitely. The only one if the defense motion had been granted, the only thing that would still be out there was the vehicular, the voluntary manslaughter, and then the lesser included offenses to that.
Now, I like to pick
taking murder 2 off the table would have been a big deal.
I like to pick your brain because I was reading Supreme Court precedent, and I think this is true, but I'd like to double check. If the judge had brought them in and said about partial verdicts, and if the jury had said, we're not guilty with respect to 1 and not guilty with respect to 2, but we're hung with respect to 2.
Yes.
Could she in that situation say, well, I'm declaring a mistrial across the board. I'm not entering any of the verdicts. Mistrial, we're resetting the whole thing. Could she do that?
This I am not 100% sure on because it has to do with the divisibility of the indictment. And so I don't know exactly how that works. I don't deal with indictments in my state. Washington does not use grand juries as part of our process. But so my understanding is that if the indictment is non-divisible, they don't have to accept a partial verdict. It's discretionary. They could reject less than a total verdict. If the indictment is divisible or it's considered like separate indictments, then they can take a partial verdict on it. I don't know if that's worked its way all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, or if this is just an issue that has been, batted around at the state and federal, appellate court level.
The state rules do seem to say that she can. My question is whether or not she had to. So she can accept a partial verdict. She can, even after accepting a partial verdict, send the jury back with respect to counts they haven't reached a verdict on. So she can do that. She can accept a partial verdict and send them back for the rest. She can do that. But the question I had is, like, if she gets to the end and they're like, okay, not guilty 1, not guilty 3, hung as to 2, and that's their final decision. It's like, can she at that point say not guilty across the board? And I think she can.
Yeah, I think she can.
Yeah, the reason I said that is because in the defense's motion, they even cited this case Bluford from the U.S. Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, the jury was not guilty with respect to some counts and hung us to other counts. The judge didn't say, okay, we're done. She just said, go back and try harder. Go back and try harder. So the jury went back and tried harder. And apparently they were unable to reach a verdict as to any counts. So they came back and said, now we're completely undecided. That issue went up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court said in that situation, well, because she hadn't accepted any of the verdicts and sent them back, it was not a final decision by the jury. And so there is no final verdict. Therefore, you can retry. There's no double jeopardy issue on the mistrial. So that case leads me to the conclusion that if you can do that, that you can also get to the end and be like, well, I'm just not accepting partial verdicts. And if that's true, that also shoots the defense's theory in the foot, because even if I had done everything you asked, even if I had brought the jury in and asked them the question and they told me not guilty, if I'm still able to mistrial the whole thing across the board, then I didn't do anything wrong in the first place anyway. Because even they're saying that they weren't unanimous as to every count. So if I can do it, I wasn't legally wrong.
I have a quick question on this case, and I'm sorry to interject because my attention span's too short. Earlier we were talking about whether they should be talking conspiratorially at the bench. Is the case of a plea negotiation something that would be not public and it would be appropriate for them to be discussing on the side like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that's what was going on. I'm guessing you guys already said that, and I just missed it because I was.
No, I don't think anybody did say that, but yeah, I think that's a very possible, very plausible reading of what was going on with that May we approach. She let him know that it's maybe time for us to initiate plea conversations and see if we can get somewhere with it.
All right, I just heard from Seth Kenny, and whoops, it's going to be coming from all of us, but anyway. The rumor this is the exact quote. The rumor from the hallway is that there are negotiations.
Yeah, that seems right.
Definitely looked like it.
Yeah.
I mean, just the eye test tells us that's what's going on with all the running around and the talking and stuff.
Yeah. I would think that there's a deal, but it's a matter of just some of the particulars as far as like his ability to possess a gun and things of that nature. It could be things that they're going to be haggling over.
Well, Larry said, Carrie said, apparently, according to Larry Foreman, that she needed 15 more minutes. So I think she's having to write it out and put things together or something.
Yeah. I'm sure they're having to work on the finer points of the language, make sure everyone's on the same point.
And he said he's convinced, according to Twitter, that it's done. I'm sorry, go back to it. I just wanted to.
No, I will tell you this. I did not watch Karen Reed trial, the first part 1, but I am definitely planning on live streaming Karen Reed trial part 2.
I got so much mileage out of those VODs.
I'll tell you right now,
raking the witnesses over the crawl. It was maximum.
We could do that here, right?
I was having a great time.
I'm kind of liking being relatively ignorant about this whole thing, because now I'm like a juror walking into it who doesn't have familiarity with the whole background of the first trial.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You might approve of some of the physics that were discussed, Joe. So you might have no problem.
Here we go. Is this you're going to be defending Einstein again as if he was some kind of genius or something?
You Trooper Paul might be right up your alley.
What a mess.
That judge was interesting in a lot of ways too, because it was hard not to get to the end and not think that she was making decisions that were biased in their nature. It doesn't particularly help when people related to the Alberts and the other people are basically calling her Aunt Bev because she's so well known to them. That's not exactly a super encouraging sign.
Auntie Bev.
Yeah.
Somebody asked a question in my chat. Can the jurors from the first trial be called?
No. You see, you'd have to call all 12. Assuming you were going to do this, which you're not, but assuming you were, you'd have to call all 12 because you'd have to confirm that it was unanimous. And the only way to do that is to get all 12 on the stand and confirm it. And so that is a lot of impeding the province of the jury, because normally when you're talking about like a juror misconduct, you're talking about like a juror.
They're talking about the defense in the next trial as a witness. I don't see how that is.
No, they're not a witness to anything. No, absolutely not.
It would all be here. I mean,
I don't know.
It wouldn't be hearsay because it's not an out of court statement, but still,
a witness to what? They didn't see anything.
They're a witness to testimony.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
If they need to bring in testimony, if they need to bring in contradictions from the prior trial, there's going to be a transcript that will be made.
Will there be a venue change potentially? Because it seems like
there
this
could
case
be, but
has saturated the public.
Is the greatest,
Eric Strauss, you need to do a tell-all. What about the fact that he killed a woman? Yeah, well,
no, I agree on that. I mean, about the kill. I mean, Halyna Hutchens is a horrible tragedy, and nobody here, I think, is excusing that. There have been penalties, obviously not ideal, but is it ever really ideal?
Yeah. What do we have next here? Let's go. If he gets a plea with no jail time, I'm having more than recommended 2 servings of following Kool-Aid and chasing after squirrels, and then, well, I don't know. He's probably going to sacrifice a goat or something. For the lack of content fund, well, thank you. I'm not sure who these went to. I'm just pulling these up. Thank you for the super chat, Ank. We all appreciate you. Salty Vet Dad, Alec will be replacing Brian. They're waiting for the trial to clear him. That would be kind of funny.
It would be fun to have the guy that shot the woman against the lady that shot the dog. That would be quite a head to head.
Yeah.
State of affairs for 2024.
Hey Joe, to make it sad, take a bad count and make it better. Remember to let nicotine into your heart. Then you can start to make it 100,000. Better. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's go. Brandon gifting 5. Count them 5. Good logic memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you.
5. That's right.
And on behalf of the absentee cultists, I'll say this for
Danny gifted Danny memberships. Okay.
Yeah. Good job there, Danny. All right. Way to go. Blurry Lights. What's Erlinda thinking? She's probably thinking, I wish I was the boss. I see a way how they get Baldwin off and blame it on Seth through the armorer's assistant who testified that to load the gun, you hold the trigger and cock the hammer. I'm not sure I understand that, but I think we're past that at this point. Tell Joe I think him so I can shut Danny.
Hopefully, I will have an interview with Seth Kenny coming out in the next few days, and then people can hear whatever if they're interested. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Yep. Yep. If you want to make,
you don't want to read that one out loud. Wait,
what?
Go back.
Tell Joe I unsubscribed from him so I could subscribe to Danny. There's only room for one of us in this town. All right. Yep. If I want to make speech, go bake in this. If you want to make speech, go bake in the summer sun. I don't know what that means.
I think that's about Alec. Alec making a statement. He doesn't get the privilege of allocating in the courtroom. He needs to go do it on the courthouse steps.
There you go.
In New Mexico in July.
Where are you reading these super chats from, incidentally? Are you reading them from the starred list?
Yeah.
Because I don't have any of these on my starred list. So my starred list is not
there's like 16.
Yeah.
I only see 4. So I'm having all kinds of problems over here.
I don't know what you're seeing. I'm starting to uncheck them. So yeah, she was trained by Seth, provided the bullets and mingled it with the blanks, and incorrectly instructed by Seth on how to use the gun, which she told Baldwin how to use the gun.
No. Sarah Zachary was trained by Seth. There's a lot of variance there, but Hannah was trained mostly by her father.
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, and her father knows more about guns than everybody else in this case put together. He's one of the most legendary gunplay artists out there. He worked with Quentin Tarantino in all of his movies. I mean, I could show you footage of Thel Reed going back to the Ed Sullivan Show, and it is mind-boggling the skill that guy had. or has. Well, he probably can't do it as well now, even though he probably still could drop anybody here quickly.
Mexican Jesus has just literally watched Heed Musters in New York. That's probably a typo. Break precedent, and if our laws to go after their political opponent for record keeping, a wealthy Democrat literally unalive someone and is about to walk, justice is dead. Oh, he's saying, look at what happened to Trump, and he got convicted with no offer. That's what we saw happen in New York, and now we see a wealthy Democrat just can actually. And that was for bookkeeping issues. Now we're seeing a famous Democrat literally unaliving someone, and he's about to walk. It's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily a particularly fair comparison, to be honest. We've been discussing the merits of the Baldwin case, both legally and factually, and we're at least somewhat divided on these issues because, I'm still of the mind that I was of the mind that it was unclear, so I'm still unsure, and we have different varying opinions about the relative strength of some arguments versus others. So I don't think that's a fair comparison. Every case has to be analyzed under its own terms.
I agree with you.
I
definitely agree with the last part of what you said. I still think there's a lot here to show recklessness. There's a lot to show recklessness.
I'm not saying there's not. There's definitely a case to be made. But I think there's a case to be made the other way, and I was kind of looking forward to the fight to see what happened. At least in my mind. Other people could disagree.
Here's the point. I don't think the fact that he's a Democrat or his political stance on anything plays a role here. They didn't have to go after him if they didn't want to. They could have let him walk. I don't think they're offering him a deal now at this point, saying, "Oh, let's find a way to get Alec Baldwin off the hook." I don't have that read or that taste based on what we've seen that's the motivating factor. I could be wrong, but my personal observations don't lead me to conclude that this has to do with anything about political leanings. So the far more likely thing is that this has to do with prosecutors in general being terrified of going forward with a case that they're worried of losing, because they like maintaining a nice 95% conviction rate. And the egg on their face, and I think Danny made this point earlier, the egg on their face, if they go publicly after Baldwin and lose this case, and especially in part, and it's because of their own screw up.
Yeah,
I think that's humiliating to them, and they feel like that's our reputation nationally now for the next decade. Do we really want to carry that at this point? So I'm sure
that's a non-zero factor in the state's mind.
What I would offer is sort of a meditation on justice in this context, if you will, is that what does alarm me about the situation is how flexible the prosecutor's perspective on what is justice in the context can be depending on the circumstances. And given that the circumstances that we're facing here is the likelihood of dismissal, or not likelihood, but at least, possibility, enough of a possibility that we are taking it seriously. Why? Because of the prosecutor and her team's own conduct.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily thrilling to me that absent that, we think that a just outcome for Alec Baldwin is a conviction of this felony charge and so forth. But since I messed up, now somehow justice is going to be some lesser type of resolution. Yep. This is not, an ideal system by any sort of stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I think that it's pretty stupid to think that justice is being meted out when it's being tempered based on what makes the prosecution look good or bad. And how is that actual justice rather than just a popularity contest or ego that's dictating what justice is? So yeah, and I definitely agree with this too. I feel like Andrea just got back from an audition of A League of Their Own Part 2. So.
Hey, I ain't crying.
There's no crying in law too. So there you go. I think we covered them all. If you had 4 more that you wanted to bring up, Kurt, that you're still seeing there, those I just
some of them might be old, but we'll see. $20 from Eric Chat says, not a lawyer, but a lay person who could be a juror on a case like this. Some like the state is making a case for this 100% on Halyna Gutierrez-Reed and not Alec Baldwin with their argument on this. I mean, that's completely fair. And there's, but the issue is just because Han is guilty doesn't mean that Alec is innocent, because each person can be a reckless contributing factor. So the question legally essentially boils down to whether or not each person is a substantial contributing factor to the ultimate cause of death. And that can be multiple people. There are other examples, like there doesn't necessarily even have to be one cause of death. For example, in the Karen Reed case, if you assume that O'Keefe died of hypothermia, it doesn't mean that he also didn't die from the head wound. Doesn't also mean that he didn't die.
Is that like eggshell?
Hold on, I need to Google how long does it take to die from hypothermia?
With an S. With an S. Hoslong.
Hoslong.
Hoslong to dying.
Hoslong.
Yes,
Hoslong.
Hoslong to dying cold. Yes, please. But yeah, no, it's basically you take the victim as you find them, and also that you're kind of responsible for everything that happens that is a foreseeable incident of what you did. So, if you knock someone out cold and they, then die of hypothermia, you're responsible for it, because the reason they died of hypothermia is because they were out cold, because you knocked them out cold. So it's just basically you're responsible for every foreseeable consequence, and even to some degree, unforeseeable consequences. Classic examples includes, for example, such things as you went to the hospital. So I shot a person. They went to the hospital. They should have been fine. The doctor should have been able to treat them, but because of the doctor's own malpractice, the patient died. Am I responsible? Yes, I am. Because the fact that something could go well, the reason they went to the hospital in the first place is because of me. And the reason that, and so sometimes doctors are, not good at their job. And so that's on me. Or another example.
Medical malpractice is not considered an intervening
cause.
In fact, when I was taking Barbary, they said that the way they worded it was not only is medical malpractice foreseeable, it's expected.
I don't know if I go that far, but yeah. And also the patient's own refusal wouldn't be it. So, again, on a hypothetical, I shoot a guy, he goes to the hospital, a surgery would save him, but for whatever reason, this person says, no, I don't want to be operated on. The person dies. Am I responsible? Yes. Because, I'm the reason that, he died. He could have been saved, but he has the right to choose to not be saved. And so, yes, I'm still guilty for the homicide. So more than one thing can be the cause, in fact.
Mm-hmm. And criminal liability is typically predicated on a but-for cause. You do not have to be the last chain in the event. There can be superseding causes that interfere with your liability, but generally, if you're a contributor, you're potentially on the hook.
Yeah.
Mad Pierre says, even if a person doesn't know the 5 rules, most any idiot knows guns are dangerous. Aim at an innocent person equals negligence. Gun discharges, person is dead, homicide. Negligent homicide. Negligent homicide.
If you just remember the rule that the gun is always loaded, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Because all of the rules derive from that. It's like the gun is always loaded.
Matt Pierre also says Morrissey is being led by the nose. By the way, I didn't know what the judge's daughter worked for. Did the judge's daughter work for the prosecutor? Just kidding.
Kamala Norris for $5 said this ammo was not collected by law enforcement. Yeah, that was part of my question. Not law enforcement in this jurisdiction, any event. So who knows what could be added to the ammo box? True. This is loose ammo. Years later, fair. Philly is having a good year. Apparently, they're having a very good year.
They're having the best year. Best team in baseball this year. Great year to be a Phil's fan.
I believe we put this on screen. This might be the
how's
second or third time.
How's a woman from Washington a Phil fan? I don't understand how.
I married in. I'm from Washington, so and I was watching baseball long before the Ken Griffey Jr. era. So nobody cared about the Mariners. I didn't have a team growing up. I would just I just watched baseball. I would have players that I liked. So yeah, I married into the Phils.
Wait a second. You're a West Coast girl and you married an East Coast guy?
I did.
That East Coast West Coast rivalry is not a barrier there?
Because the West is best. No, I mean we're here for a reason. No, his complaint is nothing to do with the West. The West is far superior to the East Coast. It's the far north that I dragged him up to, the near tundra, as he calls it.
Fair enough. And the last super chat I had for mine was $1.99 from the Jugi Show Live. Said this Tony Teske guy needs to testify. Not
Totally disagree with that. That's a crazy take right there. So
those are all the super chats I had.
There you go, Juke. Babs says, "Hello, Joe. I knew he was going to skate on woman's death. Money talks. Now, what is this trial distraction from? I don't know. I don't think this was money. I think this is a prosecutor afraid of looking bad.
I think so too.
Katie 5 says, take home message: rich, arrogant, narcissistic jerks have the money to hire teams of attorneys to find insignificant laws to escape from the punishment of the law, even when they kill someone. That is true. That's pretty good take, actually.
But you could also flip that around. I mean, I can see it both ways. You could say that it's rare that somebody has the means and ability to fight against the state who has nearly unlimited resources. Andrea could probably speak to that. How many defendants are able to put on the kind of defense or equal out the power of the state? This is a rarity going the other way.
Yeah, it's very much not the norm for the defense to have anywhere near the access to resources that the state does. I'm very fortunate that I practice in a state where there is, at least in principle, some recognition that parity should be a thing, and that there should not be conflicts when it comes to things like, oh, the court who approves its own budget should also be approving whether or not the defense gets costs to hire an expert and things like that. So we've had a lot of good, reform kind of in that area, but we're far from the norm as far as the general practice across the country goes.
John McGarvey says, Kurt, I often hate that you counter my emotional opinions, but ultimately respect you doing so. So there you go.
I appreciate that. I do my best to try to give the most objective opinion I can. Just try to analyze the law as best I can. So hopefully I get it right. That's my goal.
Hopefully. Kimmy Joe says, wait and see if Bob Menendez walks again. If he does, that's your Democrat privilege. And I'll tell you this much. I mean, that's over here. He's being tried in federal court here in New York. So it's a different jury. I mean, it's a whole different thing here. There's a lot that, frankly, I far prefer an impartial or relatively impartial jury or an unknowable jury to a jury that you can confidently believe is going to start with a certain lean. Although that is in federal court. Federal court, for one reason or another, is drawing from a bigger pool of people, the Menendez case, than the New York jury that convicted Trump. So it's possible that jury has a more even composition politically than the Trump trial, but we'll see. We don't know. That trial's going on a long time. It's going on since the Trump trial started. So, or since at least the middle of the Trump trial, I think is when it started. That's a whole new level of hate. I'll let myself kick off by refusing care from a doctor just for a chance to put Kurt in jail. LOL. That's certainly a whole new level of hate.
that is the turning it up to 11 level of hate.
What did I do to you?
I don't know. Britt's coming. I don't know. Britt's good. He's not a fan of the hat. I guess something. YSL trail. A poor person would get railroaded.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. In the YSL trial. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. YSL's been messed up. I'll be surprised if that case doesn't get.
I don't know how it survives. I don't know how it survives. Yeah.
I'm totally on board with that. I actually think that judge has had his last day as a trial court judge.
I hope so. He should. Those prosecutors should have their last day as prosecutors.
Yeah.
It's appalling.
I don't know if you went through the transcript of the conversation you did. I mean, and those of you who haven't gone through the transcript, he sat there and helped promote that this witness can take an oath in his courtroom and lie.
And not only should. This is literally what we are trying to accomplish with this witness.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he did. He said, oh, you can always say, I don't remember. You can always say, I don't remember. I mean, that guy can never, ever be regarded as being a reasonable judge. And this is the one we know about. Who knows if this happened multiple times before? We have no way. We have no way of knowing. So, yeah.
The secret ex-party meeting that no one's supposed to know about, and then when the defense lawyer does learn about it, we put him in contempt for not revealing how he learned about it.
And just so you can understand, I was actually thinking about this just this morning when we were seeing the two of them standing at sidebar. We had Spiro and Morrissey standing with the judge, and I was just thinking about this trial, the YSL trial, and thinking to myself, now just imagine that instead of Spiro being there, it would just be at a sidebar, just Morrissey and a witness. It's like, and they're standing there talking for like an hour, and they say, and then Spiro tries to come up. No, you have to go back. I have to talk with these. Like, what the hell is happening? But it's in secret. I mean, you can better appreciate, I think, when you have that visual, seeing them at sidebar all the time, how terrible it is to leave one side out, and how ridiculous it seems, that notion. So, yeah, my God, that guy. He should be gone. Frankly, I mean, he should be disbarred. He should be humiliated. That was just.
It's beyond. It's beyond the pale. Like there's messing up, and then there is like completely undermining the structure, the purpose of why you have courts in the first place. And this is much closer to that.
100%. Was it ever determined whether or not having the gun was necessary for blocking out the scene in question?
My understanding is no, because the camera was not filming. That when you're not actually like running the camera, it's neither the practice nor the norm, the expectation. You would use a dummy. You would use something else in place of the gun, just for purposes of blocking out the scene, getting the lighting, and so forth. So then, if you wanted do a rehearsal with the cameras rolling, then you would go ahead and bring out the real, the gun at that point.
Yeah. Myra says, Hunley hats are mandatory, not optional. What's going on here?
Yeah.
What's going on with you? We're all in hats. Yeah. Thank God KR money outcome could have been Kyle Rittenhouse.
Karen Reed, if Karen Reed did not have
I thought it was Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, it could be Kyle Rittenhouse. Could be either one of them. Yeah, could be either one of them.
Yeah, but maybe it is Reed. I was thinking, but did she have good counsel, Karen Reed?
Yeah, she did.
Very good, exceptionally good.
She had one of the one of the top lawyers in Boston, this guy David Yannetti. I loved him. He was fantastic. He's like a bulldog type lawyer. And then she also had Alan Jackson from out in California. He's the one who prosecuted Phil Spector. Another one of these guys who's got kind of a long list of accomplishments and stuff. So it was a very effective team.
All right, cool. Joe,
like supposedly Spiro Jackson has kind of like a Spiro resume, right? Because Spiro has Elon Musk and all these high profile cases, and now Baldwin.
Fletcher Boy says, no, it's absolutely disgusting. TC Barnett says, what's the panel's favorite drink to unwind from a tough day at trial? Appreciate all of your commentary. You'll keep me sane during work. So
I've recently discovered this kind of old classic drink called a gin Ricky. It's just London dry gin, half a lime juice with sparkling water. Easy to make, very bright, fun.
Yeah, I'm partial towards a mint julep.
Mint julep is a classic. Love it.
I totally made that up, by the way. I don't know if I ever tasted one.
No, I could just see Joe at the Kentucky Derby with the mint julep, and it's
I might too. I like my scotch to be smoky, so I'm a fan of Ardbeg, and I'm also Cal Isla, which is another one I always have at the ready over here. This is basically nectar of the gods right here, in case you're wondering. So. But I don't really unwind from work with a drink. That's just not a thing that I regularly do. I'll have a shot like once a week, maybe. And Fletcher Boy says public defenders should have as much access to money as prosecution. Yeah, good luck with that. Good. I mean, in theory, that's
not popular. It's not popular. Nobody votes for that because nobody wants to vote to give money to people accused of crimes. They just don't. They want to vote to give money to arrest more people, to put more people in jail, to give them longer sentences. That's what's popular, and that's how budgets get set. And it is unfortunate that that's what's creating the situation where it's kind of requiring the courts to intervene to try to level the scale a little bit and look at this through a framework of just fundamental fairness of a due process. Like, is this even a fair process if you're so completely outgunned from the get-go that you just don't have a realistic chance of being able to succeed?
Yeah, that's reality. Whew. So that covers the chats that I think we worked our way through. We've been we've been plowing on by. We got 40 minutes now till we hopefully, in case you join late, we are anticipating that this trial is over and that we're going to be seeing a plea deal. Now, what will they say? I mean, if there is a plea deal, then in that case, they would have to enter the plea, and Alec would plead guilty to whatever it is that this lesser charge is, and the judge will obviously have to go through the entire process of walking through the consequences of his plea, and she may or may not sentence today. I would think probably not. I mean, may not, but there'll be a recommendation from the prosecutor, like we're all expecting a recommendation.
I bet she will.
Of no jail.
I bet she will.
Well, if this is in fact going to be something like a conditional discharge, then they won't proceed to sentencing anyway. It'll just be a process of essentially laying out on the record what the deal is, making sure that he understands this is what you are not adjudicated guilty of, but it's what you would be convicted of if you violate these conditions. Here's what the conditions are. Basically, this is what you have to do. And that would be that. I mean, there wouldn't be a sentence recommendation, I don't think, unless that's part of the plea agreement, or just the overall deal. Like, sometimes you can work in a deal. Yes, I'm going to do this. And then if I violate, your sentence recommendation is going to be XYZ, but it's just the details. It may or may not.
Wouldn't it be a waste of time for her not to just complete everything today, especially if it's a suspended sentence or something else?
Yes.
Why bring everybody back into court again with a full calendar and other cases or whatever? That would seem to be very wasteful. And she seems very cognizant about proper use of time, other than being on time to court or starting.
Right.
No, there isn't really that much to get done today. So sometimes with sentencing, it'll get deferred, especially in places where they have victims' rights statutes or victims' rights issued in the Constitution, because yes, they have to give notice to the victim so that they can do the impact statement, appear if they want to, and things like that. It's sometimes the case that plea negotiations have to be communicated to the victims as well. In fact, this is an interesting thing. I can maybe start to try to look up and see what it is in New Mexico, because I'm just thinking to myself, wonder if this is maybe part of the delay here. Like, they're having to make phone calls to let people know, we're trying to work this out.
Well, Gloria Allred supposedly walked into the courtroom at 11:20. Somebody said on X, and she was the main attorney representing Halyna Hutchens' family. Remember, she did the whole victim's impact statement with her pre-produced video during the Hannah Gutierrez trial. So she may be in talks then, according to what you're saying, Andrea, possibly.
Well, so here's what I'm seeing. I just looked this up. And so victims of crime in the state of New Mexico, they have the right to be notified of court proceedings through a victim notification system. So like, this is typically going to mean hearings and things like that. The right to be treated with fairness and respect for dignity and privacy throughout the criminal justice process, the right to timely disposition of the case, the right to be reasonably protected from the accused, and the right to attend all public court proceedings that the accused has the right to attend. So I suspect this is coming down to they have to give them notice. It doesn't mean that the victims have to agree with it. They don't have a veto or anything like that. But you do at least have to notify them of the action that's being taken. I mean, I don't think right to attend is going to extend to such a point that like, oh, we would have to set this out for a future hearing so that they can physically be there. It just means they can't be excluded from the courtroom or something like that.
They can't be anyway. They're in Ukraine in a war-torn territory. Anybody have any thoughts on this comment? Really enjoying the chemistry on this panel. Would love to see this group cover Sarah Boone. Suitcase.
May well do.
You want to
It's
do
going to
that
be a
one?
treat.
Well, I got to tell you guys, I'm not enthusiastic about Sarah Boone. And the reason why I'm not enthusiastic about Sarah Boone, number one, I've represented that person like a million times. Okay. I already know this personality. I already know what we're going to get in this trial. And by the way, if you want to know what we're going to get in this trial, go back and watch the Daryl Brooks trial. You're going to get that as a woman.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
from
But
my
Daryl Brooks
standpoint-
did have some good content. I mean,
if that's the kind of thing that
Daryl.
folks like I get it. There is definitely the whole train wreck attraction to a trial like that. From my perspective, it's not particularly legally interesting. It's not particularly factually interesting. It's just the courtroom chaos. I don't need
There you
that,
go, have
man.
to be
I've
an
lived
adult.
that life.
have to be an adult. Why? Why do you have to be an adult?
I love Sarah Boone. I'm on the Sarah
I'm not.
Boone train.
Yeah. I am not dissing anybody at all. I'm saying I get it. Like, I get it. It's just if you had walked in my shoes and actually been in that courtroom with that case the number of times that I have, you would probably understand. I've got a little
Appreciate.
not rushing to get back into that situation.
I appreciate that.
Everybody else, I'm not an adult. I'm up for it. If anybody wants to do this thing again,
I may very well do. I may very well do it because I don't think it's going to be quite Daryl Brooks because we're not doing soft sit territory. We're off in our own little world of insane. So it'll be a new spin on the insane.
I'll definitely be doing it. I don't know if I'll do it as a panel just because I like to make fun of Sarah Boone so much that I need space to kind
I'm
of
fine with
laugh
that.
and sing. And so, but I will definitely be doing it, man. Friggin' Sarah Boone is something else.
When is
a
her trial?
on steroids.
When is her trial?
October?
So she just got self-appointed. So it's either going to be this fall or next spring.
No, they set a date in the order. I just can't.
How did
remember off the top
how
of
did
my
they
head.
get around her? How did they get around her continually rotating attorneys? What did
She
they
said
do?
that she forfeited her right by
They
conduct.
finally had
Yeah,
enough.
she forfeited.
So what does that mean?
She
effed
doesn't
around
get
and found
counsel
out.
anymore.
She's no more attorney for you.
On your own.
All of her rights, and now they're saying, okay, you know what, you've had enough. You're
God.
clearly capable of representing yourself. She sent in a 58-page letter to the judge outlining her dismay with this court, with the judge, with the evidence, with the way in which the public is viewing her, calling on her fans to continue to send her mail. It was
Yep.
It's
It's
pretty
great.
epic.
It's glorious. It's glorious in every way.
Yeah. All right. Due process doesn't exist for poor people. Plea bargain. Next case.
Some truth to that.
Yep. Is it? It is
There's
rather
also
alarming.
truth to that with
There's
federal
also
cases,
eyebrow
by the way.
case. And this is a great point by Jace. It's rather alarming that almost every high profile case has so many flaws by DA getting highlighted. How much do we not see?
Yeah.
That's
This has been an issue for decades. It has been getting called out for decades. I mean, go back to Michael Nifong. Like, this is not a new thing.
Oh,
It
you mean
has
this
been
one?
yes, this has been a systemic problem like forever. And here we still are. You know, nothing changes. Nothing changes. It's still the same old game playing because there's no consequences for it. Prosecutors don't suffer consequences for misconduct. That's why it continues to happen.
Yeah, and it's also okay. So in most scenarios, like the case might end up being dismissed before it goes to jury, so that no one even knows about it. Like, no, it's like everything just gets swept up. That they can screw up all the time. If in a worst case scenario, they're not going to end up with egg on their face. You're right. There's zero consequences, so they can be as abusive as they want. They can play fast and loose with the rules and ignore the rules whenever the heck they want. And if they get busted, all right, so this case goes away. But there's no consequence to them for what's really just criminal type of behavior in unconstitutionally incarcerating people, like just ignoring the Constitution and just using and breaking the rules to try and find evidence that they're not entitled to try and convict and get as many scalps as they can.
Go read the opinions for things like, I don't know, like when Ted Stevenson's conviction got overturned on the grounds of prosecutorial misconduct. Try to find a name. Try to ever once find a situation where the prosecutor who is found to have committed misconduct and has caused a trial result to be overturned, has caused a case to be dismissed. Try to find that person's name. There's about like 2 or 3 that are out there. Mike Nifong, who I already mentioned. There's a guy down in Texas who right now I can't even remember his name off the top of my head. And then there's good old Kevin Kleinsmith. These are like the only people that have ever in this type of role been named and shamed for their misconduct. I'm out here saying that the only way. And
how much shame did Kevin Kleinsmith get? 6 months? He got a 6-month suspension.
He got a public spanking on the hand. He got a suspension and then reinstated, and he is now a fully fine member of the bar again. So yeah. We can't even name these people to slightly embarrass them into doing their jobs, let alone punish them with any kind of real consequences for the just enormous outsized effect they can have on depriving people of their basic rights.
Did you say
appalling.
Kleinsmith? By the way,
I did.
I did. I just want to make sure. Yeah,
I was gonna. I hope
she
that
went
doesn't
political
get the
right there.
Taken down.
She went political right there. Right
no,
there.
I disclaim that, Joe, because that should not be a partisan issue. What Kevin Kleinsmith did should offend the hell out of everybody in the country. I don't care who you vote
what
for.
He did. Now you have to tell everyone what he did.
Kevin Kleinsmith is the one who fabricated evidence to get a FISA warrant, a national security surveillance warrant against against Carter Page, a secret warrant to spy on Carter Page and all of his electronic communications based on fabricated evidence that he submitted to a secret court.
Mm-hmm.
I think that entire court and its processes are a kangaroo nut showcase anyway. So it's like what was good for the goose was good for the gander at the time. If you remember why Carter Page was being investigated by the FISA court in the first place. So it's really disturbing and disgusting. And I think it's hilarious that people are so concerned about the executive privilege when they don't even take a look at judges' privileges and privileges that attach to prosecutors and privileges that attach to the people who deal with them on a daily basis, whose decisions have huge ramifications, not only for them, but for the way in which our fellow country people are treated generally. It's really disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here's another thing that's really disturbing, that we don't yet have a sequel for Hunt for Red November.
Yes.
The sequel film Hunt for Red November instead of Hunt for Red October. Yeah, that would be the sequel, and we should definitely have that. I don't know.
Should it be like Blue November or something? Or
are any of you going to watch Rust?
I don't know.
What? What's Rust?
I doubt it.
I
doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm into Westerns though, so yes, for me.
Alyssa Ramirez, hit with the 20, just read a SAG roll, says no live ammunition is allowed on set with real guns. Would this make Baldwin's actions less reckless? It's an interesting question that it's like, okay, if he didn't have actual knowledge, then yeah, I would think that this is really, you sort of don't need to be an attorney. I think you're making a great point, but to determine what is reckless, what is not, I don't think an attorney has any added insight over any other common sense individual. Because it's like, okay, does that seem more reckless or less reckless? Well, yeah, you know what? If you're in an environment that you have every reason to believe that you're shooting foam Nerf bullets at each other, and all of a sudden someone inserts into there something that's really hard, that's much harder, and you have no way of knowing that, and they're prohibited from being there, then yeah, God forbid you end up hurting someone. That's not reckless. Yeah, go ahead.
The way that I see it is that the rule is evidence of what the norm and the expectation is. And so in a vacuum with no other type of information, all you have is the rule. I think it's a reasonable expectation that somebody can rely on that rule and assume that it's being followed. The question is going to be, do you have some reason to think that's not the case, that in spite of this rule, people are not following it? And that's where I think there was a potential for a lot of gray area in this case, because the rules say a lot of things that we know weren't being followed. The having to do the safety meetings, having to, not point the guns at people, keep your finger off the trigger, and so forth. So it already tends to undermine that these safety standards in general perhaps are not a priority. Now, does that get you all the way to, well, then you should assume, or you could assume that this one is also being violated? I don't know. That was going to be something I think the jury would have had to grapple with.
Plus his potential actual knowledge that there had been live shooting on set. So that so to further your point, Andrea, that if you know that the rules are not being followed, and specifically with respect to that issue, that you're saying, well, to hide behind, I thought everything was okay because there's a SAG rule saying no live bullets on set. Okay, that's nice that there's a rule like that, but you specifically knew that was not what the situation was in this particular set. So I don't know that would have helped him in this particular scenario if they could establish that he had actual knowledge. Dal Brooks built a box fort. That was
This
awesome.
is true. This is very true.
I remember.
You want to build a box fort? Where
Is
we can go and hide?
A possible plea? Very unlikely, I would think. I mean, it depends on it depends on what the nature of the penalty is. When you're talking about reckless endangerment without there being any sort of death, then perhaps, if there's just some misdemeanor, but I think we'll all be speculating. I don't know. I don't think any of us are admitted in New Mexico as.
Nobody, I don't believe anybody is admitted in New Mexico. So I just try to look at the statutes. Yeah, this is not, I'm not sure that there is a reckless endangerment statute in New Mexico. There's a reckless driving statute. But I think that the rough equivalent in this context is just the more specific thing that's come up, the negligently discharging a firearm. That's specific to this situation.
Oh, you're getting so close. Oh, everybody go sub. Just do
Shy
it.
Gal gifting 5 Andrea Burkhart memberships. There you go. Joe.
Thank you, Shy Gal.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Joan Anderson says, in the YSL trial, if this case ends in mistrial prejudice, will the other defendants separated from this trial also go with it? I'm not a criminal defense attorney. I will defer that to you. My gut would be no. That the ones who are the co-defendants in this case would all get out. And they would be removed. But the people who are awaiting trial, who are, unless you could establish that Glanville had somehow tainted their case as well, I don't think that they would be beneficiaries of this malfeasance by the judge and the ADA. But
yeah, the only way I could see it getting there is if it creates some kind of inference or assumption that because of the prosecutorial actions here, like if they can establish somehow that because the prosecutor has, from my perspective, tried to elicit perjury to make their case, which is kind of a big fundamental no-no. If they can show that has tainted the case as a whole in some way, then maybe they could rely on it. But it would be a very tough, there's a lot of links in that chain that you would have to establish.
Yeah. And totally free Zachariah Anderson. Amen, Nicola. That's we're all hoping for this. That was just terrible. I mean, just terrible misjustice. Fired up Andrea is the best Andrea. Preach. There you go.
I get a little ranty sometimes when we're talking about the system.
Apparently I need a hat, so I'm gonna go grab the only ball cap I have.
All right, there we go.
So yes, girl.
Yeah, I got a little ranty last night when I did an impromptu stream covering Biden's press conference. So I got a little ranty also, where I was screaming at my TV. But to be fair, so was Biden. He was, get off my lawn. Yeah. Joe, the district attorney, is pulling the strings in the YSL. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. We have to show that happened, that you're not going to make every case go away. And the 30,000 cases in Fulton County are not going to evaporate just simply because Fannie Willis's team is as tainted as has the taint of mendacity, and that they're all like really kind of gross in the way they try and attain scalps. You're not going to make them all go away. So you have to basically show that the misconduct has made things unfair for you if you're if you're gonna have your case go away. So Thel Reed's attempt to cast doubt on his daughter's conviction gets Alex off, despite the source of ammo not mattering much of his culpability. Apparently, yes. And 100K, thank you. Yeah, let's hope soon.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, I think this is more of a PR problem than a legal problem for the state, because this
100%.
is such a huge forum for them. They probably don't want all the testimony and all the hearing to really go through that. They already got a little bit on the chin earlier today with the testimony, and it probably not going exactly the way that they hoped in their mind with some of the answers. So they were not super enthrilled to have to get more of those pieces of testimony out. And so
I would have loved to have had the camera on Carrie Morrissey's face when they opened the bag and were looking at that ammunition. And contrary to what you just told us, you represented as fact that there's no visual similarity here. That's your justification for why you didn't turn any of this over. It's clearly not relevant to the case. Oh, lo and behold, here's like 10 bullets right here that look just like the ones on the set of Rust. That's a big problem for her.
That is a big problem, and not that, of course, a prosecutor would ever have to worry about such things, but the rules of ethics do require candor to the tribunal. So if we were going to get a prosecutor in trouble, which of course would never happen, but you can't lie to the tribunal.
Yeah.
Is this hat okay? Or is this? Because I have two hats. I have literally two ball caps, all right? I've got this one.
That's great.
And I've got this one.
Nice.
Oh God!
Which one is more hated?
With that choice.
Which one is more hated?
It begins. It begins.
I can tolerate the Yankees right now because I think we're like 4 games ahead of you guys. So
okay. So we're okay with Yankees, or should I stick with the lady hat?
The sun hat's good. We'll keep the sun hat. Oh man.
Go Yankees. Trusted Flagger says the instrument, the gun, is what is inherently dangerous. It was always a real gun. He knew it was a gun and always was inherently dangerous. Where the bullet came from is totally irrelevant. And I think that's part of the frustration a lot of people are feeling. I think that because we've been calling that out over and over again. How is this failure to disclose anyway impacting Baldwin unfairly? And yet we don't have any power. We have no control over this stuff. We can't stop anything from happening here. We're just casual observers.
We're only 190 away from Joe passing that 100,000 threshold.
This is true.
We've been watching it very slowly creep up.
I
can see how many people are watching this stream. Okay,
no.
I know there are 4,000 people watching this stream. I know not all of you are subbed.
That's almost.
Please go sub this Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, so we can get this thing off screen already, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
John Robert, thank you, my brother. Appreciate the support. Less than 200. Let's get Joe there. There we go. God bless you, brother. John Robert's awesome. If plea agreement, at least this John Robert, not the other one. Not
a
this
big fan of that guy.
I'm not a big fan of institutionalist Chief Justice, but this John Robert is awesome.
Okay.
If plea agreement comes today, what happens with the jury? They've left already. How does it work procedurally? What's next?
Just call them on the phone and be like, your service is concluded. Thanks, bye.
But do they have to be officially discharged and dismissed in court there, or can they actually?
I don't think so. No. Just go phone call. Will be fine.
There we go. LBFT Andrea is a standout. Thanks so much for your coverage. Now that you have your own stream, even better. That's right.
Thank you, sir.
She's awesome. Could revelations about Brady violations in the Baldwin case jeopardize the DA's other cases? One's upcoming, one's already tried. So we just talked about this like a minute ago, which is it's unlikely unless you can show a nexus between their issues and, just like in the YSL case, we said you have to show a nexus. Here, all the more so because this is a very limited type of screw up they had. In other words, in the YSL case in Fulton County, we're seeing so many issues with the way the district attorney is running her ridiculous team there that you might think that the stench would spread even further. But here, where they have this one weird screw up, which doesn't even seem to really affect this case, just to think that this is going to have much of an impact on the Santa Fe district attorney's office seems, one would think, unlikely. That's my take on it.
Yeah, that's definitely the legal answer to it. I would say that there is a practical side, though, that when something high profile like this happens, it can be a little bit of a red cape to the bull, right, for the defense bar in this area, because now you are on notice that maybe you should be looking out for this type of thing. If this person has been caught with their shenanigans on national, in a case where the world is going to be watching, what are you doing when you think you might have a better chance of getting away with it? They're going to be more alert to it. They're going to be raising it more often. So in that sense, yeah, it can be a problem for her.
Yep. And Hempland going around gifting, hitting up the ladies. First hitting 5 for Andrea, and then 5 for Danny on direct. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
Bless you, Hempland. Hope everything is well and your property is good.
All right. And Brian Ogden says it's Nexus. Okay.
Woogie.
Yeah. All right. So we covered all of that. We are expecting another 12 minutes or so, supposedly, if they're on time. And we have our eye on the courthouse. But at 3:00 Eastern time, 2:00 Central, 1:00 Mountain, that they're supposed to be coming back out, and hopefully we're anticipating that they're going to announce their plea deal at that point.
I wanted to bring this up because, yes, this is a very good point. I did space that she is just a special prosecutor in this case. I would suggest she may not be appointed a special prosecutor again.
Yeah.
He was a defense attorney. To be making these kind of boo-boos is just it.
What are we on? Prosecutor number 3 or 4 at this point? There have all been problems with all of them.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good question. When was Morrissey assigned as a special prosecutor?
It was after this case was filed, I think, because it's way down. Way down in the beginning. Yeah, it was January 5th, 2024. She and Jason, it was originally the other guy, Jason Lewis. And she was appointed because the person who had been appointed was like held an elected office or something like that, and was like disqualified under the statute. I forget exactly what the basis was, but
yeah. Matt Hagan says, "Come on, guys, let's get Joe to 99999 and make him beg." Thank you so much. That would be cool. I'd be fine with that. Thank you.
I can't remember for the gifted memberships. Do appreciate them. Thank you.
There you go. I can't remember 10 good sorry, it's force of habit. Uncivilian memberships. There you go. And Bass Player says, nope, jury doesn't have to be in the room to be dismissed. From personal experience, my pool was completely dismissed before we got to voir dire. Never went into the courtroom. Plus, they have already been paid for the day. So there you go.
Yeah.
Fletcher Boy says, young me got caught up in the system with misdemeanor charges. Fortunately, I had resources to fight the IRS last year. It's a totally different world. It really is. Totally different world.
And the way that it works, where once you get in the system and you are now in that box, try to get yourself out of it.
Yeah, it's true. So he didn't just gift, he also became a member for 8 months.
No.
Chuck in Tennessee, why would you lead with bullets instead of the shooting act?
I've been asking.
Okay, so to be fair, I mean, if we're going to assess their work here, just to be fair, because we didn't love the first witnesses that came out either, right? They seem to be trying to work it chronologically. So, and they got pulled into the bullet conversation when they were talking about what they got from the scene. I mean, they could have started with witnesses at the scene saying that they saw him shot. Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. Why it is that they went to Popple and I don't know. And then to what was her name with the H? The last woman who died.
Alexandria Hancock.
Hancock, that was it. Yeah. So why they went to these witnesses instead of going? I guess they figured the lead investigator would help play out the whole narrative for them. So this way you get an overview as to how the whole thing went down. Maybe that's what they were thinking. But they certainly didn't seem to read it that way. It seemed to be a whole lot of talk about bullets. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we have questions. I have questions. Get subscribing, or as Biden said, Ukraine President Putin will come for you, or even Vice President Trump, who is ready to lead right now. He's ready to lead.
Oh gosh, Zelensky is apparently in Utah today. I imagine he's taking a tour of our F-22s. But I just kind of laugh. I'm like, shouldn't you be, I don't know, warring or something? Like, why are we?
Are you sure it's Zelensky, or is it the president of Ukraine?
Mm.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. And you take your car to mechanic for brake repair. You drive recklessly, leaving repair, and kill someone because brakes fail. Who's at fault?
I've seen this analogy come up several times, and I don't like it because I don't think that it's equivalent. I think the equivalent with a gun to this situation would be like, I'm at the range and I am shooting at a target. I am operating the gun the way I am supposed to be operating it, and because somebody cleaned it badly, there's some debris that's left in the chamber or something like that, and it ricochets and it hurts somebody else. That I think is a little bit more of an equivalent situation. If we're talking about a car, the example that I would use to make this a little bit more like the set, I know Joe doesn't like this already, but it's that you got your brakes repaired, and you're going to test them out by driving your car at high speed at somebody, and you're expecting your stopping distance to be 100 feet. So 100 feet in front of that person, you hit your brakes. You're relying on that work to stop the injury from happening. Is that reasonable under those circumstances?
I like it better if the guy said, I fixed it, and you're driving and you see that they're not really that well fixed. so now you're dealing with a scenario that you have the knowledge that cold gun, which is I fixed it, is not really, you have reasons to question it because of everything else. Well, I guess nah,
you pumped the brakes and they were soft, and you went, that's weird, and then you continued to drive the car on the highway at 70 miles an hour.
Maybe, but this is why you don't talk to the police, so you won't say that to the police, and they won't be able to use it against you.
Yeah.
Man, I just wanted to see him squirm when Stephanopoulos interview came up there. That's what I feel cheated out of that. That would have been such great theater. Just watching his face as he's saying this thing. I know how to handle guns. Hey, I handle guns. Yeah. MAG is the best. Cowboys or Stars also. There you go. So we knew about the bullets. They look different. Come on, man. 50 experts agree. Come on, man. So
yeah.
50 experts agree. They aren't relevant. Well, anyway, get good logic to 100K today. There you go. Thank you. Well, anyway, number 6. I'm just loving this stream and all your opinions. Please do this again. Well, thank you, Ghost Horse. We've been having a good time. Pinochet, can there be sanctions for the corrupt prosecutor? Can there be? Yes. Will there be? No.
No.
No. Do you know how many prosecutors get sanctions? It's a small list.
A very, very small list.
And sanctions that matter. That's even a smaller list.
Zelensky is the gift that keeps on grifting. Nice. The evolution of thought on this panel throughout this morning from what? Relevance? Oh, wow. Here's case law. to Brandy. Looks like a plea deal. Worth a rewatch. Right?
Yeah, this one did keep us on our toes today. I was not expecting much when the defense first got up. And then I take the state at face value. Silly me.
That was a mistake.
Silly me.
Apparently,
I should have known better.
Seriously, you're sitting here saying,
why is
this relevant? Morrissey says it's not relevant.
Why would there be anything other than honorable and
have candor to the tribunal? That's the rule. Why would I not think that the rule would be in this, in this courtroom?
You know what?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why that was reckless negligence by you, Andrea. Okay, because you've seen over and over and over again where the state fails to tell the truth. So.
I have. But not this prosecutor. I didn't know this particular I know that the defense has yelled about it, but there haven't been consequences. I've seen, through the records that,
Well, do you still
been
think
allegations thrown out, but nothing stuck?
do you still think it? Okay, I'm trying to get my wording correct here. Do you still think it was relevant when it came up with, or it looked really bad and it might get tossed out? So Carrie said, okay, let's make a deal. I mean,
it looks really bad. Yeah, no, I still do not really see a clear hook for how this helps Alec Baldwin other than the angle of the biased investigation. I definitely see that because she's basically admitting in her argument, well, we made the determination that it wasn't relevant. So that's why it's no big deal that we didn't hand it all over. Well, when I see these bullets that look like they match on the table, I'm, now definitely thinking I'm going to second guess that determination by the state. So
was
does
it
it actually help him
here
at the end of the road? I don't know, but yeah, if they did this here, then
but I hate to cut you off. I just so. What is their motivation to hide these bullets? I mean, if they gave him the bullets, what would that do? How would that help him? How would that make it less likely they would get a conviction? I don't even understand anything about this. Let's say, like, what is their thought? Put yourself in the shoes of the prosecutor. Okay, let's assume they hate Baldwin, and we're like, it's like Alvin Bragg. They're Alvin Bragg, and they look at Baldwin like he's Trump. Okay, they despise him, want to do anything they can to destroy his life. How does keeping these bullets from Baldwin's lawyers make it any more likely he's going to be convicted?
Or less? Yeah, I agree.
Is it the case? Is it the case that if you can't trust them on this,
yes,
then we can't trust them on the rest? That's what I'm
Thank you,
wondering.
Eric. Yes, I think that's exactly the point. They're basically saying, look, if the state is making these calls that really should be the defense calls making, the defense calls to make, then this is just the time they got caught. We don't know if they made these other determinations along the way. Oh, you're not entitled to get that because we don't think it's important. That's where I see the argument. Is it a great one? No, it's not great. But is it something that they're entitled to be able to bring out at trial and cross-examine on? Yeah.
If they struck the plea deal that we all assume that they reached, then I have two issues with this prosecutor. One, you're sloppy, and two, you're cowards because you're afraid that this is going to turn into some not guilty fine because of your screw up, which there's no reason to think that actually would happen because it's so ridiculously irrelevant.
Sorry, Larry Foreman was pointing out that they've got a scalp right now, and if they go all the way through and this should get dismissed and get worse, then maybe it will help Hannah in the appeal in some way. And they want to put it to bed and to say, okay, fine, we're done. We got the 2.5 scalps or whatever it is.
The biggest question is not whether or not, or why this changes things, or why it's relevant, or whether or not it exonerates him today. The biggest thing is, why the hell did she not hand this over to the defense long ago? Why was this not just immediately disclosed and handed over? If it's irrelevant, if it's not a big deal, hand it over. What does the state have to lose?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I said that like a moment ago. But here's why I think DUI guy is wrong. Because you're saying like they're afraid that if we go further here, we might not just lose Baldwin, we're going to lose our conviction on Gutierrez-Reed. Let me tell you something. Stopping here in a public trial is not going to help insulate whatever weakness today's revelations created.
I'm going to disagree, Joe. I'm going to disagree.
Yeah, I disagree.
Procedurally, with post-conviction, you almost never have discovery. You almost never have the ability to go out and do an independent investigation. So to get a record of exactly what happened and how all of this stuff came down and have the law enforcement officers testifying to be able to compel that in a court to make that record, you can't get that on your own in a post-conviction process. You are reliant almost almost all the time on just a voluntary cooperation of witnesses to come forward and give you affidavits and things like that to support it. This is an opportunity for Halyna Gutierrez. I see that. I see that all the way.
You actually made a great point. That is a great point. That is. I'm gonna withdraw that because I was thinking that because I think that's correct. You're right. Having the opportunity to get this, it serves as discovery for Halyna Gutierrez-Reed. That's a good point.
Because it's post conviction. They can't just subpoena them. They can't depose them. Nothing.
Yeah, you're right. I withdraw. I was wrong.
By the way, if we wrap up this stream and we don't watch the post-trial coverage, I'll be providing it on mine because I want to see Hilaria say, "My husband, he is innocent. My husband, he did nothing." I can't even do the accent. He did nothing wrong.
Just here, this will help you. My name is Hilaria. I am from Boston, Massachusetts.
All right, volume up, volume up.
Well, we're waiting for them because they might take another couple minutes. John Roberts saying, I was in the system, got out of it. All you and LawTube helped me. Joe really helped me find God again, and I'm grateful for that. And I want you to know something. Comments like that, just like they hit me very hard. I'm really flattered that I could have any kind of impact on anyone who's watching my show. So thank you very, very much. And I hope to continue whatever way I did. I have no idea what I did, but whatever way I did, I hope I can continue helping you and others, as I'm sure we all try to do that. So thank you, John. Anyone have Branka's response? He loves Morrissey.
No, I haven't seen.
And we'll see you later.
There you go. Sub up. Thank you so much. Bye, Franz. Hannah goes to prison. Alec gets a deal. Money changes everything.
I have to say that when it comes down to, if we're kind of weighing the relative culpability of everybody who was involved in this, I don't necessarily have a problem with Hannah having the
bulk of it. Especially if she brought the ammo on set. She made that decision and she loaded it. Dude, man, that's
no
a lot
live
of,
rounds, no crime, nothing would have happened.
Man, yeah. So I have no problem with her being the bulk responsible leader.
No, there's Seth.
Yeah.
So now we know it's a deal for sure because he wouldn't be able to sit there unless he was.
Great point. Yeah, it's true. Come on, man. You know the thing. Well, anyway, let's do it, people. Sub. There you go. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny's awesome. Everyone come and sub to Joe after sundown.
They're leaving the camera
after sundown.
To under 99K until the tracksuits are redesigned. I love it. I love it. It's a great plan.
Why are they leaving the camera on set?
Tracksuits at dawn.
Does this affect Hannah case appeal at all? We just went over that. I think you might have sent that what we did, but
I do. I think that's probably a big motivation for the prosecutor to settle here.
Will prosecutors Love and Hilton be sanctioned in the YSL case? Seems unlikely.
Not by Glanville.
Yeah,
the question I think is whether the Court of Appeals is going to take issue with it and or refer it to the bar.
And somebody has. People like us talking about it really helps, I think, because
it looked at the evidence. It is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public.
You suck.
All of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court, and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue, and a record should be made, and we are here to do that.
Interesting.
Ms. Hancock?
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenny. How do you want to?
No deal.
What? There's no deal?
That's why I'm asking.
The deal fell apart?
No deal.
Sure.
Oh my God.
No deal.
Oh my God.
Sure, she can sit outside.
No deal.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
All right, then. Never mind, I guess. Well.
Wow.
All right.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh my God.
We should just title this "Deal or No Deal."
I was not prepared for this turn of events.
None of us.
Deal or no deal scream. Yeah.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films.
Could this be part of a
as well as
negotiation, though,
episodics,
to preserve
TV,
the record for the
Maybe.
firearms,
case?
tactical gear,
Maybe.
leather.
All right, man. It's time to hear from Seth Kenny.
Or maybe they're just trying to do the right thing and show the public the truth.
You provide
for the sake of-
ammunition and
of
firearms
justice.
as a part of
Sure.
the props that you provide. Is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry.
blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the
He's
history.
he's a work friend
How long have you known him?
of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teske?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And
Troy wrote
just
it down.
for the record,
Troy.
what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no. But props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach and a bit of
What does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach
we don't do this for a living.
Yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thel provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When
months.
you say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to
doesn't let her
Albuquerque?
finish.
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
Because she's
They both
she's
drove
preserving
from
the
Bullhead
record.
City,
That's it. That's the whole
Arizona.
purpose
Thank
of
you.
continuing.
So they
this.
came to
That's why.
Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
That's my guess. At least. I
And
could totally be wrong.
where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household gray bin. Approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
Everyone should be aware there's no jury for this. This is part of a motion.
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been
Is it getting
previously
fainter?
entered into evidence
Or is
as
it just my
She's not by her mic.
Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came
Nobody
back
knows
to
for sure.
Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself.
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get those?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attributed it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot.
They soak the rounds
right
in
now,
liquid?
so I need to flip
Yeah,
through.
to
For
create
the antiquing. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
I am surprised about the muddied rattle, though. I
Yeah.
didn't hear that.
I would have assumed they were.
He
antique
mentioned that
before being
last time
assembled,
too.
but
Did he? And I just missed it.
Yeah, in the last trial.
yes.
The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5 row wide, 10 row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. Do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So Did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text, call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and you know, why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
To me, that clears.
I don't believe so.
So much, Eric.
So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously there's an incident and Ms. Hutchens dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck. Just passed it along
okay,
to...
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teske to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teske might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teske and Mr. Kenny. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court.
Where is
I just
Spyro?
don't have a paper copy of it.
Yeah.
Do you need to see it?
I've got to ask also, because I'm asking this in my own chat.
Oh, there's
Why-
Spyro. He was just out.
Why antique the rounds at all? It's not like in 1860 they weren't firing new rounds. They would have been manufactured around the same time period. It's not like rounds are getting passed down by my father's father's father. So why antique them?
Because the show is called Rust.
While we're here.
No. It's from other sets, guys. And those dummies can go movie to movie to movie. Maybe it was needed for another movie for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you want me to mark this exhibit that
Why
I'm going to use with
Presley
Mr. Kenny?
Yeah.
Tina? We're going to have to. Well, let me do this. Let me make this court's
who's firing
Roman numeral
antique
1
rounds?
and court's Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your ones and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit.
No, because we're in a motion hearing.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer to. You don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Can you mark this? Can you mark that for me? Courts 2, Roman numeral 2.
But you're right,
Is there a
on
reason
civil
I'm
law,
not
that is
seeing
kind
this
of
on the
funny.
monitors?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's doing this.
And there's reality too, Kurt, and there's expectations as well. I mean, does a viewing public think they're going to look older? Does Hollywood think they're going to be older at that time?
This reminds me of, like, you shoot a movie, it's set in ancient Rome, and we're going to have the Colosseum as it looks
Do you
today.
see what's in front of you,
This
sir?
doesn't make sense. The Colosseum was intact at one point,
True.
Is this what? Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy Teske in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teske have Thale Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teske to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883.
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training camp.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It is significant to say.
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be 2 different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point,
What gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me 2 options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teske on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds in the photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Rust since November?
Well,
1st,
that's a pretty leading question there.
Do you
narrative?
Still believe that these are evidence in the accidental
Is
death?
that the case on a motion
Definitely
too?
not.
And then I see Mr. Teske responds and says, okay. And then what do you say?
Can you zoom in?
Dude, I don't know. Let me look.
There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teske in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay.
Didn't he have his cell phone with him last time he testified on the stand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
They let him read the text
And
off his phone.
You have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have 4 different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kenny, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can you
the
see it?
gray,
Do you
yeah,
want
the
me
gray,
to
yeah, the
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep. I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No. And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on the on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reader Troy Teske again after the death of Halyna Hutchens?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teske, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kenny, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teske wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done.
Notice the lack of
How
any
certain are
objection.
you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Rust.
Okay. I'll pass this witness. And Mr. Spiro, is there an exhibit?
Here we go.
you need to provide?
Just, you can email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
By the way, I could totally be wrong about a plea. I just find it interesting that there are no
afternoon.
objections. They're letting each other make the record. It's very, very clear, very clean.
So in the thousands of times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about,
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
That didn't take long.
Never mind. Maybe, maybe I'm totally off. Maybe there is no plea deal.
Yeah, if they're having a contested hearing, this doesn't really seem like it's making the record.
And Baldwin didn't look happy. Like he looks happy earlier, and now when he came back, he doesn't look happy. I don't know.
Maybe they were working on something and they just decided, nah, screw it. If we're gonna let the judge go after it, let him go after it. I think we'll survive this.
He pushed too hard and lost it, and she is reactive. We've already seen that.
Yeah, and she's also extremely prideful, which is why I asked if you thought she might offer another one, because she just does not. Once she gets her teeth into something, she's not letting go.
They had it in their hand, though. They were both happy. They were smiling. They clearly had it in their hand. And you went and you asked for one thing too much, didn't you?
I wonder if that's why they asked for the extra time too on the break, was so that they could work out the details, and maybe it fell through. Who knows?
Yeah, I guess court. Somebody somewhere in the chat or something said court TV is reporting no deal.
Yeah, I guess so.
So I don't know.
At least I'm
confused.
not the only one who's thinking it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just.
You had me convinced. You had me convinced it was a deal.
I was convinced.
Yes. It looked like a deal. I mean, that certainly was what it looked like. It's just that I think, like we said, you just never count on it until it is signed, sealed, and delivered. Things can fall through. You can have the best intentions that that's what you're going to get done.
Yep.
But it just doesn't always work.
Or could the deal be pending on whatever the judge is going to say? Like if the judge says, sorry, we're going to keep going, then they'll make a deal, or vice versa. I don't know.
I don't know why you're doing this. Yeah, if there's, I don't really understand the making a record idea, because it's like, when I close it out. If the idea is to save embarrassment, it doesn't seem like you're really accomplishing that goal.
I still think it's to save the prior conviction, if that was the intent, but maybe maybe you're right. I reserve the right to be wrong, you guys.
Fine.
Okay.
We're all speculating anyway.
I confess that I'm
guessing
clueless.
based on what we see.
Yeah, I'm clueless.
Oh, you said
hear.
over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
Or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. Right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And
It's a lot of dummy rounds.
You were telling this court that of all the dummy rounds in all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing, and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically, through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque
I mean, rather, you came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Okay. Thank you. You arrive the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have needed. Knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck, yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883, yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts. Again, you say dummies, I get it. To Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of rust had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
Just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30?
I haven't seen her at all during
Got
this
it.
trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row in the middle, just above the two zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said a direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph
What this is.
Photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set. You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things changed, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchens died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Ms. Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained
there you go.
Live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay. Well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Because ain't nobody's
and
trusting
you weren't
Seth.
sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot.
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case.
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the days that followed.
I don't know if I was
Do
drinking.
not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing. Correct?
Correct.
She
Good
told
advice.
you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Not good advice.
Why?
In fact, at one point you just said shh with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You did provide
This is big if true, man.
Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo? That
Get a lawyer's always good
evidence
advice.
on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Did you email that? Yeah.
So
Okay.
was
We'll
this
get
when
it
he
in a
was
minute.
dating Sarah
But
too, Eric?
The one that you just
he
saw
never
on the
was dating
screen
her, or he's
of you
never
and
claimed
Mr.
it.
Teske. Do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like I don't have the photo, so, but the photo that you took and sent to of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teske replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's court exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one, no, mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be States 1.
States
I just
1.
haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it States 1.
I'll
for
give
now.
this to Seth.
see it on
He's
your
more
screen?
chilled
I
than
do.
I am with a gun.
Okay.
And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental
It's more
death,
chill
correct?
than I am
That's
with
on
the
November
gun.
1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement, that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing, how come when you provided to the defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's
why didn't you provide the message this
because he was sending the picture.
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other officers?
Yeah, November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teske, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said, shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right?
Sorry. Andrea, do you find his testimony?
And the she who didn't do her fucking job
credible?
Was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit.
He has seemed credible to me so far.
For Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the cocaine.
He was laughing.
Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition to set a Russ?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
And by the way, that's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
Glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads and the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
You have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment. Yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises?
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teske about in front of Hancock, correct?
He sounds, yeah, roughly accurate, yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
Last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
I don't
Okay. Did he draw blood?
think they broke him. No.
I don't know what they got.
Excuse, thank you, sir.
No.
Next
I mean,
witness.
I'm watching the chat say liar, 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 liar. That's all I ever hear is liar, liar, liar. But he's credible. I mean, and the evidence
I
seems to
didn't get
back
it.
up what he says. I just don't understand it.
They came at him like they had these big gotchas and he just gave them. He gave them what they like. I didn't see evasiveness. I didn't see squirreliness.
No, he actually, I found him to be kind of likable.
Is that what you expected out of this witness? Be honest, Joe. You don't know anything about it. Did you expect him to be that way on the stand?
Personable. He's personable. Yes.
How about you, Kurt?
I don't know really what I expected, to be honest. I found him generally speaking credible.
You found him credible? I'm asking.
Mostly. I found him mostly credible.
Mm-hmm.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kenny?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kenny share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Let's see if I can.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kenny and Mr. Teske?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me? I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kenny that came from Mr. Teske on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teske?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teske about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teske at least a couple times for him to
figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office.
That could be.
I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teske at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teske was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teske?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teske had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had
Finally, a
asked
non-leading
where
question.
Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teske to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you are reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes. And to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
Well, you could test him.
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teske ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you? Are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teske and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
Okay, I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
There's a body cam that
There's
the prosecution just got a hold of just now.
When
Apparently-
Teske comes into the station,
It's the newest
What the hell?
news.
recorded on
news.
a body
What the hell?
I believe that the defense did
Where'd it
have
come
it
from?
because they knew what Mr. Teske was saying.
That's
to
what I wanna
Popple, and
know.
That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Where is
It's not-
mysterious
it
body
hasn't
cam?
been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call.
Let the defense
Randall, but
speak.
it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose
It
body.
would
was-
probably be helpful to give the evidence to the
let me ask
defense.
you,
That'd be
in the
good.
Meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have
Yep.
the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, where they when they went to the FBI? She her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their pile? Do you want me
I
to
just
do
want
it?
the ones that Popple testified off of, not any
I don't
cross.
remember exactly.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified, she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no?
Because she wants to verify
Yes, where she went
whether it's a
through.
Brady
someone with
violation.
locks.
She doesn't care what defense knows about.
Okay, so
It's
no
right now she
scene
wants to know
photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
what does the state have and what
Do
they
you
give
have
over.
those?
They should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't
I'd be
have
freaking
live
out right about now. As the judge would be
I'm-
like,
I'm
"What do you
hearing
mean?
you.
There's a new
Let
body
me,
cam
I want to
photo?
look at
What do you
the
mean?"
bullets.
This might get dismissed.
You don't need photos of boxes,
No,
just.
no,
okay.
I want what she testified of, the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested. There they are.
So is this body cam about
I think these
testimony
are fine.
regarding the bullets that were just brought in today
thank you.
and discovered today that wasn't included?
Oh, you want the
I'm not
actual
sure.
photos.
Well, these are fine.
Okay, I thought
Well,
you
I
wanted
was
photographs.
gonna take the photos, but these are.
All I know is we want to use it as evidence,
these-
and
may I
apparently
ask,
it just came into
Are these
existence
all
just now.
these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had it.
Ammo everywhere. And
I
no,
don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that
I
No
wonder if the
certain
reason
entered while
I
she
wonder if the reason the
testified.
plea deal blew up is because of this mysterious body cam photo that magically came into
Sorry
existence.
to interrupt.
No.
I don't know. Spyro looked confused.
Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm.
He looked shocked
Do
and
you want
confused
to
too.
announce what they are? Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
This goes to where did these extra bullets or dummies or rounds come from that the state was in possession of? I think that's where this body cam fits in. Is I think this is body cam of whoever the police discussed these rounds with, right? Or is this just completely unrelated brand new body cam?
Hang on, we need to catch up with you if you're gonna give us numbers. Hang on.
What a
All
joke
right,
this
do you
investigation.
want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to.
Didn't we
list them
outlaw
off to me
trial by
yet.
ambush quite a long
Well,
time
it's
ago?
just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15.
If I were the judge, I'd be so
16.
pissed off.
What was the other one?
Good logic. Do you
15,
know
16,
what?
17 and 18.
Do you know what the body cam is in relation to good logic?
And
Were you
then-
following?
No. I mean, no.
20,
Do you?
21.
I thought it was in
23.
relation to
Slow down.
these rounds that
If you
were
would,
allegedly
please.
dropped off.
Yeah, that
no
when
one
he
had
came by, that
testimony.
there was that I'm assuming that's Tony's or Troy's or whatever Teske's name is.
Oh,
Right?
the judge looks pissed.
What was the?
I'd be pissed.
Give me the first number.
How'd they
again.
get this
You've got a
today?
ton of
20,
exhibits
20,
here.
21.
Good question.
20 and 21?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
23,
hang on,
25.
hang on. This is 20. You want
Oh,
that?
no, I just want the gun.
21 is the
You can
shot
go
of the
whenever you
pew.
Yeah, I don't want the pew. I want
Okay, what else?
just
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. But she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken
Okay,
on the
yeah,
set.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This does, okay. This one has ammunition on it?
Which is that from, oh, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only want
9.
the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Okay. So what I'm handing you is all photos of state's exhibits that were of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
Glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah.
I want everything. What do you
I have
mean?
them here.
Everything.
These are it? After all I asked for? It's kind of thin. from what I-
You know what? Hang on just a second.
Why would they not just turn these over to the defense and the court already?
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teske's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of Rust?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what
Over
Mr.
lunch.
Teske said
Nothing
in the
happened.
video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get.
You can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure, and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and
Spyro
this-
is trying to
this
like.
testimony, he can call her back up if he wants. but-
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text?
Oh, is the judge going to ask
Seth
questions
Kenny
over
got
now?
from Teske?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As she should.
I was thinking she should have been doing all of this herself. She should just pull up one witness after another and just voir dire each of them.
Yeah.
Get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, really. I'm the captain now.
And can you blow that up?
Say it.
Go to the top or the bottom?
The top.
Okay,
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
sure.
All right, so
Same time as
you
yesterday.
testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see, you said one similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. So 45 Colt.
Not, it didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
In what, why is it different in the primer color?
because the primer on this, the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
Who's this? These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing.
Get your ass up here now.
I
What
don't
part
see
of
also
you need to
here.
come up? Do you not
Right,
understand?
but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust,
To the live ammunition.
to the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, as far as, yes.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on
Okay.
live. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
But the live ones all had silver, so I get it now. I mean, they have live rounds that look like dummies, but they're not.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start without that.
All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal. When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed on the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies
Some of these could-
that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
so at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case.
Good, Joe.
right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them. In relation to this case or in relation to the past case?
In relation to any case.
It's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
She was excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So
Hi,
you
Popple.
were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the good Samaritan Mr. Teske, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Mr. Kenny was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
Say what you want about this guy. He leans when he finds an edge, he will lean in on it.
You
hard.
interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay.
Like I said,
And
almost like they're dating.
we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B.
Go ahead and mark defense slays on your bingo card.
Screen. And it's not working.
And what was she again? Lead investigator?
This
Yes.
is the lead investigator. They're talking about Popple's testimony yesterday that it didn't match. And she's conceded that is completely false. Not good.
Yeah.
Okay. And you see at the top, this is a screenshot that he's sending you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Yup, it's evidence in the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it seemed like a relief.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the
Hold
end,
something for later.
Mr. Teske comes in, and you had known Mr. Teske's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up. I mean, withdraw. Troy Teske's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teske, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchens, correct?
Yes, that was what where that originated from, was from Thel.
Well, but you see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teske and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase. Shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny if he had kept saying that?
No.
Okay.
And why is that?
So in any event, you knew that Mr. Teske was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing,
Well, if it was your employee, Danny, or your recommendation,
Yes.
she did it.
sending you
Would you be
screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
I'm just curious.
Mr. Teske showed up here, according to you, at the Halyna Gutierrez-Reed trial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teske then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchens, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
She is law
Which
enforcement.
would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that. Don't worry, but wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenny, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Halyna Gutierrez-Reed trial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
What?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal?
Obviously not.
No.
Well, it sounds like you might.
And
See.
when Mr. Teske came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
The precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Teske made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched Rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
That would do it. Yep, there you go.
Okay, so that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
You said your own.
You did say
your
your.
He did your own. He did say that.
It's so full of crap, this guy.
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said no running things. Speak.
My request is that you correct the record with regard to Mr. Spira's.
That is not an objection.
Okay.
What is your objection?
This characterizes
One word.
This characterizes the record. This characterizes
He's
the facts.
corrected himself. A police report.
She does not seem happy with the prosecution.
She is
No.
done.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right?
You saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teske had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teske was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And
Church on
that's
Sunday.
who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody.
They had some
that
validation.
Gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could
They
be
had a
able
provenance.
to relate what that
thank you.
item was and
That-
how it may
that
have been
makes sense.
related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, and the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there
Well-
when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially. I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now.
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Overruled.
You
she's letting him at her.
In your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there is one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know. I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
Very crucial.
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you
something he got in Dick's
inventory this Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
There's no impact on
Baldwin. You then told the court, right? So we've worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teske, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. You just ask it. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teske. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that you then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teske, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
I'm asking for which phone.
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case, because we have those, right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teske?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used, no.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls to Mr. Teske
from the cell phone
They
that
got
you
this
use
all
when you're
from
conducting
Teske.
the rest of your law enforcement in this.
Oh, yeah.
I think Teske was a setup. Teske was a
When
setup.
you claim to this court that you called.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I did call
We
him.
got it from Teske.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this.
And if
I
not
am
Teske,
loving-
You don't know what
Reed.
phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Sorry, Eric.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you use for everything else in this case to Mr. Teske during the weeks that you claim you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claim you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay.
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claim you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
I want to see
Follow-up
it. It's
question.
necessary
So,
for us.
Yeah,
on
I know.
testimony, I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teske came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
Okay. All right. And at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teske?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
Wonder why he didn't wait for her, folks.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Did you have a conversation? Yes or no?
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And
Why not?
Why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
Thank you, Judge.
These were discussions that were had with
Who?
myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead
Names.
investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said
Prosecutors were there?
and prosecutors.
Yes. ma'am.
Morrissey.
Mm.
You all
Morrissey knew.
discussion
Let Hannah go.
about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Ooh.
I freaking called it.
which actually is slightly worse because now you have the prosecutor
defense
behaving in a
requested
law enforcement
both
capacity,
through you and
which
the
means that
prosecutors
now
to
you can
see
sue
all of the
them.
ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And
Get
obviously,
Hannah out of jail.
and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record.
Yeah.
We were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teske dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
No.
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to continue.
I asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you.
Done. You answered just fine.
Judge hates you guys. She hates you all.
Until she logs into this system.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross
Rule on it right now.
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body camera.
I agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do.
Oh, this had better be good.
She's delaying the inevitable now. She knows she done effed up.
Corporal,
I
as
freaking
you
called
sit
this
here
shit.
today,
What's going on in Hannah?
do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teske came from the set of Rust?
No.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
That's it?
That wasn't,
you
but that's
say
not the issue that
that
defense is trying to raise at this
There
point.
were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file. Right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Put her on the stand. Put her on the stand.
Mr. Spyro wants me to. I'll testify under oath.
Oh, here we go.
Absolutely. I'm happy to.
Prosecutor just
Jesus.
volunteered to take the stand. Holy shit, dude! Let's go for
I'm
it.
showing you State's Exhibit
Holy
16.
shit! Oh man.
How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Where did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church. Or
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
Man.
Doesn't matter.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Doesn't matter.
Collected.
She's not getting it.
No.
She's trying to say what Morrissey is probably trying to say.
All of these photographs and all of the items.
These
that
are
in
validated
evidence,
as being related, as opposed to not being validated as being related.
How do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust. Or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How
of
do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Randall, if that's his. Are you finished? Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Witness's excuse. Thank
Okay.
you.
Put Morrissey on the stand.
I'd be like,
Yeah.
the prosecutor just volunteered to put herself on the stand. How about we call her next?
Your next witness?
Oh, look at her face.
She is so done.
Yeah, dude.
I knew
Oh,
something
Lord.
fishy was
She's
going on
heard
in Hannah
everything
Gutierrez.
she needs to hear.
I knew it. Everybody's testimony was so lined up, so perfect. You left a bunch of witnesses just sitting there texting one another. They're hanging out with the prosecutor, trying to deflect any and all liability. I freaking called this crap, man. This is dirty. How many other people has this been done to in Santa Fe? The judge needs to toss this case.
Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the
Probability of
testimony
that is
given
higher
this
than
case
when we
will be
started this
the truth,
morning.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Oh, we might get the video, Andrea.
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And
Think that'll be true at the end of the day?
do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teske brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
It has nothing to do with
Okay,
your
and we have the
decision to keep it
video.
away.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
See if we can skip the minutes that were behind.
I'll tell you what, I cannot remember watching a trial that shifted more in one day.
Sure. I'm working on pulling it up.
Without a single substantive
Without-
witness.
Yeah, yeah.
6th.
Date
Wow.
that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
Now I would not take that plea deal. if
I'm
I
going to
was
show you what
Baldwin.
I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2.
Just have this right here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling my poll would be
Wait,
quite a
wait.
bit different
Well,
if we
we're
take it
publishing
again
it
right
now.
now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But go ahead. I mean, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what.
I wouldn't say it's
You
a
want to
certainty,
see the
but
video
certainly
or
a lot
no?
more probable than when we
I do
started.
want the video.
Okay.
Okay.
It had already gone up from 29% to
Is that
33%.
familiar to you?
Yeah.
No, I'm doing it again.
Or I'm sorry,
What are we
36%.
looking at?
That's the hallway area
Yeah.
of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No.
where it's a
Why
secure-
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it.
Carrie snippy.
So I believe it is set to a 30-second.
I think she's panicking.
video,
Okay, that makes
and then
sense.
once I activate the camera, the audio
It
will
comes
kick on.
on. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's always recording,
Mhm.
and then once you press the record button, it saves the last 30 seconds and then gets audio from there. Okay, that makes sense.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Lieutenant, nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this, like a chain, like a statement.
Well, we don't have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll.
This could be the case right here.
That's my wife. Hi, that's Ben.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so we have like a chain of custody.
Where we going?
Wherever you want to go to get the evidence. You can go to the interview room, it's fine.
Sure, I can fill out a statement or something, witness statement. When I'm a witness, I'm called here as a witness. To the Russ trial. And I live in Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to. When I got to the trial, they said, at the last minute, they said, okay, I want you to testify.
No,
Right, we'll just bring some evidence. And then they didn't want the evidence.
Okay.
I said, well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, that's fair. What do you guys do for enough?
Yeah, I don't care what you do, I just don't want to have it. And they're 45 cartridges, like.
They're from the set?
No.
Okay.
No. Do you want to know the details?
Did you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes,
Was he asked if they were from the set?
yes,
What was his response?
no.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Well, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teske. T-E-S-A-E.
Hi, Troy.
I've got all kinds
Hello,
of-
mysterious Mr. Teske.
You should see it. I'm a
We're getting called by.
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense, okay.
But they didn't end up using it.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
Sorry. Okay, so they were gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
the
her,
defense.
him on the phone. He was good and said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Rosa, which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out of here. I don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you
There's
recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
There's Pat.
Do you know when Mr. Teske is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
Speaking
side?
now, on the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Is there any basis to know that?
If he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
This is the defense.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I want to go.
They told me to, the defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and 2 times,
Hey guys, please look at the private chat. Kind of
Hancock
urgent.
and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting.
So Hannah's attorneys had this.
Called me, you know Seth. Everybody seems to know Seth here. But Seth, he was a friend of mine. And Seth Kenny called me from Hancock's office. He was a detective at the time. And he said, you're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you. Because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch. They came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Know him too?
Yeah, I know of him.
Everybody. That's awesome.
Dealt with.
Oh, she remembers that.
That's perfect. You're the perfect person to what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm Scene Technician.
All right. Well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it.
Better jot that down.
My big
Would have been hilarious if she said, "I'm an investigator."
having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds."
Okay.
Or a bunch, and then they. I said, "What?"
I'm awake.
I want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture? So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. They looked at it, and Seth said, "Yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting."
When you say they're from the same batch of live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Fell went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was
Go back.
Sir, why does your video end there?
And was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
So the gentleman said on the video it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes,
Okay.
But it was from the same batch.
We're from Hancock, right?
correct.
That's what I heard.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual is here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Halyna Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
That's okay.
Hey, Joe, you want to swap it? Or?
I got it.
Oh, you already did.
I'm about to.
Okay.
So this still implicates Seth Kenny then, because if Seth Kenny had his ammo in the same box or batch with Thel Reed, and he's saying Thel Reed had some live rounds in there.
It doesn't implicate Seth in as far as Seth is saying he hand checked every single dummy round that he provided to Rust.
Yeah.
If you believe that, then we rule out Seth. If you don't believe that, then.
But if the batch was contained in the green canister that was
the witness that was in the precinct code review was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and vouchered it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes into the room, she says, "I've dealt with this case a lot," right?
Yes.
And Teske says, "You're the perfect person," right?
Yes.
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
Yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case, and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Well, you knew that because he's bringing it into you.
He's still a witness.
He
Right,
found
and
it in his front yard?
You know, I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct to turn in evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, that I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect? All right, this witness is excused. Next witness.
Hannah deserves to walk.
The witnesses,
All right.
I'm happy to provide information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30. Okay? Or
I'm with you, Joe. Put her on the stand.
Okay.
You know everything's going to hell when the prosecutor for the second time says, "Put me on the stand." Put me in, coach.
Because wasn't part of the reason why Hannah Gutierrez didn't take the deal that was offered to her is because she had to turn over where she got the ammo and she was afraid she would implicate her own father. If it turns out that there's a high probability it came from Seth Kenny and not her father, she should have taken the goddamn deal.
I don't know how that, I'm not seeing that connection here. I'm seeing that the original source of the dummy rounds was this Joe, whatever his name was.
Swanson.
Yeah, Joe Swanson. And so Joe Swanson's ammo would have gone to Thale Reed. And I guess maybe also to Seth Kenny. And so it doesn't, I think, get it onto the set of Rust through Seth Kenny unless we discount Seth Kenny's testimony that he individually checked, yada, 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 which we can. I mean, we're free to. I'm just saying we would have to overcome that. Otherwise, the pathway to Rust would presumably be through Thale, and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, if this is even the stuff that ended up on set.
Well, wasn't Sarah the one who picked it up? And if it came in the same green canister and that canister was found with Seth Kenny and it came from the same batch, that means that the same batch would have contained the live ammo. So it went from Seth Kenny to Sarah onto the Rust set. Seth Kenny is saying, no, I only supplied blanks. You're right. He's saying I tested each one of, or I checked each one, and each one I sent over to the Rust set were blanks. But he knew that contained, that same canister or that same batch contained live rounds.
But the live rounds were tested by the canister were turned in, and they did not match.
Yeah, the canister, he just had at PDQ. The canister, I don't believe, went on set. He said that the canister is what that Thale had brought the live rounds to the 1883 set, not the set, the range. Took them there. They did their cowboy action shooting. Through that course, he had removed them all from the green ammo canister and put them in different boxes, because then they used the green ammo container for the shells, for the empty casings. And so then the green ammo canister ended up back in PDQ. The live ammo ended up in the boxes where he had put it in. He had sorted it all out and arranged it in the ammo boxes. He kind of lost track of those at some point in the hotel and wasn't sure exactly which trip he brought them back to the PDQ on. But again, we're just back at his testimony is that they were separated. And it doesn't get the green ammo case on set. Is there testimony from Hannah Gutierrez that the green ammo case was on the Rust set? I don't know.
No.
See, if I was Morrissey, I would basically, I would tell the court what I assume happened here, assuming this is correct, is the timing of this evidence coming in is after the Gutierrez-Reed trial. That's when we're getting a hold. That's when this guy marched in here. That trial is over. That trial is all about the bullets. So when we're collecting our evidence for Rust, so we have different trials that are coming on. We have Gutierrez-Reed, we have Baldwin. So once the Gutierrez-Reed case is over, we're not worried about bullets anymore at this point. So that's what I would basically, I would try to explain it to the court. And that's why when this guy's coming in here, we don't know if these bullets are even related. He's coming in making these claims. He's not saying it came from this set. We have to go through a whole investigation to figure out whether or not it has anything to do with this case at all in the first place, to vet out the legitimacy of his claim. And even if it is legitimate, it has no impact on the Baldwin case, because Baldwin is not about how the bullets got there and what the source of these bullets were. So that's why at this point in time, that's why we're looking at this as a whole separate thing. That's how I would try. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's, I can understand how, if they're not even on scene, they're in court when this guy comes in and they're told, hey, someone's coming in here with bullets that were not from the set. They would say, you know what, just put that on the side in a separate file, store that away, and we'll come back to it, because it's not something that's at all pressing to us, because we're already done with Gutierrez-Reed. At this point, we're focused on
well, that was during the issue trial, though. That was this guy came in during the trial, during Hannah Gutierrez's trial. That's the problem, is the lack of disclosure. Why did they not turn to the defense and say, we have a guy outside who's claiming to know you guys?
Because he went to the defense. He went to the defense is what it sounds like.
Prior. He says, yeah, I already told the defense this.
That's why he was there. Yeah, that's why he was there at all, and they didn't want to use it.
So hold on. Maybe
from the Hannah Gutierrez standpoint, if there's an issue, see, here's what I see. Okay, they're trying to set up a suggestion that the source of the live ammo was Joe Swanson, that he is the one who inadvertently mixed the live round into the dummy rounds. That's what I'm getting from this, because it looks like the dummy rounds, the live round that killed Halyna Hutchens looks like the dummy rounds that, according to this guy, Troy Teske, are, in this batch, in the same batch of dummy rounds that he provided to everybody else. So that's where we're getting these similar views, right? The ones that we looked at in the morning, those are the ones I keep saying that, Troy Teske brought in, said they're part of the same batch. We don't know if that's true or not. He could be completely making it up, but that's what he's saying. So that's what it's going to, is just the idea that there was a mix up here and that it happened at the Joe Swanson level. So I think that if that was the case, yes, that is definitely potentially pertinent to a Hannah Gutierrez defense, because she would be able to say, I didn't know, I relied on the dummy rounds I got from Joe Swanson. And so, I didn't necessarily have responsibility for that. However, the problem is him saying, I took this to the defense first and they didn't want to use it. They waived it.
They might have waived it as to them, but these lawyers don't seem to have had access to it, and it was their prerogative. They wanted to have access to the evidence and have access to all the ammo, and now this evidence might suggest where the ammo that came on scene came from, which, depending on how you want to play it, you can point the finger at someone else and as a way to try to deflect blame. So, or, whatever it is you want to do with it. But now it's not even about that. Now the real issue is the fact that the police didn't disclose it. They didn't provide the information. And we have one of the crime technician on the stand admitting to lying. We have the crime technician also admitting that the prosecution apparently was there when the decision was made about how to file it in the police records, which now means the prosecutor has gone outside their prosecutorial role and has now transitioned into a law enforcement role, which raised all kinds of fun possibilities for lawsuits that we didn't have before. And so it also raises, and so the prosecutor taking the stand at this point seems borderline insane, because she's about to walk herself into a civil lawsuit personally, which normally you couldn't do.
Ugh. I think as far as this all relates to Alec Baldwin, I think the only question this still leaves for me as far as the materiality of this is that if Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, let's just say hypothetically, this is all correct, Joe Swanson accidentally slipped a live round into the dummies. She didn't know it. That's how it ended up in the gun. Does that undermine Alec Baldwin's own potential liability in any way? I don't know that it does, because we're not depending on him knowing that she knew that it was a live round. But it's just the risk that it could have been a live round.
But let's say that his defense is the industry practice, not standard per se, right? But the industry practice and what is standard for all movie sets is that you rely on the armor. And the armor is saying, yeah, and I relied on the supplier. I was not in charge of purchasing and procuring supply. On top of that, some of the primers were switched around when they were moving from set to set. And then on top of that, you have Seth Kenny saying, yeah, the ones that I handpicked out, I excluded, allegedly, the ones that didn't have a large rattle, right? Where I picked them up and I couldn't really hear a rattle. Allegedly, he excluded that. Okay, did he really, or is he trying to negate liability? At a minimum, he has a bias.
Yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be.
Let's go back a little bit. Go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Is Morrissey taking the stand?
Sounds like it.
Judge is giving her a colloquy.
Back on the record.
Do it. Take the stand. Do it.
Clear. You're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me.
Does she want an attorney present?
Necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened.
Yeah, he doesn't want her on the stand. He's worried.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to witness now.
Hey.
Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to,
Holy shit.
but, I don't.
Big red flags are going off in my brain right now.
Doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself a witness,
damn it.
there's no one.
I'm having a problem. Relax.
Information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right,
Oh,
so you're
Lord.
calling yourself as a.
And I am.
Oh, Lord.
My understanding
There's
that
no way this is a good idea.
previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
No,
okay, sure.
Boy, oh boy, would I like to go talk to police, man. I really want to go loud volunteer. This sounds like a good idea. Holy shit, we're
Yikes.
doing this thing now, everyone. Okay,
All
I'm
right,
gonna need a
Ms.
beer or
Morrissey
something.
voluntarily
This
calling
is
herself
wild.
as a
Oh, my
witness
God.
without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Navarro asking her to. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Oh my. This could be great.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kenney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ Props. Seth Kenny took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kenny and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kenny gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teske on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teske, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teske had had contact with law enforcement.
Oh dear.
Regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teske. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teske about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teske. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teske on a witness list for the Halyna Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teske on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teske, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teske so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teske's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teske. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teske took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust.
Okay.
They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teske's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers.
And are they dummies? Are they live?
One of them, the one
They're
on
live.
Oh, so live
Here's
ammo.
the Starline brass casing.
These are the reloads.
They have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So
collected from the sheriff's office from where?
I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust.
Because of the primers?
And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust.
But the live rounds could have had brass primers.
What ends
That's
up
what I'm
happening
hearing.
is Mr. Teske is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teske say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teske, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teske sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teske had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teske showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you.
And
That's
a case of all about the bullets. Oh, Lord.
Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teske couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So she's saying the rounds he turned in were the rounds Hannah had that she photographed?
May I ask a few
Allegedly?
questions?
I don't know how.
When you took
knows
over this case,
and didn't do.
the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
Relevant?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today.
She did.
Whoa!
Oh, shit.
Taking part on the conduct we're hearing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson has. Ms. Johnson didn't want their. My understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
Holy shit, dude.
July 1st was
Oh,
matter. You
God.
signed a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time.
Let's.
I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teske, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass, silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Yes, but
When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor, had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Haig, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine, and that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Haig and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Halyna Gutierrez-Reed trial cross-examined Mr. Haig about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Halyna Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Halyna Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Haig at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this, and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Haig for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
you say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
Yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us and it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Haig yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teske? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is, the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these, I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to Rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teske had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of Rust.
That's the claim she was making earlier.
You don't like Mr. Baldwin
5 hours
very
ago.
much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview
An ammo
about
expert?
Mr. Baldwin was a
I
cocksucker.
missed this part.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
He just did.
Without
she doesn't want to.
Oh,
She doesn't want to.
I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
You deny that?
He is an arrogant prick.
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I don't
responsive.
want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not.
Duh.
I have no further
All right, do you have any follow-up testimony? All
I,
right,
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
thank you.
defendant remains silent. Okay, noted.
This is remarkable.
All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think either side needs further argument on this.
All right,
Dismiss this with prejudice. Be done.
so dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Please do.
So
Yep.
in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor.
Yep.
This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to impeachment. It is impeachment evidence. Has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. And that is State versus Huerta Castro.
This is the key one.
She's going to find it. She's going to find it.
Material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings.
Yep.
The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchens. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice.
Did a great job.
Court also has power, inherent power.
Done.
Yeah.
State versus where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to affect
there's going to be sanctions
power and promote efficient judicial administration.
Sanction her.
Its discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Wow.
Thank God. She tried to rob justice from that
With
family.
respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
Yep, that's
Wow.
We are in recess.
I was crying.
No
That's it.
case
It's game
dismissed,
over.
gavel. Where's the case dismissed, gavel?
That's it. It is game over. There is no
Wow.
appeal.
I
It's
got
done.
one.
Cook it,
Wow.
baby.
It's done.
Cook it.
Wow.
I'm gonna.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yikes. Holy shit, a prosecutor had consequences. Well, not personally.
Wow. I can't. Oh, you'll never see this again. You will never see this ever happen ever again.
Wait, I kind of want to keep watching.
Yeah, I want to keep.
My fault. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oof.
Alec Baldwin may be an arrogant prick, but nothing compares to a crooked prosecutor.
Yeah.
Shame on her. Shame on her in this case. Shame on her in the case before. Disgusting.
For the benefit of my chat, I finished my second full yellow legal pad today, and I'm actually out of legal pads, so I went into the little extra white little binder. Holy cow. Never seen anything like that before.
No, you'll never see it again.
Screw her. Screw Seth Kenny. Screw the freaking investigator. I'm sorry. They're all implicated. They all need to freaking buzzer off. They all need to have some kind of punishment. This is not okay. What a joke. Go hire yourself an attorney today.
Last witness in the trial, prosecutor.
Yeah. Kurt, you called that one because she just made the finding of the violation of the rights.
Wow, that's them silenced. That's the stream silenced it. Yeah. Goodbye.
I hope they have if they have an outside statement. Can we watch the presser?
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be. How can there not be?
Yeah.
The prosecutor probably not so much. She's going to slink away.
She's gonna cry.
And cry.
She's crying.
Yeah, no,
Is she?
It's not good.
Looks like it.
She not bad.
I can't believe Erlinda Johnson quit today. That
was
blew my
crazy.
mind.
That was crazy. I think she was full of crap about why she quit also.
She's like, she could not
quick.
nope out fast enough once she heard about that.
Wow.
That tells you that indicates how secretive she was about this, how much she colluded with these individuals to keep this evidence from coming forward. It wasn't like this was known to everybody and it was out there and they just didn't notice. Clearly, that's not the case. Because if that were the case, Erlinda Johnson would have noped out of there a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I don't buy this whole, the defense had word. Oh, they already knew. Oh, this was their witness. It was good for them, or it was bad for them. So that's why I didn't bring it to their attention. Bullshit. If that's the case, then why did you have prosecutor after prosecutor after prosecutor leave your office? Because they found out what the hell you were up to, that you were violating your ethics and rules of professionalism. And oh my gosh, we are 99 subscribers away from hitting
99 away.
subs.
5,000 you watching here. Link is in the description. 99 away. How often do you see a sub count go to 100? How often do you see it? You don't see it every day.
It's true, you don't see it every day.
Hannah should be free.
Two things in one day that you don't see every day, right? So there you go. Well, that is a live count right now. So wow, that was crazy. And I'm keeping my eyes open while we're doing this here to see if any of you spot
I'm gonna look too.
something which shows that there's a whatchamacallit? Press conference. Yeah, please call my attention and we'll pull that up immediately. But yeah, 95 away from 100K. So what do you guys think was the turning point that this was it? What was the moment? What was the moment that they were cooked?
When the detective said that Morrissey was in on the decision to have the different case number. That was it.
Yeah, that's probably it. She's right. Yeah, I buy that.
Yeah, I think
that's where she decided this is total bad faith, and you knew you were in on it. Yeah, I think she was done at that point.
I think it was Hancock when Hancock sat there and went. Which part was it where she goes, so you know that these rounds didn't come from Seth, right? Yeah, these rounds didn't come from Seth. So they were
yeah.
There we go.
Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you
now
so very,
pass
very
on
much.
with good love.
Well, now you're about to crack another 100.
God
man.
bless
Damn.
you. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you so much for your subscriptions, your support. I really appreciate it. I just want to. We're going to come right back to the trial. Don't worry. But I want to tell you that from the day I started streaming and doing this, I've had tremendous support in ways that are both immeasurable and impossible for me to aptly describe. Not simply not simply the numbers being far beyond anything I actually deserve, but the emotional support, the constant outreach of people reaching out to me, pushing me to go forward, and frankly, financial support in ways that far outstrip numbers a channel my size ever really deserved. So first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you who has been following me, whether it's following me for a couple of days or now 3 years or so. So I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you. And I also want to express my gratitude to all the phenomenal people I've met in this sphere. Really a great number of people who are just nothing but love. I mean, just amazing people. You've seen them. You know who they are. So each and every one of you who I've met on either a social media type of level or actual social type of level, I just want to tell you I really appreciate that. I also want to thank my family for their support, because they've been really supporting in every way possible, and most importantly, God. So I just want to express my gratitude to God and ask for His continued blessings in abundance, because I'm very overwhelmed, as you can see the numbers here continuing to surge. It's very overwhelming. So I want to say thank you, and I hope to continue providing content that people appreciate. I'm going to keep doing this as long as I can. So thank you all, and again, thank each and every one of you for participating here. You guys are phenomenal, and in respect to this trial, I really enjoyed it a great deal. So
yeah, it was fun. The collab was fun.
And I just want to also mention so many people out there who I never met before, who are actually pushing others to come join, subscribe to my channel. It's an amazing. You guys are amazing. So
Nate the lawyer's back and a little late to the party.
Press conference is in the private chat.
Nate, you didn't miss very much.
I'm going to show that now.
I'm on a plane, so.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management.
Running your business can be overwhelming, apparently, if you're the New Mexico prosecutor. That is true.
This is insane. This is so insane.
Nate, have you been following this?
I was watching from the plane, and I was shocked. I'm still shocked.
I've never seen anything like this.
There you go.
No, you'll never see anything like this ever again.
Literally on the plane.
I have never seen a prosecutor call themselves onto the stand.
This is by far and away the most roller coaster dynamic.
That was such a Hail Mary by her, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know
Hail Mary.
how to characterize
She's
what
like,
just happened.
She's like, this is going down in flames, and I'm going to do everything I can to try and save this. And maybe if I get up there, it's funny, we all thought Alec Baldwin would be the one who would take the stand, desperately trying to save his own ass, and it ends up being the special prosecutor taking the stand, desperately trying to save her own ass.
Viva owes me.
Nate, I want to hear from Nate, because he can't talk over us. He's got to be quiet.
Okay,
What's your take, Nate?
We can't. Yeah, Nate, you there?
I'm here, but I'm on a plane because we're literally.
Yeah, we know. Don't talk loud. Whisper. We'll be quiet.
Yeah.
I'm super chatting like crazy on all you guys' channels. I don't think you guys feel my super chats coming in, but this is insane. I just don't. I don't know what to say. I'm shocked.
Well, I will say that on my repoll, which got 1,221 votes, there was a massive shift now to 71% in favor of the motion to dismiss would be granted and just 29% against. So the course of this hearing changed a lot of perspectives.
Wow.
That defense attorney's worth every bit of money that they're paying for that.
Look, you know what? We hated on him early.
Yeah.
We hated
somehow got the prosecutor on the stand. So, okay. You'll never see that again, ever.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. He lucked into this win. He didn't just win this out. He lucked into this.
He did.
Gift wrap for them.
Yeah.
But Nate, that's just staying busy. That's just staying busy. You just keep your hands going. You don't necessarily get the combo out that you were planning, but you keep freaking throwing and something can land. You always have a puncher's chance.
Yeah. Listen, this is the machine gun tactic. He machine gunned the shit out this case and something did stick. We kept saying it. He machine gunned it and he machine gunned it to death. One bullet landed. That's all he needed.
Yep. Turns out he didn't really need a factual defense.
How?
Eric asking me, how would you defend this guy? And
Alec Baldwin can afford competent counsel to uncover this kind of corruption. And that's the problem. How many other defendants in Santa Fe have had this kind of shit happen to them because one person is afraid of the criminal liability and implications, so they immediately go and deflect onto everyone else. And then everybody just goes along with it. Apparently, the prosecutor felt so comfy. Now, she was a special prosecutor appointed for this case, but she felt really comfortable about this, right? Right? She was an ammo expert. I can tell you, Your Honor.
Oh, that was
I
nice
look
touch.
at those bullets and tell you that this wasn't on the russet. It didn't match. Oh, really? Really? This is bullshit. I demand an apology and my $10. I'm done. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll give you $10, Danny.
No, I want
earned
my
it.
$10 from Viva. There. Danny's raging. I'm done.
No,
I didn't realize Robert Gouvet was watching pushing subs over here. God bless you, Robert.
I
You're
do
awesome.
appreciate
You're
Robert. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to help support us, and we do appreciate everyone out there who's watching us. About the 4,500 of you who are watching, we really do appreciate you spending time and being part of us. And you've been here for something you will never see again. This is insane fuel.
Yeah.
The Brady violation in the middle of trial that leads to a dismissal. I mean, unicorn fuel. And then the prosecutor taking the stand in their own case. I don't know if it's when the last time that's happened. That's probably a once in every 20 years, if that kind of event. You'll never see that ever happen again. And the judge is basically all but telling her, don't do this.
Yeah, she was.
It
was like, you don't have to. You don't have to do this.
We're not ordering you to do this. You don't have to. Basically saying, please don't. And she's like, no, I want to. No, I want to. I was like, oh my God.
She's like, you really shouldn't. She already knew.
And right about now, Hannah Gutierrez lawyers are reading every single word of that. And now that she's admitted to being part of the investigation, as I mentioned earlier, that exposes her personally to liability, because normally a prosecutor would have absolute immunity, but she stepped out of her role as a prosecutor and into a law enforcement capacity. So suddenly now she personally has liability. So that's super exciting. And they will probably be looking to potentially set aside her decision. So Court of Appeals' life is going to be much more interesting. That's for sure.
I knew this was messed up when they started saying that the primers could be different colors. And then I was going, wait a second, that doesn't sound right then. So you're telling me that coincidentally, all of the live rounds on set that have been determined to be on set via investigation, only all of those live rounds had the silver primer? That doesn't seem to freaking line up. There were so many questions. And then you just look at freaking Seth Kenny's house and you go, wait a second, none of this is matching up. And then you look at the emails and the text messages between Seth Kenny and all of the potential other people who were, or not potential, actual witnesses in this case. And it starts to make sense. You go, wait a second, here's Seth Kenny spinning his little tail, handing it over. Joe's crying. I'll shut up. Joe, stop crying. It's hurting my heart. I don't even.
I'm
You
great.
and I don't
I'm
even
great.
get
Keep
along,
going.
and
Keep
you're hurting
talking.
my
You're
heart. Cut it
talking.
out.
Keep talking. Go.
No, it's done.
Work. We're
Wait,
working.
You're crying. I just fucking called this. That's all I'm saying. Like, the
I'm
justice
not
was done
crying.
today.
What are you talking about? Stop! You're making stuff up. Just go. Just keep talking. I was just
I'm
going through chats.
pissed off. I'm just pissed off because I knew this shit was happening. You all need to go subscribe to me, subscribe to Joe, subscribe to Andrea Burkhart, subscribe to Uncivil Law. Because when I came in, do you guys remember this? I came in on Eric's stream the Friday after Hannah was convicted, and I said, I think that was a wrong call. I think that the jury missed out on a lot of evidence. I don't think that the defense did a good job. I think that the defense should have asked a lot more questions. Now, we know, hey, There might have been stuff the defense was unaware of. Time will tell whether or not they're going to be able to appeal this, but something tells me, my little spidey senses tell me that Ms. Morrissey is not being completely honest about what the defense did and didn't know in the Hannah Gutierrez trial while the trial was ongoing. And I have to take this call. Love you guys. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you guys, by the way, for gifting me. And yeah, and thank you to my this is my queen of recruitment here, Bella Stella. So yeah. I feel guilty about I don't know that I'm gonna have I have to shut down very soon.
Yeah, well, what a nice way to get into your your season to thank God. You have something to thank God for a little bit extra today.
This is true. Well, I'll tell you, today was actually my grandson's bris.
You mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I started this morning. I didn't mention is that there's the most special honor that you can give anyone is to make them the one who's actually holding the baby during the event. And this is the first time today. And it's funny is that I have my nephew had a baby boy born an hour after my grandson. So my father had and they were in different locations, these two events, and my father was at the other one, and so he got that honor over my nephews, and I actually got that honor today. So it's considered like perhaps arguably the biggest honor you can give anyone. So this is the first time that happened to me in my life, and it's like kind of weird that that's the day, like later that day, like to finally hit this number, which I've been like fighting for forever.
Yeah, you really have been hitting it for a very long time, and that's why I was so happy to help push it in particular, because you've been on this cusp for a long time. And
I'm thank you. I have no other way to say it.
Yeah,
I do need to shut down soon, so maybe one of you should pick up the video.
Oh, fair enough. I can do it.
Yeah,
I guess.
share it.
Awesome, Kurt.
Give me a second to could you send me the feed in the private chat just so I can get to the same source?
Yeah, it's yeah, I'll do that. Nothing's happening.
Is it this one? No, the Denny and direct link.
Yeah.
This time?
All right, give me a second.
A little higher. They said it was a little audio was a little. That's my bad for not catching it.
They want to fine tune the audio and make it perfect.
No joke. Let's see. Can we make it look all nice and pretty? Pretty for the people. Pretty people time. Okay, share that link. Great. And then I can bring my own thing up. There it is. Great. Substitute 1 for 1. Great. We should be good to go.
Let's bring it in. You got it, right?
Yeah.
You brought yours in?
Go.
Okay.
Yep. Should be good to go.
Okay, no hurry. Tell me when you're ready and we'll roll.
We love you, Joe.
Love you guys too.
Okay.
Take care, Joe.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out very soon. Like I really need to step out.
Go ahead and step out now. Take time, hug your family, celebrate. Love you, Joe.
It's been a blast and it's been an honor. I'm so glad I got to share this moment with you.
I mean, no, seriously, you guys were amazing. Thank you. I can keep saying that all day, but thank you. Godspeed.
Around to make sure I'm not missing somebody come out.
I'm trying to find a different feed because that feed just crashed on me, or they closed it more to point. So I need to find a new one. Give me a second. We'll get there. You guys can talk while I'm figuring this out.
I'm just trying to sort of track what's going on and what the reactions are.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's just now a feed of the courthouse. There's nothing out there yet.
Okay.
I don't know if Court TV is going to cover it live. They're still up, but they just have a banner up right now.
So the $1 million question everybody is asking is what happens to Morrissey now? Kurt, you called the civil case. I mean, that seems pretty imminent. Bar, I don't know.
Bar is unlikely just because prosecutors
Yeah.
all before the bar, but a lawsuit that includes her personally, yeah.
But if a judge is pissed enough and a judge makes a referral, that one sometimes gets attention.
Well, this judge seems like she might fall in the pissed enough category. So,
Yeah.
Guess what, you guys? Today's such a blessed day. I was vindicated. And on top of that, I've been negotiating a deal and the deal just went through. And I'm
Yay!
Congratulations.
And we really didn't think they were going to. Okay, so funny story. My initial offer was kind of shit for my client. I realized it after the fact. So they brought back a deal that was even more shit. Okay. So then I was like, oh, well, there's wiggle room here. I ended up with a much, much better deal than our initial offer. So I'm very, very pleased. Whew.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. Great work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so
much.
Guys,
I actually just realized I've been sitting here all day. I hate to jump out right now, but I think I have to because I haven't checked my trees. And we are in the season of thin margins.
Trees?
I collect bonsai trees, and so they require a lot of attention.
Oh, yeah.
They are the most demanding pets I've ever had.
I love bonsais.
Of course, now they're going to talk.
Yeah. No, they're just talking about something. He's just talking about, well, she said it was the same thing I ever heard. He said, I covered the Michael Jackson trial. So
I will be right.
I'm having a little witty banter right now.
Hey, Uncivil, how good does it feel? Well, I'll tell you, it feels really damn good. Today is such a blessed day. I am so blessed. We're blessed. You guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe to me in Uncivil Law. Like, especially us smaller creators like me. I only have like 11,000 subs, and it would really help out a lot if you just go hit the sub button. It costs you guys nothing.
Yeah,
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. We got Andrea and Danny over 100,000.
Yeah. How much is Andrea at right now?
I think 89.
Oh, good for her. So I'm the
83.
Little sub.
83. I knew it was close. I double checked.
Oh, today's a great day. Oh, today's a great day. So vindicated. So freaking vindicated. Everybody.
It's really hard to believe it came to this, to be quite honest. It's hard to believe what could have been just a minor error ultimately manifested in this way. And I think in part it's because they tried to hide things. And even in this trial, by denying certain things and saying that certain things weren't true and that they didn't look like this. And it's like, well, isn't that a lie? Yeah, it was. So I think maybe now, as always, the cover-up is perhaps worse than the crime because it goes a lot to that intentionality of the prosecutor. Like, I can't speak to, the finer points of how they do things in this system, but at least to me, it's superficially plausible that they gave it a different number because at that point, the Rust case with respect to Hunley was over. And so they filed it in a different number and somehow it just didn't get correlated. And that could be just an honest mistake. It really could be. But I think and even the prosecutor potentially being part of that discussion could not really be neither here nor there. I think what really got them into trouble was the feeling of deceit, because judges don't like being lied to. And you had these lies in court by people and you have the defense successfully uncovering the lies. And I think that's kind of what put it over the top at the end, is being like, no, nothing else was going to work. We were already on our way to some sort of sanction that would have been lesser, some sort of cautionary instruction maybe, or some sort of instruction in the final result. But even that, I don't think was a foregone conclusion. And I think what really started to put this over the top was the testimony that the prosecutor was there as part of that discussion. And that's what, and also when they opened up the ammo bags and what they said wouldn't be there was there.
Well, where is the ammo from?
With their own eyes, right?
Right. Where's the ammo from? What kind of ammo is it? Where are you pulling this from? That's what the judge kept saying. Where are you getting this from? Because everybody had a different answer. Oh, sorry, Trina.
No worries.
The courtroom, which is where we were on the right-hand side, you have the defense attorneys as well as Baldwin's family. The first person to react, I believe, was his mother. You heard a weep of a cry. And you look over and you see her react, and you see his brother react. And it took a second before his wife reacted. She had to hear the word dismissal one more time.
Right.
And then she broke down.
So Alec was the last one.
Yeah. He got a pat on the back from his attorney. And then he realized what was happening.
And then Carrie Morris just walked out of the courthouse. I know we carried it live on KOAT.
Mhm.
She said she respected the decision, but
Didn't agree with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge she played no games. She saw this entire trial.
Can you
She
turn
didn't
it
want
up?
any of this back and forth. She wanted
No,
things
this is it. I've boosted to max. That's all I've got.
How long were you in the courtroom? Were you in the courtroom when she
I'm sorry.
took the stand, basically testifying in narrative about trying to protect herself should the case be thrown out? Because as John Day said, she knew it was coming.
Yeah, I got in there as soon as she went onto the stand. She sat up on the stand as all the other witnesses did, said her spiel for a little bit under oath, and then got cross-examined by Alex Spiro, who had tons of questions, of course, as you can imagine, to ask her. At one point, he just
You guys
came out
can't hear
and
it. I'll see if I can find a different feed then. If it's that bad, I'll see if I can find a different feed. But I've already boosted it 600%. I can do no more on my end.
It's like whispering. You know who it's a sad day for is the victim and the victim's family, because what this says is that the prosecutor robbed justice from the victim and from their family, and that's disgusting.
Quite possibly.
So when you guys see me celebrating, it's not because I'm celebrating what happened today. I'm celebrating that for once, a prosecutor was not only caught, but held accountable. And that's what I want to see. That's why I'm celebrating. So don't get things confused, okay? You think that I give two
The
craps.
prosecutor's actually giving a press conference. I can't even fucking believe it. I'm sorry, I just used
Pull
profanity.
it, pull it, pull it, pull it. No, pull it up, pull it up.
Got a little overexcited there.
Here, let me add it to the stage. Is that okay?
Quick word, sir. Ilaria, how do you feel about this dismissal? Elizabeth, Robert, any words on the dismissal? Alex, Luke, any words on the dismissal? Mr. Baldwin, a quick word, please.
Go ahead and mute it maybe for a second. I kind of want to hear what Nate's going to say. He drives
Sure.
off, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to say is the defense strategy worked like a charm.
Yeah, it did.
I've been
I guess so.
teasing this bullet stuff from day one. I even went back and looked at a couple of stuff while we were walking to customs. They have been teasing it all, and they've been saying these names all throughout. This name, this name, this name. What about these bullets? What about these bullets? And I think they set the prosecutor up because they knew this was an issue, and now today they brought this was the trap day. Here it is, boom, and it just happened to be enough. And this prosecutor, and now listen, I'm going to say it. When you remember when the judge was asking when the defendant was asking the prosecutor, did you ever call him a son of a bitch? Did you ever do this? Did you ever do that?
Mhm.
When I was on the phone with her, she was screaming at me. She was threatening me and my client just the same exact way. You son of a no, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna see you in court. So I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what she did. So it's incredible. I will say this, as at the prosecutor's office, all the defense work that I've done, I have never seen this happen where the prosecutor takes the stand in a Hail Mary to save their case. I don't know, you guys may have a lot more experience than that, but have you guys ever seen a prosecutor take the stand to save their case? And not only was she not called by the defense, she called herself to the stand. That was crazy. It was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Now, we did see this in the Fannie Willis case. Fannie Willis was called, but she was called by her team. But this was insane.
Well, no, that's not
I don't know how you guys
100% true because in Fannie Willis's case, she had successfully gotten the injunction or the whatever so that she wouldn't have to testify. And then she did her Kool-Aid Man routine, busting through the thing like, oh, yeah, I'm here to testify anyway. So she undermined her own team in real time. She did practically call herself to the stand.
But this is I'm honestly speechless. I generally these cases, I'm like, and now he's going to scream he was set up. And to be honest with you, I know people aren't going to like what I'm about to say. This was a fair verdict. The judge is 100% right. You can't hide evidence from the defense, and you got to hold the state if you are hiding evidence from the defense, even though it may not have been the crux of the case, but as soon as you do that, the cops knew, the prosecutor knew, they all knew, and they didn't turn it over, it's done. And you're too late. And that's what we said earlier. The jury is sworn, jeopardy is attached, witnesses have been called. What else can you do? This is all in the process. My question to you guys on the panel is, do you guys think we're looking at sanctions to the prosecutor? Because this is a straight up Brady violation.
She needs to lose her license.
I don't know about losing your license, but I think sanctions are definitely appropriate in this case.
I think she's going to get sued.
Yeah. Kurt made the call. Like, the judge is telegraphing to her, don't put yourself on the stand, you dumbass. Like, I've already decided against you. She's going to find that you violated somebody's civil rights. What are you doing?
A 1983 claim, huh? She got a 1983 claim. But
Personally. Which is unheard of for a prosecutor to do it personally. You can do it against the office, but against the individual, never. And now we're talking about it because of her idiocy.
Both cases could have easily said, we checked the ammo, we did everything that was required of us, that is the standard, we followed it, we were not criminally negligent, so why are we criminally liable? The problem is with the supplier. Both cases, both defendants could have argued that. Both.
Well, because I'm literally going into customs, as you can see it. I'm not filming. But Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
Film customs. I'm sure they like it.
Cool. Turn it off. Sorry, guys.
All right, fair enough. Well, please enjoy customs. While Nate is trying to figure out whether or not he can get through customs, we will return to the.
All right. Well, that is defense team too, or just yes? Everybody?
So we don't get anything from Alec Baldwin.
And to be clear, everybody in chat.
Oh God, she's going to have her say.
Evidence that we discussed in court today was related to the set of rust. It never left the state of Arizona. I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to the incident involving Ms. Hutchens.
So the judge is wrong?
No, I said that I respect the court's decision. I think that people can disagree. I'm disappointed because I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorneys, but I have to respect the court's decision.
Do you feel you let the Hutchens family down?
Do you regret not turning over the ammunition? Well, I didn't know that the ammunition that became the subject of today's hearing existed.
Do you still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
You knew it existed.
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the.
I mean, it's a little bit of a decision for you, to be quite honest. If you don't think that he's guilty, why are you pressing the charge? Pressing on.
Jury.
Did you let the Hutchens family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to.
Okay. I guess that's all there is to that then. Never mind.
Did it just cut?
I guess.
You guys, it's better that 2 guilty people go free, okay, than 1 innocent person end up in jail. And the problem is that we have a prosecutor who was more than willing to bend the rules to allow whatever to happen, innocent or guilty, that the prosecutor had decided these people were guilty.
Here's the problem that I see with what happened today, because I will say I have the tiniest sliver of sympathy for her, even though I don't think it's the prosecutor's job to be deciding what's relevant and what's not. That is not your purview, and you as a defense attorney should know that. Nevertheless, I do have a little sliver of sympathy on the materiality finding because, yeah, I do have a little bit of a hard time seeing how this is helpful from just a factual defense standpoint. However, where I think the ship got sunk is Popple getting on the stand and saying the live ammunition didn't match. Concession that was false. That was false testimony that she gave. That just automatically now then makes this impeachment. And once it's impeachment, it's subject to Brady. So there was no way around that. If they had had that evidence, they could have impeached Popple with it. Here's the actual bullets. Look at them. Are you saying these are dissimilar? No, you testified that they were different, but they actually look exactly the same, don't they? They didn't have that, couldn't impeach, end of story. That's what killed them.
Yep, pretty much. I think it's just the deceit before the court was really what pushed it over the top. I think it was just hiding things, and basically the one witness being like, "No, there was no identity." And the defense read back her testimony, read it back line by line.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "That was wrong, wasn't it?" Yeah. I was like, that's the court doesn't like that. They don't want to be, they don't want to have misrepresentations. They're relying on the lawyers to, behave in a ethical way.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of went downhill from there, and it didn't really recover. Then there was the bags of evidence with the brass in it. That's like, yep, that looks kind of similar to that after all. And then we have the prosecution get on the stand with her, holding up the twin photographs. I'm looking forward to memes of that being produced right now. Can you see these pictures? Like, yeah. And the judge was just like not here for it at all.
No.
I mean, this has been the most roller coaster day of court I've ever experienced in my life. It's weird because it really wasn't substantive in some ways. It was procedural, right? It wasn't because we had witnesses on the stands like, oh, that's a good witness, or that's a good witness, or in terms sort of the battle of the ideas of that we've been playing with, and sort of the idea of what's reckless or those kinds of ideas. This is a procedural thing, and for it to get this out of control, like you never will see that ever. This is unheard of.
This just puts to me the entire investigation at issue. Every single step. Every single damn step. How can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt someone's recklessness to the level of criminal negligence? I don't see it. Because if you can't even figure out where the hell these bullets came from, and you have different witnesses testifying to different things, you have randos walking in off the street saying, hey, by the way, this came from the original batch. These are similar to the original batch. It may be able to help inform your case, which is what a case is. It's to come to a better understanding of the truth. It's not going to be a perfect truth. It's not going to be all the truth, but it is going to be some truth. And the fact is that we had that evidence out there. And for one reason or another, the prosecutor took it upon herself to play the role of investigative police officer and prosecutor and jury and judge. This is bullshit. So, you know what? Good for Alec Baldwin, I guess. He's an a-hole. Okay? Do I think, by the way, personally, do I think that him and Halyna Gutierrez both were reckless in my personal opinion? Yeah. But could I ever say with a clean conscience that the state or I could prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they're guilty of those things? Nope. Not in a million years. Even though all of my fuzzy willy gillies say, yeah, absolutely, they were freaking losers and they are absolutely responsible for this woman's death. At the end of the day, I can't prove it. And I know for a fact neither can the state. And that's why I'm so pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, we want to be fair, and fairness has a particular color to it in the American system because, according to the Constitution, fairness is weighted in favor of the defense. Right, the defense has the right to take the stand or not. They have the right to remain silent. They have the right to an attorney. They have the right to not be tried twice for the same crime. So there's a particular bias towards the defense, at least in principle, and I think we saw that really manifested today. And we have these rules. We have Brady, we have their companion cases. Like, you got to disclose what you know. You got to disclose everything that officers know. Anything that could be material, anything that could lead to a defense. And I think it was just like one too many things along the line.
What I would hope is the positive. I'm a silver lining kind of person, and what I hope is the positive thing that comes out of this, especially this happening on such a public scale with such a high profile defendant, is that maybe prosecutors will get the freaking message that you should err on the side of turn it over. Just err on the side of turn it over. For heaven's sake, this whole little hide the ball game. It's gonna get you into
I know
trouble.
some prosecutors' offices that are just open file. It's like we will literally give you everything in our file. It's just open file. We'll give you everything. And it solves the problem right up.
I've been lucky to have practiced in several different jurisdictions, like little local jurisdictions, and it's crazy how even in a relatively small area, the practices and the culture can differ just so much, just vastly. I've been in situations where the prosecutors will just happily turn anything over. They're like, oh yeah, your client wants a copy of the discovery, go ahead and have it. And then others that will like just fight you tooth and nail on stuff that it should seem it's obvious. Like, okay, I'm reading a report. The report refers to another report. I want this other report. And they'll like fight me over whether this other report is relevant. I'm like, I need the context. Hopefully this will shift the culture, if only the tiniest amount, in favor of, yes, we are entitled to this stuff. Hand it over.
Yep.
For 100%. Let's go through some of these super chats because we've been having so many people contribute.
We got a ton.
Yeah. Will prosecutors Love and Hilton be sanctioned in the YSL case? Well, given the way things are going in the YSL case, there's lots of sanctions to be had by everyone, I think. Thank you for your super chat. I gifted 20 gift memberships to my own chat. You're the best.
Well done. Well done.
B499 said Seth Kenny wandered a lot less trial, struggle for both sides. Morrissey had to come off to rein it in. Yeah. Didn't do any favors today.
I could get that impression
at all. You know, it's interesting because I wonder, Danny, if you have any further thoughts on, in retrospect, what you might have observed earlier, because you were observing, everyone's sort of happy and smiling and discussing, and you said to yourself that you thought it looked like a lot like a plea negotiation, which I think is a reasonable take. But given where we are now, what do you think? Would you think that was what you were seeing, that everyone's happy fuzzy, and then basically someone runs through the door, like the last minute messenger, Mercury himself runs through the door with the letter in hand, and it all goes to hell?
It's interesting that you say that, because I suddenly remembered when she said that Johnson left and that she had quit. I remember watching Johnson walk away from the table where they had all the ammunition and where they were all talking up in front of the bench. Do you remember this? There is a moment where she turns and walks away, and she walks down the hall. And I thought, oh, that's odd. That's all I recall in that moment. Do I still think that they were trying to negotiate out a deal? Yeah, I do. I think they were going to say, dude, drop this, apologize, and we'll just call it a deal. I don't change my mind on that. Yeah, it doesn't change my mind. I think that the defense felt they were sitting pretty. They were like, hey, look, let's make a deal. We saw the video. You saw the video. She thought, I think at the last minute, she changed her mind. And that's why you saw Baldwin go, oh, and everyone just looked so drained, because it was like, come on. But
that arrogance, that arrogance that got her on the stand is what did her in. I buy this 100%.
This theory holds up.
The video while you guys pull up other super chats, because it distinctly, like that image of her turning around in that super cute outfit and just waltzing right down the aisle. I went, that's odd.
Well, if you can find the moment on video, I'll be happy to rewatch it for something. If you want to find it,
for sure.
More super chats. If you try.
No guarantee that that's exactly when that occurred, but to me, that's what came to mind when.
Makes sense. As soon as she saw the bullets and went, nope.
Yep. That's kind of what it felt like to me.
Wow. Roosevelt Media News gives $5. Say never believed this story about him cleaning up the bullets. I think he was doing more.
Yes,
good team, my friend.
It calls into question everything, and this argument, respectfully, to Branca, he's arguing, well, this is kind of like saying you don't know which gas went in a car of a drunk driver, and I'm saying no. It's sort of like saying, did they hit the brakes, and are the brakes working, and where were the brakes from? Did the brakes have a latent problem from the manufacturer? Were the brakes ever hit? That is the problem. So if you're going to put it on all fours, I feel like that's a better comparison. But anyway, I'll shut up.
No, fair enough. Taylor Cook, how does sound made by the degraded dummy cartridges compared to a live cartridge? Well, a live cartridge shouldn't make a sound at all. So
well, I can understand even if it does make some sound, it's not even going to sound like a ball bearing in a brass casing. I mean, what do I know?
They shook them in the last trial, which is why I brought out the maracas the last trial. So like they shook them then, and you can hear like a very slight little ting 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 kind of sound. But even there, you heard Seth say that the ones he excluded were kind of muddied, so he couldn't really tell. How do we know that? How the hell do we know that Seth didn't talk to Hannah and say, "Oh, that's okay. Those ones still work. They just have a patina on them." And so, those are still dummies. We have no idea. And Hannah wasn't going to take the stand because Hannah thought that I'm positive that Hannah thought that Thel Reed is the one who had supplied the live rounds without realizing that those live rounds were commingled beforehand, and that batch that she pulled from, or not that she pulled from, but that Seth Kenny pulled from and brought on set through Sarah, came from that same commingled set. They were all trusting Seth Kenny. And so to pretend like Seth Kenny didn't have any sort of bias, that he didn't have any sort of reason to lie, is just, I don't trust Seth Kenny with a freaking 30-foot pole. And now everyone knows why. That's all I've got to say. I'm really shutting up now.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're speaking some truths. You're speaking some truths, and I'm here for it. Bird asks, does this mean no deal, or is Morrissey trying to preserve the conviction prior to deal? I think it might mean no deal. There's some
now we know it means no deal.
Bass player 2011 Iffy says most likely make them bandoliers in terms
the
of
antiquing. The antiquing.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Honey Bear Cares $5 said Cowboys and ammo were outside the day. Leave a new box out. Ammo set for a week will look weathered. Fair enough. Bass player 2011 Iffy says this case is a perfect example of why eyewitnesses are the worst evidence you can provide. We haven't given to the ones that are on the set, and we'll never hear from them at all. So that's
never.
Fun. Paul L says theory: Seth is actually a Baldwin brother trying to get revenge for being excluded for acting for his brothers. Sure. Okay. Fletcher Boy for $1.99 says being a Lothario isn't illegal. No, but it does potentially influence testimony, and it's one of those things. Again, it's about being honest versus hiding something, right? So if you're honest, and you indicate this, then it's like, okay, we can factor it in. If you hide it, then when we discover it, it's like, oh, you're trying to hide it. So honesty is usually the best policy, perhaps even more so in trials. Justin Wright for $10 says it's the defense that brought this in. Sounds like the prosecution never followed up, so never got body cam info from the server to sign over defense. They had to go to IT to find the record. There seems to be many problems afoot. Yeah. The Iceman, if you want to read some, by the way, we can alternate if you like.
Oh, go right ahead.
Okay.
You're doing great.
The Iceman, 101,418 says, shock trials going forward. Don't worry about it. It's not. However, at least Baldwin's not getting a real life. He is.
Well,
Justice
he is.
Served, in my opinion, the victim deserves this to go to the jury. It won't. Thank you for your super
unfortunately.
Lucky for Danish Krona for $8.89 said, did Hancock just specified that Teske came to the court during his trial to hand over additional evidence? No, it was afterwards, I'm pretty sure. Yesterday,
he said during. He said during. Well, she said Hancock was saying during because that's why she couldn't go deal with him because she was stuck in court during
fair enough.
Yeah, so that was a conflict.
The Chugu Show for $1.09 said 60 minutes behind. I'm so lost right now. We all a little bit are because we don't have a template for whatever the hell this was.
Yeah, we got a little disoriented over the course of the day.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this again just because.
Yeah. I
don't know how I got to make a compilation video of this or something. I don't know. Maybe put some music, make a TikTok out of it. I don't know. Mcpedia for £5 says the only thing worse than Baldwin is the state. Apparently, that's what we're at. Q Revere $2 sees other comment in chat. Thank you for your super chat. Bass player 2011 Iffy says she was at trial when the ammo came in. How would she know it's Troy? I don't know.
They told her.
There you go. TR Greater Rex for $1. What's the point of gotchaing this woman?
Because it worked.
Show her to be a liar, which shows the thing to be a liar, which reveals a pattern of conduct, which in its accumulated form makes the judge go sad.
Yeah.
There is rule 1 of litigation. Rule 1 of litigation is don't piss off the judge. This would be why that's rule 1 of litigation.
No, don't lie to the judge. How about that? How about don't lie to the court because you have a duty of candor to the court? Every attorney does. Every attorney has a duty of candor.
I know. It's in the rules of ethics and everything.
Yes. Yeah. We are officers of the court. Oh.
Bass player 2011 Iffy says they need to bring Troy in to testify. Nope. He could have gotten the ammo from a local store for all we know. Thank you for your super chat.
Yeah, that's part of the big conflict with all this now. And to the extent that justice for anybody requires knowing how the live ammo got on set. I don't think we're ever going to know because there's too many versions of accounts, and it just is going to depend on who do you believe, who do you find more credible out of all of these people.
The Chugi Show $1.99 said he's getting off, isn't he? He is.
Yes, indeed.
Michael W says ammunition for $10 says ammunition turned in years later with zero change of custody after the trial ends magically takes the gun out of Alec Baldwin's hands. How's it relevant to Baldwin's aiming the gun at Hitchens and killing her? Well, it's relevant in impeachment. It's impeachment. It's evidence. It potentially attacks a person's character. There's lots of ways it could be potentially relevant. And, you know, it's also a line of inquiry that you can never go down. It may be a dead end in the end, but you never even have the chance. So that's a bit unfair.
And again, if they knew where the ammunition came from and they knew that they couldn't, you know, argue that the ammo was somehow mixed up or that, you know, that someone intentionally brought live rounds on set, we know where the live rounds came from, right? It eliminates so many arguments for the defense. That's it. That's it. It eliminates all of those arguments. And so when you come in here and you say, oh, well, the ammo shouldn't matter because he pointed. Yeah, well, the industry standard apparently includes pointing at people. And apparently it's done pretty damn often. So if they could have argued that and he was relying on an armor and the armor was relying on the supplier, then the person who's most at fault in that scenario is the supplier in my mind.
Yeah. Crazy Cayman for £5 says, remember, hit that like and subscribe button or Biden will raise your taxes. You should definitely like and subscribe to my two fellow guests, both of whom would very much appreciate your subscription. Melanie Jacobs for $4.99 gets the sticker. Thank you very much. Zach Russell for $2 says, do you think the prosecutor get disbarred? Very, very unlikely.
Yeah,
the best you're really hoping for is some sort of sanction. And even that's unlikely, but probably not. No, not for this. Unfortunately or fortunately, it requires more. But her liability in this lawsuit is looking very, very real.
Yeah,
also,
I
she's
think
a special prosecutor. I don't think people are going to be ringing her number again in the near future.
Yeah, no, I think realistically, the only thing the bar would be inclined to do anyway would be something along the lines of like a reprimand. And you're not going to be reprimanded worse than the public beating you just took in front of the cameras, in front of the world. So is there really an upside to that? Don't know that it's necessary.
Yeah, very much. 499 says free RL South, free Hana and lock up Carl. Thank you for your super chat. Shy Gal, $8. And by the way, Danny, if you want to read some, you're more than welcome to as well. I don't want to monopolize if you want to read some. Great. Shy Gal 8 says, I love watching Great Defense. Thing I noticed is the best. Do not read, all in memory. Do you memorize questions while at trial? No, I would write out an outline of points I want to hit, but I wouldn't write out the specific questions. Not for at least a reason. I want to listen to their answer, and it might influence my thing. One of the downsides of writing all your questions out is, and you can see this happen in trials, is some lawyers will get too stuck to the questions they wrote, and they won't really listen to the answer, and sometimes they'll miss an opportunity. So I think better is to sort of do the highlights, the big points you want to do, maybe like a couple questions there, but otherwise sort of improv it based off that. I think that's practice, but that's Bettigager says, were Morrissey, Lally, and Pinger class?
They all have their own special flavor of awful, though. That's the nice thing. Nice thing about bad prosecutors.
I still think Lally might be the worst, though. I hate that guy. Pope Rackets says shenanigans levels off the chart. This judge with Reed or Z Anderson trial be interesting. Why being skeptical of the gate is healthy for justice? Fair enough. Base player 2111 iffy 499 says we still don't know that. All we have is choice statements, no evidence, they're the same batch.
Yeah, and his statement's not under oath too. He didn't really face a sanction for presenting it the way that he did.
True.
Base player 2111 iffy 499. Green ammo can was empty. All the live rounds were stored in a gray storage bin. Take better notes.
Well, that's what he said. I mean, you believe him or you don't.
Comes now Duncan, Idaho, gifted 5 Danny memberships because Danny is awesome. Mercy Cat gave me some hearts. Thank you very much for the heart, Mercy Cat there. Appreciate it. $100 for Joe from CA Human. Said, celebrating our 4th trial together. Thank you to us all. Thank you very much for your very, very generous super chat. They do help the channels grow. James for $5 says, is this real life? I'm not sure. Is this just fantasy? Could be. Caught on a landslide, no escape from reality. I don't know what's happening, but definitely going to have to rewatch this one. Thank you for your super chat. Nathan Laura said, WTF. She's on the stand. I missed a lot. Yes, you missed a lot on your flight, Nate. You missed perhaps a chaotic roller coaster clown world day of trial I've ever seen in my life, with featured appearances by the prosecutor on the stand and ammo being dispensed on the tables and
midday resignations by co-counsel.
Resignation by co-counsel, which is a nice touch. Yeah. Nathan Laura said the prosecutor coded all himself as a witness. She sure did. She's on the witness stand. I'm in Bizarre World. I was in the air for just 90 minutes. Yeah, you missed a lot, my friend. Apparently, getting on the air does not pay. Nathan Lawyer for $4.99 said she threatened me personally. This is funny. And I believe she also threatened Eric Hunley personally. So, and I guess I have no problem believing that because we've seen her personality come through in colors. I'll leave this to the ladies. Ladies, how would you describe her personality?
Abrasive.
Okay.
Do you want my kind answer or my very critical answer?
The question is left to you, my friend.
Oh, well, then I suppose I should be kind because we have like 4,000 viewers right now. Let's just say I would never, ever want her to be opposing counsel, and it's not because I think that she would outwit me.
Appreciate it. And as I said earlier, my friends, pay attention. You'll never see this again. You never will. So, yeah.
I found the moment that she storms out.
Excellent.
How do I share it? Do I just press present?
There's a present button at your
present. Yeah.
And you have to share. You have to share the audio, so make sure to do it in the Chrome browser.
This is the image that came to mind as soon as she said, "Yeah, co-counsel quit." Right here, you can see her in the bottom left. It looks like Morrissey looks really pissed off. Do you see that to the bottom left?
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the image right here. Morrissey comes in, and she storms out. She is done.
Ooh.
Wow, she ran.
Yep.
She ran.
Yep. And this is the image that was ingrained in my mind. So when
And the
you
other
guys
person
said-
tried to stop her. Oh, wow.
Yep. There you have it. It's crazy that in my mind, I remembered that moment because I was like, that explains it. That's the running out part I saw earlier and thought, oh, that's weird. Because you're right. She did run. She had a little hop to her step. She's like, get me the hell out of here.
Yeah, she did. She could not get out there fast enough.
Yeah.
I'm sensing that these two ladies might have an interpersonal conflict that might hurt their relationship in a going on basis.
I love Erlinda. She is amazing. Ms. Johnson is.
But she has integrity, and I can respect that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think she's great.
Kathy, your realtor in Jersey for $20 says, "What a trial to have a debut panel stream." I know we're bringing LawTube back, baby, and this was one stream for sure. Nathan Lawyer for $4.99 says, "This is done. It's over." Yep.
Indeed, it is.
$20 from AVI Tech says Hollywood movies are so unrealistic. You couldn't script this; no one would believe it.
It's true.
That new Baldwin movie, The Rust Trial, for example, the prosecutor takes a stand, gives a 15-minute uncontested narrative about a different trial, and has a contentious cross-lean to mistrial. I'm not sure how we can script this one. It's not too. It's not cool. Nathan Sieve, member for 20 months, says, "How do you F around and find out?"
How do you say?
Cucumber.
Now, this is really no great answer, unfortunately. How do we stop this, and what's our recourse?
Elect better prosecutors, hold them accountable, make sure that it's tough. It's tough. The remedy in this situation is political, and yet there is so much opacity in the court system. So much of this stuff doesn't come to light. All I can really tell you is just if this is something that concerns you, try to get to know your local court system. Go watch. Go sit in court and watch what happens, and you will get a great feel for what is the culture here. Do your defense attorneys seem stressed? Do they seem hopeless? Do they seem like they're never really getting anything done? You'll get a perspective on how exactly justice is working in your community.
My red dress was very good. Fantastic. Base player 2011 Iffy says, nope, this is injustice. A murderer is walking free while innocent woman rots in jail. Well, as to that latter part, I think it's very much an open question. We'll see how it develops. I don't even know who has jurisdiction over this issue anymore with respect to her conviction at this point. Special prosecutor, like, do we appoint a new special prosecutor? Who gets to make the call going forward?
I mean, she's still the special prosecutor as far as I know. She hasn't been removed.
For the moment.
It's still her. Yeah, for the moment. I mean, they could raise it, I guess.
I wonder if they'll keep her in position just so that she will voluntarily testify later.
Yes, man. 101,418 for $20 said lost the bet. Didn't think she dismissed. No, near me. Give the whole panel $20 a whole panel. Can't believe it. This is our new OJ because the prosecutor flopped and the man goes free when he shouldn't. Thanks for covering it. Nate the lawyer wishes to join us. Hi, Nate the lawyer. How are you?
I'm all right. Eric has given me permission to tell you. So Morrison,
oh boy, yeah,
Morrison subpoenaed Eric.
Yeah,
Eric Hunley, and subpoenaed her for this particular case. So he was going to be a witness in this case. So he retained counsel, and his counsel he retained was me. So Morrison threatened to subpoena him, and what she did was she said, okay, she wants to have a call with us. So at that time, Eric didn't have a lawyer. So I said, I'll go on as the attorney. So we get on the call, and everything that they were saying that she was doing, threatening and yelling and screaming, she did to us over the phone. And it was wild because her demeanor at the beginning was crazy, but then at the end of it, she just literally screamed, yelled at us, told us she's going to get him over here, whatever, and then slammed the phone down on us and was threatening us with
wow.
And the reason why she was mad is because obviously, Eric's a journalist, so I was, we were like, we're not giving you anything, you subpoena us, subpoenas don't travel well, and we're not going to give you shit, Essentially, we told her we were treating her like mushrooms, feed her crap and keep her in the dark. But so she got really upset and was threatening and everything. So it was funny because on cross-examination, when they were saying that, she was saying this guy's an a-hole, this, it was exactly the same experience me and Eric had with this same prosecutor. And now to see to see her take the stand and the way she was, like, trying to control everything and just her demeanor, it's interesting how that blew up in her face, because I think this was, I think a lot of people don't understand. In law enforcement, when you're in New Mexico, is not like New York. It's a small place, and they have, and not all the times, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And in a big case like this, when you got $1 million defense counsel, they can go through every little thing where somebody like me or you who don't have those resources can't. And that's why you scrape every little piece, and they just weren't prepared for that. That's why you saw all the inconsistent, even to her, she was making inconsistent statements.
Yeah.
And the judge unfortunately had no other choice but to do what she did. And I see some commentary now where they're blaming the judge, they're blaming, oh, this is the travesty, but it's not. This is to be fair, this is the judge doing the right thing. I don't think anyone who steps back and look at this and will say that this is the judge's fault, this is Baldwin's legal team, because yesterday I thought they were clowns. Today I think they, he got the best money could buy. Yesterday I was saying he should get his money back. Today I'm like, they deserve a raise. But I'll ask the panel, what a difference 24 hours makes.
Oh my God.
Look at the prosecutor, right? What a difference a day makes. It's crazy.
What a difference.
Never been jerked around like this before in a single day in court.
This today gives me more faith in the justice system than I have felt for a long time. And I am so grateful to Alec Baldwin's attorneys for chewing on this bone and chasing it and proving that, our justice system may not be perfect, but when it does work, it works well. And I'm really glad that she was caught. I'm really, really glad that she was caught.
Was this planned, or did they just get lucky?
They got lucky.
We got
I
lucky.
think they got lucky.
They got lucky.
Lucky.
I think they hit a straight flush. I think they hit a straight flush on a miracle.
They hit it on the river.
On
Yes,
the-
they
on the
did.
inside?
They hit their
On the
flush
inside?
on the river. Yes, they
On the inside?
did.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes, they were praying.
They were
for a
playing the
flush.
draw all the way up to this point, and they hit it.
And they were like, yes, yes. And I love it, but you know when you know he won? Thank you. You know when you know he won? Is when the judge said, I'll give you 15 minutes for arguments. And he said, I don't need any arguments.
We don't need it.
I'm like, yeah, he knows he's got it. It's over. It's over.
Hey, Nate, by the way, do you want to have dinner? I want to have Mexican. Are you in?
I'm sure I'll be in, but I got to do it tomorrow.
All right.
Because I'm literally leaving the airport right now with my wife who's screaming at me, get off the phone, get off the phone. So,
All right, fair enough.
but I'm not getting off the phone. I need to talk about this case. This is so crazy. No, but this is it's so wild because I'll say this for everyone out there. For us lawyers, it's shocking because there's no way any one of us would have predicted this.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no, absolutely not.
definitely not.
Absolutely
No.
not. And even up until like going through this hearing, I'm still thinking like, well, okay, yeah, this obviously sounds bad, and she's clearly not happy, but she's not going to dismiss it. It wasn't until they got to that point where Hancock said she was in on the meeting where they said use a different case number.
Yeah.
That's it. Like the
was
judge
it.
has heard enough. She's done. That's it.
If she hadn't been in that meeting, I think the case would still be going on. But the fact that she was there, that's
Yeah.
it. It's what more can you do?
Yeah.
What more can you do? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I want people to realize this was because Alec Baldwin had the money to do this. He's all those attorneys. He had more attorneys on his table than most. This is not 90% of the cases, and most people wouldn't have gotten this straight flush. He hit it. He hit it. And I will say this: we all gave him so much crap about scattershotting and machine gunning, but it worked. It worked like a charm.
No, Nate, he had the stacks to still be at the table to get this draw and play this hand. He had the stacks.
He was all in. He was like, I'm all in on this one. Got to see the last card. And they flipped the flush on him. I said, wow.
Nate, I'm not your attorney or counsel, but I don't know if I would be driving with the camera on.
Oh, I'm hands-free.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. Let me continue.
I wouldn't be having this up to my head. That's no good. But thank God for hands-free headsets. And I think even in the state I'm in, though, you don't need the hands-free headset.
In our state, they would pull you over even with hands-free, which is they don't crack down on it. It's kind of like an add-on. It's an excuse to pull people over. So
Right. There's a little bit more of the interview with the prosecutor. So you saw everything that she said when she was standing still.
Yeah.
Then she tried to leave, and they're doing a little interview on the
They
run.
followed her.
So we'll try to cover a little bit of that interview. So let me bring that up real fast. Give me just a second, please.
All right, I'm going off because now I'm going to hit him on the highway, and I don't want to be doing this on the highway. So I will be seeing you guys a little later.
All right.
See you, Nate.
So I think I got to the relevant part where they are basically chasing her down. So we'll listen and see what we got.
What'd you think of that? Well, this was a disaster for the New Mexico judicial system. There's no other way to look at it. Yeah. Stunning development. And
so everybody take it easy. Not anybody get arrested.
Just a 30 seconds.
Did she just say, everyone take it easy? You don't want to get arrested? Is that what she just said?
that's, I think, what I heard. You could back it up.
Oh my, still with the threats, man. Oh man, okay.
So everybody take it easy. Not anybody get arrested.
I don't want anybody to get arrested.
But I You guys decided to separate. It has separate pieces. So you did know. Sheriff, you heard my testimony today, right? Yeah, the last couple of days. My testimony is what I stand.
Give her a little space, guys.
My testimony is what I stand on.
Good.
How did you feel about the defense using the full word?
No more. Do you understand?
No more. No mas. She called no mas. She threw in the towel and called no mas. Oh. Oh.
We're done.
All right.
We're
Well,
done.
I'm glad we got that
We're
little extra there,
done.
Lois Schnell.
Oh my God.
She's a wonderful woman, true to her character right up to the end.
Yeah, I think that's the best sum up I've heard.
No mas is the perfect end. I love it. I love it.
$2 from Claude Simeon says this is enough for a successful appeal. It doesn't hurt.
I say
it doesn't. I think the problem is going to be that it wasn't suppressed from the defense, from Hannah's defense. It was only suppressed from Baldwin because our record here shows this all originated from the defense. They're the reason why this even came to the prosecution in the first place, because he went to them. They were going to call him as a witness, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think they have the same ability to say like, oh, this is a surprise, or we didn't know, or it affected our defense, or anything like that. He only came out because of you.
So Andrea, can I ask you a question then? If it turns out that what he showed to the prosecutor and to the police is different than what he showed to the defense, and the prosecutor didn't hand it over or didn't notify the defense because the prosecution was under the assumption that they had already passed up on using him as a witness, couldn't that also be appealable then? Because right now you're saying, well, from the record, what we know is that this was a defense witness. Well, the record is from the person who's testifying to that is Morrissey, and then him, the potential witness in the video where he says, yeah, I've spoken to them, or he had said something briefly to that effect, but we don't know exactly what he told to the defense counsel versus what he told to the prosecutor on the day he went in. Something there doesn't seem to line up to me. Why would you come back to court if the defense counsel has said, no, we don't need you? Why would you then go and hand these over to the prosecutor unless there's something more to it? I don't know. That's kind of my thought.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at my notes from this. He says he brought, all he says is I brought the ammo, but they didn't want to use it. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So it's
I agree with you.
Not necessarily clear from the record if it was exactly the same thing, but it's an open question. I think the issue here is the burden would be on the defense to show that, to establish that, that there has been a violation. The initial burden is always going to be on them to do that.
They might not know about, for example, the prosecutor's involvement with the classification. That might be a new thing that was revealed during this trial. So. But
that wouldn't be admissible in her trial because the prosecutor's not a witness. It wouldn't have gone to impeachment in that trial.
How
it came up here because Popple is the one who said it didn't match, so it didn't matter. That was the lie that they all had to concede that was false. So that's what made it good impeachment evidence. That's how I see it anyway.
If Popple said the same thing in Hannah Gutierrez's case, then you're saying it still wouldn't matter because the defense would have been on notice?
If they were on notice of the same stuff, yeah, they had it available to impeach her. Alec didn't. That's the difference.
Is there a way to find out? Because that's my question.
They'd have to ask him or see if the defense attorney has a record of what they were shown, which he probably doesn't. He's in the middle of trial.
Sure.
He just knows this guy shows up with ammo.
I imagine it's going to be featured in some affidavits and some renewed pleadings in a motion to vacate. I assume it's going to be material to what's going on. So
potentially,
yeah, it could be. Kurt Smith said only gets better and better. Love LawTube. Yes, LawTube is back, baby. This is incredible to watch. Thanks for all the commentary. I think this worked out very well for this template. And even if the people who participate in any given panel for any given trial change, I think it was nice. You know, we get to share duties. It's also nice if I have to step away for a second so that I don't like leave the stream abandoned. So that's nice. The Chuki so for $1.99 said, hope she rots in hell because justice wasn't served.
Yep. I
Fair
agree with
enough.
that.
There's a special place for bad prosecutors.
Yeah. Isn't lying pretty far down in Dante's Inferno?
I don't remember.
I haven't read it in a while.
Yeah, I don't remember where they are.
The Iceman, 101,418 for you, Joe. Sad to see a man who killed someone during neglect go free. However, this is the correct verdict. Thanks for your time and commentary, Joe. Marissa screwed this up so bad. There were many problems. Anonymous for $5 said, never let anyone tell you paying for an attorney isn't worthwhile. Baldwin might have spent 7 figures, but he's a free man. Yep. MC Wraith for $5 says, I still don't see how any of it would have made a difference. We've discussed that. Thank you for your super chat.
Well, I will say my impression, just as she was going through her ruling and talking about the standards and so forth, it does seem to me like she was likely applying a New Mexico standard for Brady issues that is a little bit more restrictive, I would say, than the one that you would apply in my state, and as far as I know, that would apply in the federal court, because she's referring to like this different standard for when it's discovery. In my state, if it's discovery, it doesn't matter. You still have to show it's exculpatory and it's prejudicial to the defense, and they interpret prejudicial to the defense to mean this could likely affect the outcome. So if you're applying that standard to this, you're asking, number one, is that impeachment likely to tip the scale in terms of how the jury is going to decide the case? It seems pretty unlikely to me. The closer it is to being substantive evidence of something, the more likely it is to weigh one way or the other as far as being prejudicial or being inculpatory. So it does potentially seem to me that because New Mexico appears to have this stricter standard of the late tender has impeded the effective use of the evidence such that it has affected fairness of the proceedings, that's easier to meet. Okay. You don't have to show that it affected the outcome. You just have to show it messed up my ability to prepare. So I can definitely see how if people are... there's always an issue I understand with court proceedings where you're balancing form and substance, right? Because the substance of whether somebody is actually guilty or actually innocent, that really matters a lot, but also the process of how you get to that determination matters quite a bit too. And so I appreciate there are going to be some people who will look at this situation and they will think, well, you know, I don't care. Alec Baldwin pointed a gun at a person and pulled the trigger. None of this changes that. He should have been convicted. He should have been found guilty. From a substantive perspective, it's unfair. And I can understand that perspective. I just think that because the process of how you get there is very important, not just in this particular case, but in all cases. That's why you have to have the rule. And like Danny has said, you know, the reason why it's better to let the guilty person go free than to put the innocent person in jail. That's the principle that requires you to uphold the integrity of the process. Even if it means this guy's going to walk in this case, it's so it doesn't happen to somebody else who, you know, is not substantively maybe, you know, such a close call.
100%.
Amen.
I'm Mexican Jesus, but with the H for $4.99 says, must be nice to be a rich Democrat. Can't wait for them to keep talking trash about middle America and how guns are bad. Fair points. The Content Lasagna has been a member for 4 months of someone's channel. We appreciate everyone who's a member of any of our channels. Shining Blade, $2.79 Canadian. Jeff was a great pipe man. We have many great pipe men, and we do appreciate them. Thank you.
Jeff is awesome. Thank you.
I know a guy for $5 said, did the ammo have anything to do with Baldwin shooting something, though? A little bit. Old Drill Sergeant has been a member 14 months of somebody. Robert Gutierrez watching is pushing you subs. Yes, apparently he was, and we do appreciate his
great. That's
awesome.
Awesome.
Very, very kind of him.
Get him
I
over the
I haven't talked to that guy in a long time, so but he seems to be doing very well for himself. So Crazy Caveman gave £1. Thank you very much. When a pound used to be a pound, and now it's not.
Yeah.
The Iceman, 101,418 said, Danny's so frustrated with this verdict, mainly with Hannah. I was right on with you on Hannah. I felt like she got railroaded. I hate to see Baldwin go free. Hate
Thank
Baldwin's free,
you.
but right call legally.
Thank you, Felsman. 10, 14, 18.
101,418.
Thank you so much.
Vanessa Stuller has been a member for 1 month. Robert Guevara is pushing for you, and we do appreciate his help.
Thank you, Robert.
Hopefully, I can talk to him again soon. Tim Riggs has been gifted 20 Good Logic memberships, which he deserves. The Iceman, 101,418 for $2 says, also thank you, Danny. Love the coverage. Also, we love the hat.
Oh, thank you.
It is a great hat. Yes, it is
Thank
a great hat.
you. It's my least offensive hat.
Reformed Convict for $2 says, congrats on not our cult. I don't know. Kool-Aid's on me. Fair enough. Although, of course, in Jamestown, it was Flavor Aid, not
Flavor Aid.
Kool-Aid.
Flavor Aid.
So, correct your history. Pinocchio's helicopter tours for $2 said, hey, Joe, what do I get for predicting sanctions? I'm not sure.
Pinochet's helicopter tours. Oi, oi. That's a username.
That's why we have a special name for his.
Yeah. Nathan C for $2 said, well, we hit 100K by the end of trial, and apparently we did.
Yeah.
Tim Riggs gifted 50 gift memberships to my channel. Thank you very much, Tim, for your contributions. We do love all of our uncivilians. You help the channel grow. Not Heisenbear said, congrats, Joe, for $10. Nathan Lawyer for $99 said, 100K. You silver brother, love Joe. It'll be interesting to see whether or not he actually gets a silver play button or not. He seems to be perhaps on YouTube's naughty list, and they may or may not give him a button, but he has one in our hearts, so it's all good. Go for a big guy 911 said, quick, everyone unsubscribe. Congrats to Air Leader. Fantastic. Joe V816 and congrats on 100K. Well deserved. It is. He's been stuck at like these high 90s for like quite a long time. He deserves.
Yeah, he has.
Ed 2276, was this used for Hannah's trial? Unclear. We've discussed it. I'm sure there will be a renewed look at it. Lost in Law for $20 Canadian said, congrats 100K, Joe. Definitely a party moment. Do you remember the Rittenhouse motion to dismiss with prejudice over Binger's conduct? This was the moment that got robbed of in that trial. Don't cry, Joe. Fair. Barb's Love Alaska for $50 said, congrats, Joe, on 100K YouTube followers. Well deserved. You are awesome. Of course he is. Jules for $4.99 said, yes, so happy to be here before you hit 100K and became a superstar. Best channel on LawTube. Congrats, my friend. We do love our friends and those who subscribe to Joe. Koberger has been a member for 4 months. Said, congrats, man. You deserve this and more. Vanessa Stoller said, congrats. Shabbat Shalom. Thank you. Peas and Butter for $10 said, thanks, Robert Guevara. He stopped on his stream. I'm telling you, it's up to you. Appreciate it.
Hey, coercion works fine in this context.
We'll take it. Just Mike for $10 said, sub to Joe. Shabbat is coming. Make him so happy. Well, he did. And I'm sure he's enjoying his time with his family in restful contemplation. Thank you very much.
I'm only 30 subscribers away from being 12,000 subscribers.
That's right. Let's get her that 12,000 subscribers. Everyone go over to
Please.
Danny on Direct's channel. Get her that additional 30 subs so she can hit that 12K and make her way to the top, man. One step at a time. One sub at a time, baby. It's a long, hard slog, and we're here for it.
It is. It is.
I tell you what, man, it's been a very linear growth for me. It's been a very, very challenging. Like my first 1,000 subs felt like they took forever. The first 10,000 subs felt like they took forever. First 100,000 subs felt like they took forever. It was such a long, hard slog, and you know, some people get luckier than others on such things. For example, Rob from Law and Lumber comes out with his first video. It's like 1 million subs, and the man's at like 200,000 overnight. It's not fair to those of us who slog through the mire. But what can you do? Cloak and Glomar.
Or did you have Rittenhouse?
I was on with Nick for Rittenhouse.
So you had Rittenhouse, and you had you had Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp, yeah. So I was on with Nick for Rittenhouse, and I was on with Legal Bites for Depp. In both cases, my channel about doubled.
That's awesome.
I was about 20K when I started Rittenhouse, about 40K when I ended. And for Depp, it was about $45K and I ended at something like, I think it was high 80s. So just like a little shy of double. But yeah, so they were both really, really good events for me. So
I'll just keep praying.
I was kind of hoping this would do the same. I was kind of hoping I'd have a double again, but it didn't quite pan out that way. But what can you do?
Same.
Sheila Pooh has been a new member. Thank you very much. Tim Riggs for $5 said, Joe, I myself in my 40s have recently started moving back towards a godly existence, and you partly inspired me for that. Cool. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, gave $100 to say, congrats, go Joe, go. If I need a house in Jersey, well, something's gone hideously wrong in my life, but I'll give you a call. Michael Mud Dragon for $20 said, congrats, Joe. Thank you very much.
I hit 12,000. Thank you. Thank
There
you,
you go.
everybody. Woo!
That's very awesome. Cloak and Glomar gave $1.99 and said, choke up, I meant. Cedar Stuff gave 10 pounds. Congrats on 100K. Been a subscriber since Rinhouse. Very well deserved. Onwards and upwards. Appreciate. Ed2276 said, congrats 100K. Joe, this calls for a sacrifice. Unclear what sacrifices will be had, although he did just have a new grandbaby. So, there's that, I suppose. CHD for $99.99 said $100 for 100,000 Ks. Love you, Joe. The Iceman, 101,418 for $20 said, Andrea kept paying up my end of the bet. Thanks for so much for all your coverage, especially on this trial and Karen Reed. Corrupt and inept prosecutors are so frustrating. However, this was right, legally judged the right thing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Between this and Karen Reed and other trials, I'm beginning to lose what was otherwise my stalwart, perhaps slightly naive faith in the system. I'm learning that there's no Santa Claus. It's very disappointing for me.
But this is the real upside to the law tube, I think, and just the interest in having eyes on trials. The greater accessibility, the greater transparency of what is actually happening in the courtroom. I feel like there's been such a shift, even in just the last 10 years, that so many more people are seeing what I have seen for so long. Just every day at work. So that is very, very edifying to me to be able to share that with people.
Fantastic. Tim Riggs gifted 50 gift memberships to my channel. Thank you very much. Jennifer gave $5 to say, Mr. Guvera had all subs to you, Joe. Congrats. Awesome. Whatever it takes to get over the top, we will appreciate. Matt Skinner gave $100, said, congrats, Joe. DJ WTP3 for $10 said, this is sickening. Congrats to New Mexico for effing this up and letting a killer go free. Accident or not, AB has no accountability. No justice for Halyna. I mean, that is a fair opinion.
Yeah. Process
Nathan
failed,
C.
no question.
Yeah, $5 from Nathan C. Keep those subs coming for Joe. Tell your friends, family, and former New Mexico special prosecutors. Guessing she will not be a subscriber to Joe if I had to speculate. Congrats, brother. Tim Riggs for $2 says luck is answering the door when opportunity knocks.
Yeah,
I know $2 says our legal system has collapsed. I wouldn't go that far, but there's certainly some indicia that sometimes things are not all right all in the world.
It's coming into the light.
There are some corrupt people out there. I think it's true that the vast majority of people are still good and righteous on all sides of this thing. But
I agree.
It's definitely seen of late, some of the contra to that, and it's disappointing, especially for example, when the prosecutor just keeps going just for saving face as opposed to doing the right thing, which is annoying. On civil law, gifted $20 to Joe to say, long overdue, congrats, you earned it.
Aww.
Bird, $10 said, congrats, Joe. The Iceman, 101,418 said, congrats, Joe. Thanks to your panel. Check your individual channels. Left some presents thanks to me being jaded on judges doing the right thing. Yeah, I feel that. I feel a little bit.
Oh my God, that's the Iceman, not Thels, whatever I said.
Andrea,
we're so generous. Look at you.
Andrea Burkhardt gifted $50 to say, congrats, Joe. Well deserved. Very much so. Guy, a crazy caveman gifted £2 to say, guys, thanks for so much for streaming all this. So we read that. Zizares for $5 said, any for my first witness, I call a prosecutor. Yeah, that's a thing that apparently happened today. Jen, I look forward to watching some of the other people who've been covering this, because I might make a compilation video myself with everyone's reactions, because it's just what the hell happened. I'm sure like Ian is going nuts. I'm sure EDB is going nuts, and whoever else is covering this, because it's like, what the hell just happened?
Also,
Jenny
insert
L.
funny name. Thank you. That's all.
I'm sorry.
He's insert funny name said, Danny always struck me as being very paranoid. I was wrong. Thank you very much. That's all I need. That's all I need. I mean, 2020 wasn't enough for me, so I needed one more.
You're not paranoid if they are all corrupt.
Fair. Jenny LJ said woohoo for $49.99. Bass player 2011 Iffy said this will be taught in law school for years. It might get a mention in a course somewhere. I think that's probably fair.
And a don't do that.
Don't do that. Maybe in an ethics class. Yeah. Belgraph 1999 said, can we do 2-minute summary of what happened? I'm not even sure that's hypothetically possible. Anyone else want to give it a go?
The prosecutor withheld evidence, and so the judge threw out the case against Alec Baldwin with prejudice, and it's done.
Oh, and she also took the stand and lied some more. There's that. That was the best part.
And her co-counsel, Erlinda Johnson, resigned like midway through the day.
Keeping out of the courtroom as quickly as possible.
Wild stuff.
There you go.
That dog bomb for $9.99 said, how many others in Santa Fe and Canton and South Carolina, New York? The list goes on. Sometimes Vert gets it right, sometimes it does not. Fair. Sport Nugget $10 said, you have a defendant who almost certainly took a gun, pointed another person, pulled the hammer, and pulled the trigger, and the prosecution still pulled these stunts. That too. It's like it was so unnecessary. You can win it on the merits.
All you need is just a little bit of humility about your job, about your power, about your responsibility. That's really all it takes. It's not about winning. It's just about being freaking fair. Why is that so hard? It shouldn't be so hard.
I don't know. Not Heisenberg for $2. Someone tell Danny she's wrong. No, I think Danny's doing fine. Bella Stella for 10 gifted 10 memberships to Good Logic. Thank you for supporting our friend. Ryan Keller for $5 said, how much would this evidence have affected the case had not been hidden? See, I don't think it would have been that big a deal, right? Because a lot of this goes to the intentionality. A lot of it goes to the purpose behind it. So if they had just been honest and been like, I assume, and maybe it's assuming too much, but I assume in the beginning that it was a good faith decision by somebody to put it under a different file number because the case was over. And so it didn't make sense to put it under the same file number. And then, the numbers just didn't get correlated or something. Someone just made a boo-boo. Maybe that's assuming too much, but I'm willing to go that far. If they just said that and it's like, oh, okay, and this was a mistake, and, sure, I was in the room and, that's what it seemed like the right thing to me, but, that's what we did and we've disclosed it to you. And I don't think it would have been as big a deal. And if you'd not had, the technician on the stand flatly contradicting herself and, saying that things don't look like each other with the exhibits clearly showing they do and all the rest of it, right? It was just one thing too many on top of everything else.
And can I just say,
you get to a point, man. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Had the prosecutor not gotten sucked into this pre-Buttle case where we're litigating the bullets before we're litigating what did Alec Baldwin do with the gun and why is he responsible? Is it possible the judge might have had a little bit of a different perspective about the case and the merits and the strength and the effect of this particular evidence once it came out in a defense rebuttal case?
Yeah.
Yep. And there's no reason for her to do that because she's a prosecutor. She's just rebuttal anyway, so why bother?
Completely unnecessary. Made your own goal.
Andrea, have you ever seen an ego as large as a local prosecutor?
I mean, they do run neck and neck with a lot of the judges sometimes.
Oh, that's fair.
Some of the small town judges, it's pretty hard to measure up to.
That's why I think I'd be a great judge. I have a fantastic ego.
I don't mind big egos. I mean, I work with them all the time. I love them, right? I wouldn't be in law if I didn't feel like I could. I didn't think someone would have that big of an ego to take the stand in their own defense without an attorney.
There's a lot of ego.
I'm just shook.
Yeah.
Like, what did she think? She was just going to make the thing go away?
Danny, she thought she was going to talk her way out of it. They all think they can talk their way out of it. Everybody always thinks that. Shut up and get your lawyer.
But
case in point,
the prosecution in particular, like how many people have you seen talk to the police who thought they could talk their way out of it? And now you're like, I want to do this, while the judge is basically all but going, no.
I wish the judge would have been. I didn't get the sense that she was warning them. I thought that the judge was kind of acting like Willy Wonka, where he's like, "Oh no, don't, please." Stop. That's kind of the sense I got.
Okay, fair enough. That's a fair read.
You know, you don't have to take the stand, right? Okay, you know you're doing this voluntarily, right? Okay.
Ryan Keller for $5 says, how much would this evidence affect the case? We read that. Akulas gave 499 said, congrats, Gullet. Love the whole panel. Von Kubra, Night Herald, became a new member. Thank you very much. Anon Hamster, been a member for 25 months. Congrats, Joe. You earn it. Von Kubin, Night Herald, then gifted 50 gift memberships, and he charges more for his memberships than me.
Wow.
That's some real money.
Good for Joe.
I donated an additional $50 to Joe to say, Joe. DJ WTP3 for $20 says, congrats, Joe, on 100K, but be a man about and stop crying. No, it's okay to cry. Charles Argo gave, I should know this. It's Real, ZAR is South Africa. Okay, I'm going to South African. No, wait, or is it?
It says South Africa.
Okay, right. All right,
right
South
there
Africa.
for you.
All right, great. Well done. So I know my symbols. Yes. Well done, Joe. I've been following you for years. Oh, it does. It does say so. Well, I got there ahead of there. That's great. Been following you for years from South Africa. You're one of the few Americans I trust and respect. Fantastic. Tim Riggs for $5 says, Kurt, I come for the Scottish and review education and Fed stuff, but you keep me with that and entertainment and information. Thank you, sir. Well, I do try to provide something for everybody. DL for $5 says, prayers for Halyna Hutchens' family and friends.
Yep.
Yeah, they sued and got paid,
Amen.
so hopefully that helps a little bit. Lazy Bastard for $10 says, I don't understand how the ammo is relevant at all. He wasn't charged with anything related to the ammo. He was only charged with holding, cocking, and firing the gun. That all should matter. It matters because it wasn't disclosed. It matters because it was hidden. It matters because the prosecution's playing games. It matters because if they're doing this, what else are they doing? And so forth and so on.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Don't.
It matters because they put a witness on the stand who gave false testimony about what that evidence was.
And then admitted to it. Liar, liar, pants
Well,
on
I mean,
fire.
you had
don't bring
to.
it in
Once you're
court.
caught, I'm all in favor of stop digging.
And was that true? No.
Yeah.
CA Human gifted 50 gift memberships to Good Logic. A lot of gift memberships over there, well deserved. Hi, Marias for 49 says, we love you, Joe. Your honor, integrity, and faith and knowledge is enduring to so many teaching moments and reminders of values. God bless you. He's a good guy. I've met him in person. I like him. Attorney for South African Real, $35 says, well done, Joe. Did you see Gloria Aldred? What's she doing there? She's one of their lawyers. Who is it? One of the, I think she's Hannah's family's lawyer or something like that. Yeah, so she's an interest in the case. I forget. She's one of them. Denise Ann says, have you ever seen the prosecution take the stand? No. I never even really read about it, to be honest. I've never heard of this.
You see him submit affidavits once in a while, but actually like take the stand, especially unprompted without, somebody there questioning them, like it being part of kind of a team plan for something. No, I've never seen a self-immolation like this one.
Yeah. Even like there's also kind of a rule. There's also a rule that basically you don't call like one of the lawyers unless there's like no other option. So if there's anyone else who could testify to it, you call them. So she's in the room with these other people. So there's at least a couple other people in the room who could testify about that. So you couldn't call her to the stand even if you want to, because she's not a necessary witness.
Except
unless she just goes up and volunteers, be like, yes,
but she insists. Yeah, then you're not. You can't throw her off the witness stand.
You guys, we're telling lies. There is another prosecutor who took the stand. As a matter of fact, a DA, Ms. Danny Willis.
That's true. That's fair.
Yeah,
she did take the case in her in that issue. That's
also
fair.
Volunteered to self-immolate.
And also volunteered even after her team successfully got a
funny how
motion.
that works.
Her team successfully got the motion in limine granted.
I know.
They got her excluded.
Yeah.
And then she came into the room. I'm like, I'm here.
So
Ready to go. So
the best thing to watch was watch her walk up like she's just standing in the corner and she's like tapping her foot. She's so excited. And then she prances up and she takes a seat and she goes, okay, yeah, you can start. Go ahead and hand that to me. Like she's the judge. I'm like, lady, what are you doing?
Fanny will. So we have a double thing that has never happened in relatively quick succession between Fanny and this woman. We've got two women full of ego, apparently, who believe they can do no wrong and are here to prove it. And they're willing to, great.
So all that money was in cash? Yeah, I kept all of my campaign donations in cash.
Sure.
Oh, where did you keep them? Under the bed.
My personal favorite piece of testimony from that was, where did the money come from in the first place? Right? Because it was like, you have this money in your safe. Where did it come from? And her answer basically was cash back at the grocery store. And when I go to the grocery store, I get cash back. And that's how I got $50,000 in my safe.
Well, I mean, don't you know that you can ask for $15,000? 50,000? I thought it was 15.
I think it was 50, but I could be mistaken. Either way, it's a lot of cash back.
It's a lot of cash.
Her daddy did tell her to do that, so you know.
Yeah. Brian Bryanson for $5 said, congrats, Joe, but the handling of rounds was never part of the case. What are you missing? We discussed that. Honey Bear Care gave $2. Say, hope you see this. Congrats on 100K. Dr. High Red for $49.99 said, appreciate. Thursday, mostly, has been a new member. Other days of the week, not so much. Okay. Pinochet's helicopter tours says, when the Fed DOJ is corrupt, every state DOJ is. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but yeah. Jason B said $10. Robert Guvera sent me. He told all his subscribers to come over and subscribe, and we watched the ticker jump over to well over 100,000. God bless. Thank you, Robert. You're awesome. Pinochet's helicopter tours for $2 said Annie Cross quit Fannie DA office mid-trial.
Did Anna Cross quit Fannie DA office mid-trial?
You mean this DA trial?
No, so Anna Cross, that wasn't that Fanny's friend who she stayed with in the townhome and who complained about Nate and how Nate about how Fannie Willis's boyfriend basically was treating all of his female staff and then she was summarily let go. I thought that happened beforehand. Am I thinking the wrong? Everybody's saying no. Okay, so wrong person. Then I'll shut up. I don't know who Anna Cross is. I am mistaken.
Denise and 49 said, yeah, I'm a little behind, but just saw Joe go over to 100K. So exciting. Ian E said, we can argue all we want, but one thing's for sure, there will be no justice for Hutchens. South Carolina is best Carolina. Thank you, Ian, for your super chat. Christian for $5 says, honestly, it seems like Baldwin is guilty of accidental manslaughter. That's what they're charging him with. But they went out of their way to set him up. Seems like Salem witch trial stuff. Yeah, it was a complete unforced error on many levels. And as I sort of noted earlier in our stream, not unique to this special prosecutor, because we've been through 3 other special prosecutors that led to a dismissal and a refiling because the case was so poached we had to go back and start over. So I'm not sure what their problem is over there, but apparently we've got a lot of stupid over there. Christian $5 says, honestly, it seems like Baldwin. Okay, we read that. 200-watt studio for $2 says, is it over? Alec made a deal? No. Honey Bear Care said OJ and Baldwin, 2 peas in a pod. Cute. I think there might be some differences between the two, to be quite fair. Just Incredible for $2 says, is conspiring to hide evidence not a criminal act? Yeah.
Conspiring to deprive somebody of their civil rights is very much a criminal act.
It's obstruction. It's obstruction. So you could charge them. Yeah, you could charge them with obstruction. Yep. Francis Albert, and also potentially interfering with a witness, but given some of the testimony we've heard. So there's that. Canadian $2.79. Alec Baldwin still paid a heavy toll last 2 years.
The process is the punishment.
That's true to some degree. Betorn for $5 said Robert Guvera has a recording of the final push. I'd love to see it.
Awesome.
$200 Watt Studio said, no, I loved her. She was beautiful. Thank you. Ian E said, we can agree that the outcome was all we want, but one thing is certain, there's no justice for Hutchens or her family. Thank you. Chris Clements gave $20 to say, congrats on 100K, Joe. Well deserved. I know it's only $20, but it's my largest super chat ever. And I do want to genuinely just take a moment to say that we do appreciate all your chats, however much they are. We know that for some people, money is really tight. And we do really appreciate all of you, whether it's $1 or $5, that you're spending time helping to support us and helping us make our dreams come true. And if we are providing you value, that the fact that you recognize that and help contribute to our success means a lot to us all. We really do appreciate it. And it also is very good for me psychologically. It's very validating to have that support and affirmation and the love and appreciation. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. I think the most valuable part of this experience for me personally has been the friendships I've made along the way. Getting to know the people I've gotten to know and spending time with many of them and meeting some of them and spending time in some of their houses. And some, I've been to some of these people's houses and had drinks with them and slept in their bedroom and, spend time with them. And it means a lot, the ability to do that. When we all of us who were around at that point, basically showed up to Alita's wedding, we were all there to celebrate that. Or at least her ceremony, because her wedding was several years earlier, but I digress. To celebrate that, those relationships mean a lot to me. My relationship with Andrea, my relationship with Donnie, my relationship with Joe, my relationship with Nate, these are the things that matter the most to me. And I really value these people. It's one of the reasons, incidentally, that if I'm around and I see someone streaming, I usually pop in their chat to say hi, just to try to show some support and show some love, even if it's just for a minute or two, just to say, I'm here and I just want to show that I appreciate you. So you guys mean the world to me.
Oh,
well, thanks, Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt. By the way, it's Danny, not Donnie. I know that Joe keeps calling me that, but it's not that.
Joe likes to put his own flavor on everybody's names. It's just a Joe thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Seriously, Kurt.
200 Watt Studio says, eyes away. Can someone explain what happened? The world came to an end. Thank you very much. Distracted C said, great coverage. A long crime Santa Fe DA interview about dismissal. We saw that interview. Thank you very much. And then apparently there was an interview with the attorney that hired them, but I couldn't really find the relevant time clips, so I gave up. But thank you for the rest. Jason Sorson said $2. Bev, take notice. This is
Here.
Fair. SM gave $5 Canadian. So respect for this judge. Stark contrast about how Judge Bev handled her motion. Yeah.
I feel like
in my humble opinion, she should have granted that directed verdict. In my humble opinion, but this is me. Crazy came in for £5. Says again, thank you for streaming and thanks to all those who helped me understand a lot about with your wording. Yeah, the fact that I get to talk about this and try to educate you guys and show you a subject I love is fun. It's surprisingly harder than you might expect to find people in the real world to talk about this with. It's like even in bar associations and stuff like that, it's like trying to talk to fellow attorneys and geek out on this stuff. Most people just want to go about their lives. So the internet is glorious for bringing us together. It's like I found my tribe at last. Thank God. $5 says the end is near. Beware. Alex just walked out of court before one of the breaks day. Could anyone else in criminal case just walk out? Well, he's not under custody. He's not. Not in custody. He's on bail, so he's free to walk around. So yeah, he just has to be there while the court's in session.
I will say it is a little bit unusual for him to just get up and go out in the middle of court. But I mean, I don't know. I can't say I've ever had anybody try to do that. I don't know that they would necessarily be stopped.
Yeah. Amel says, of course I missed the one good day. Man, you can watch all of our commentary, watch it all back again. I'm going to probably consume everyone's content trying to figure out what just happened. Not a banned account for $1.99 said, who could watch A Hunt for October to ever convict? I will give you this. It is a fantastic movie. So.
Oh, yeah.
The best Scottish Russian captain I've ever seen in my life. Ty Y. Barrett for $5 said, do I understand? This day went from state Kenny complete deal to state being sanctioned. That seems to be the flow of things. Assassination to fate from the jaws of victory. That seems to be what happened. And if it is the case that the prosecution blew up this deal.
Mhm.
If that's what happened, because that's what they said happened before. Like the prosecution's the one that pulled it off the table before.
Yep.
Because I just assumed that it was Blake Baldwin. Somehow, Mercury himself ran through the door with the message in hand, with it, and they decided, whatever. But, your read on it, Andrea, was better, that they knew about this. And like, we've seen the video. It's like, do you want to strike a deal? If it was really her own hubris that caused her to not accept basically any deal that they were being offered just to save face, like, man, I plead it down to a traffic ticket at this point. Are you kidding me? So I can come out here with some kind of win. Holy man, it's like not bad way to read the room.
Yeah, no, karma is an amazing thing. And that's that humility thing all over again. If you had the ounce of humility at the beginning, you wouldn't have had this problem. If you had the ounce of humility to be able to see this perspective from the outside, you wouldn't have had this problem. So humility is, I would suspect, going to continue to be a problem in Carrie Morrissey's life. That's how karma works.
Time is a bitch.
Appreciate it. TMD, we like singing. I often break out in song on my channel. Something I definitely do. So for better or worse, people don't always like it, but I sing a song. Okay. 499 from KMD 2210 says, I don't understand why specific evidence was so important for the prosecutors to hide. It wasn't. That's part of the stupid.
Yeah.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says for $2. I guess Reed doesn't get ice cream to testify. Doesn't get her moment in the sun. And that means that she doesn't get whatever plea deal was being offered to her, assuming there was one, right? Assuming that
potentially.
Right? We gave you a plea deal on your future case, right? Testimony didn't happen, so the plea deal probably vanishes along with it. So this day is rough for her. 200 watt studio says $2. I really want to give a hug to El Rinda today. Okay. Jason Sorson says, I'm sorry.
I said me too. I feel bad for her.
Yeah. Jason Sorson said $5. If this judge did Karen Reed, do you think the trial would have been dismissed?
I don't think so, only because I understand Kurt's view on this, and I understand the view of everybody who says, the directed verdict, this is a case where it's closer than it is in quite a few cases.
I will give you that.
It is such a permissive standard. It's because the judge isn't supposed to get into weighing the evidence or what do I believe or what do I think of it. It's not, do I think the case is trash? It's, if somebody believes this case, is it enough to convict? And under that standard, it goes forward. So I don't know that this judge would have reached a different outcome, because I think she got to this decision because she was being scrupulous with the law. I think if she was scrupulous with the law and Karen Reed, it would have gotten the same outcome with going to the jury.
Although she might have made different evidentiary decisions along the way that would have helped to influence the case in more positive directions.
Absolutely.
So, £5 from Gwen. Why can't I not pronounce this name right now?
Garnet.
Garnet? No, the first name.
Oh, Gwen.
Gwen Garnet for £5. Reed, Koberger, Delphi. Delphi is also a bit of, Baldwin, Young Thug prosecution and/or judge puckery abounds. Thoughts? There's some of that, to be sure.
It's more common than people think, and it's coming to light. The all these trials now being publicized. It's like the rocks are being turned over, and everybody can see all the little things skittering out once the light hits. That's what I love. I absolutely love about this format, and just the fact that so many people have so much interest in the court process and in these court cases, because you are starting to see it.
Yeah. More cameras in the courtroom are probably very beneficial on the trial level, because you can see what's happening. And I don't think there is as important on the Court of Appeals level, because those cases are about law. So transcripts and audio is perfectly fine for me, but for the trial, where it's about facts, being able to see the witnesses testify, their demeanor, it's much more important.
And where the judge has so much influence over the outcome of the process, because there's just so much discretion there.
Yeah, I've noted before that judges are minor demigods, and the sooner you recognize that, the happier you will be. So
they have the power over life and death and liberty, and they can take it or they can leave it, and you can't do much about it.
Yeah. Lockhorn Express for $5 said, "Who knew a Baldwin film would go full Michael Bay free?
Yeah.
Zachary Anderson mailboxes. Appreciate. RL South for $9.99 says, "Let's promote Andrea Burkhart. Put her up to 100,000. Let's go."
Oh, I'm away from there still.
You're just like 17,000 away.
I'm
we can get that.
patient.
We can get that.
I'm
there.
patient.
We can get there.
It's a long haul.
Another one, Francis Alberts for $2.79 Canadian says, "Let's get Andre up to 100,000." And also, while we're at it, can we get me up to the next milestone? I'm for 150,000 or something. Eric finally came back. How you doing, Eric?
I just hit another 2
I don't know what happened, Eric. It's very confusing to us all.
Yeah, I have a show that I do every Friday without fail, and I have to do it at 5:30. So I've just done 2.5 hours, and I looked, and I'm like, "You're still here?"
We're reading super chats.
Oh my God, that means super chats have come in?
Yeah. Well, Joe passed 100,000, so that helped.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
by the way, YouTube is not updated my super chat. So F you, YouTube. They haven't updated it since the 9th.
Go to Earn. If you go into YouTube Studio, go to Earn.
Yeah.
And then hit the supers tab.
I'm
and
there.
then say all supers, and then just scroll, and you should see.
You know what
super
it
chats
says?
in there.
It says data temporarily unavailable.
Even in there? Okay.
Yep.
Well, then there you go. That's
So screw you, YouTube.
Did
Anyway,
you wind up
sorry.
on the wrong side of YouTube, man. That's yeah.
All
Blurry
right,
Light for $5 says, "We all saw the judge open the envelope with scissors. So how did Spiro know?"
Because I think they were. No, they were working with Teske. I think they gave that away. That the tell was when they were talking about the contents of his phone. You know, his phone never received phone calls from the sheriff's office, from your number, etc. Like they clearly got that information from him.
It was a setup. Let's see if Hannah stays in.
Fair. By the way, we heard from Nate the lawyer who opined some information relating to your involvement in the case. Would you like to talk any more about that?
Why don't you ask me what? And I can tell you, I'm happy to tell.
What colorful words did she use? Colorful words in her conversation with you, such as like those that we heard described in the testimony about the way she described Mr. Baldwin and so forth.
Well, I didn't hear that testimony because I was on the show, but she didn't do it directly, but she quoted me talking to Seth Kenny, because Seth is very open about his involvement in every way. And that's where he was working with the prosecutors. He was working with, immediately from day one. That's why I was joking that he was practically dating Hancock. Well, Seth revealed information that was revealed to me, and then Carrie Morrissey wanted to talk to me, and all of a sudden my phone is showing Carrie Morrissey, or maybe Carrie Morrissey, and I'm like, New Mexico number. Oh shit! So I did not answer it, and then I called back with Nate, and I just said, "Yeah, this is Eric Hunley. I'm here with my lawyer, Nate Brody," and she said, or Nathaniel Brody, and she said, "What? Who? What?" And then she started asking Nate, and we had talked ahead of time, and Nate said, I wish to, or he wishes to invoke his journalistic privilege or whatever, or he's standing on that. The premise was about the plinking rumors. And my source, who was a very happy person. Anyway, my source happened to say that the plinking was going on the set with the crew, and Hannah. Plinking meaning shooting tin cans.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? And so I revealed, hey, I've got this other source who told me that the plinking is going on. And that got back to her. Who is your source now? Tell me your source now. I want to know who this is so I can talk to the source, blah, 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 blah. I then went back to the source, and the source said, oh, that was the rumor, and it wasn't confirmed. Now, because if it was in fact true, I would have had some moral problems with this if in fact the source, was involved with it because, I didn't, you don't want somebody free from, it would have been a much more awkward thing. But my thought was, I don't want to reveal a source, period. And the source is saying it was a rumor any damn way. And so I told Nate that the source said it was a rumor. It's a nothing burger. And I also had said in public that the source had contradicted and said that it was a nothing, there was just a rumor that they heard. And she said, I don't care. I have this text here that you told Seth Kenny this, and I want you to reveal the source. And I was, Nate's like, no. Again, this is only Nate talking to her. And she said, okay, well, I have filled out a search warrant that I'm turning into the judge at 5 p.m. today. And I thought that was interesting. It was not a subpoena. It was a search warrant for me and my devices. And I don't know if she got it. That's the thing. It's very possible she could have gotten a search warrant and served my cell phone carrier or whomever and social media. And how would I know what she did or did not get? And I'm not going to reveal how I was communicating with the source.
Now you can do a records request, right?
I could, and I talked to Barnes to saying that I should do that because I could personally sue her possibly if she did do it, because there's laws in New Mexico that don't allow it. Congratulations, Joe. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels awesome.
Well, wait a minute. It's past dark, dude. What are you doing?
No, it's not. Actually, I came in here just to shut down the stream.
Oh, all right.
So, yeah. I wasn't going to come up here.
It's going to end on its own, Joe. You don't have to be here.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not supposed to be earning on the Sabbath. So that's why I wanted to just cut my own stream.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I wanted to shut my own stream and come in here, and it feels amazing. Thank you.
Well, I'm proud of you, dude. I'm so happy for you. I'm not going to hold you up because I don't want to break your rules or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out how to end it for myself. I'm just trying to figure out how to end this stream because it's getting dark in 3 minutes.
Hold on.
I gotta leave the studio.